Hello everyone and welcome on in. The final day of Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming in 2022 is upon us, and I cannot be more excited to start things out. My name is Dor. I'm joined by the wonderful Hurix over to my left and your right, and we got some good matches up on the docket. 3 big ones, Hurix, before we can crown a winner.
Yeah, 3 massive ones. I want to up the ante a little bit because that's what this needs right here. Of course, we have 4 of the top teams in Collegiate. This, I mean, I think we'd be remiss not to mention that this does look a little familiar as to last year's top 4, but nonetheless, we've got Northwood taking on UCI, then it's going to be Fisher College and ISU lying in wait to determine who's going to win this game, then the next, and then who the grand finalists are going to be outside of the Redbirds. Well, you can take a look at the bracket here as well, as of course the schedule should be known at this stage. The direction is already known. It's just everything else that's up in the air, especially given the massive amount of surprises that we've seen so far in this bracket already.
I mean, how we got here was a little interesting, right? If you look at the top left of your screen, you see ISU up against Northwood. That was the fact that those two went up against each other to start off the bracket at all. Kind of wild. It was an insane game with both teams playing ridiculously good Overwatch. ISU takes it 3-1, but it very well could have gone the distance. And I think that's kind of inspired Northwood. We were talking to Ymetra yesterday in an interview, and he's like, yeah, we realized in that game, for all of the scrimming that ISU does and for how little Northwood actually scrims together, Northwood feel like they can take this thing. And all of a sudden, the shift for them from aiming for top 2 to aiming to deny ISU from getting yet another collegiate title, which again, they're still lacking one despite all the success they've had in Tier 2. That's a big thing for them.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time there where Redbirds was just dominating contenders, and, you know, just a couple of times where things just didn't line up for them all too well in Collegiate. And, you know, we've seen some other programs taking that top spot. So now it's up to them at this stage to make sure they can finally solidify something. And obviously we know that they're a team that's more than capable, but there's still 3 other teams here that could take them off. I mean, they really could. Obviously, Northwood, we saw them in that matchup. They looked great. And here today, something that we saw yesterday is not going to be transpiring again today. And I think that's good news for Northwood. And that's going to be the return of Dynasty, not in the tank role, but actually in his actual role in DPS. Cowman, of course, did a phenomenal job. We have to give them both some respect that, you know, that they definitely deserve for their performance yesterday, but I think this roster makes a little bit more sense, right?
We're consciously respecting that Doomfist and ball pick.
True. Cowman also is just a DPS player. It just kind of plays both roles. It is what it is, but this certainly, like I said, it makes a little bit more sense here that we're going to be seeing them together. If you guys haven't been following things with Northwood, the only thing you need to know is that everybody on this roster is at the top of the collegiate, you know, spectrum. They are top in their roles, each of them, especially I would say CJ is probably the standout on this roster for me in particular. Absolutely. But everybody here is capable and of being at that caliber where, hey, you know, it wouldn't necessarily be a surprise to see them moving up to a tier 1 status.
Yeah, and also super notably, you bring out CJ, obviously a player that is very likely Overwatch League bound. Cowman's been having an incredible tournament. I think Cowman Sigma especially, Cowman's been on the Hog and the Sigma, but Cowman Sigma first and foremost has been just indomitable in terms of the pressure that's exerted on other teams, the space that he's made for his team, and then enabling players like Boat to pop off with said space. I think Cowman's definitely a player to watch, and notably is in for the first map, something that we've mostly seen Seasons be doing for that Winston for most of the control points, but Cowman coming in just because of the consistent performance that's been coming out. I think it's relatively unsurprising of a shift to go up against the likes of UC Irvine.
Yeah, UC Irvine is one of those teams that have just been around the collegiate scene, just kind of up there very high every single time we see them pretty much. And even back to when, you know, we were doing collegiate stuff years ago, UCI was still a dominant force. I remember working with a lot of their staff back in the day as well, you know, working with some of the, you know, UCI and Shock kind of partnership stuff going on. And honestly, UCI has always remained impressive, but kind of a similar story in that they haven't been able to, you know, really lock something in as of late. Obviously, it's been a lot of Redbirds. It's been a lot of, you know, Northwood. But UC Irvine has remained kind of in that top 4 for a long, long time. And maybe could get something done here. Obviously, you look at this roster, and it feels a lot similar to some of the other rosters that we're going to be seeing here today, where, you know, you see these individual players, and it's like, okay, their potential is just as high. I mean, individually and as a team, they play well together. So the sky's the limit for UCI as well.
Yeah, and for me, with UCI, I'm looking at that DPS line. We've talked about it every single time somebody goes up against Northwood, but you've got to be able to keep Boat and Dynasty in a box. Just at least match them. You don't have to beat them because we know what their peaks are like. We know how stupid those two can get. But I think this DPS lineup is actually one of the few here that can actually contend with it, right? You're talking about players like Psy, Excal, Zerocious is even on the bench, another player from that tier 2, tier 3 area that has that really high peak potential that on the right day can pop off, and I think absolutely contend with the DPS lineup of Northwood that has been walking other teams around the block.
Yeah, definitely. I think Excal, Psy, those are two players that I'm going to be keeping my eye on in this matchup, because a lot is going to come down to their ability to contend with not just Boat and Dynasty, but also kind of keep Cowman in check, because we're talking about him a lot as well. But diving into Busan as our map number 1, as teams are readying up right now, we're getting ready to dive in just a bit here. But yeah, that's who I'm going to be looking at, Excal, Psy. We've also seen a couple of opportunities where some tank players have really surprised us, and right now in this meta, I think, Dor, you know, this is, while it is very driven by every aspect of these compositions, I think the tank can really help define a team. I mean, we talk about styles. I think you know, second most handsome person in Collegiate, right behind Gig, probably, right? I'm looking like I'm part of the family business, but, you know, so far, the styles of these teams have already shined through. Northwood has shown multiple, that they're diverse. UCI, it's just up to them to see if they can kind of either match or find a way to adapt against.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think you could sell a great used car. That's for sure. But you brought up the tank play, and I think that's super important because we've seen tanks get pushed in pretty hard. And when you talk about tank lines in pedigree, I don't think that's what comes to mind when you look at UC Irvine. Obviously, Romani and Light, the tank lineup for this team, have been around for a while. They've got experience, but a lot of that experience comes from ladder, comes from UCI. And to contend against a player like Cowman, big shoes to fill, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think that experience is really going to come to show. And can Romani step up to the plate and go at bat up against a Cowman who is firing on all cylinders?
Yeah, especially when you can probably anticipate Cowman to play something that kind of drives the force of Northwood forward, whether it be a Sigma, just kind of taking space, slowly progressing, things against UCI, or you could see that matchup head-to-head where we do see Hog versus Hog. There's a lot of things at play here. Romani's going to have to, figure out a way to deal with this, but this is a way to get things started here. Romani on the Hog, taking on Northwood Sigma. This is a composition they love. A Double Shield University. They can't run double anymore, but they still at least got the Sigma.
And on top of that, they've brought the Dynasty Hanzo early. This is kind of an adaptation we've seen thus far, is breaking out this Hanzo, whether it's with the Winston or the Sigma here for Northwood. Just having those double snipers, the double one-shot potential so deadly. It's already forced the Roadhog back as Dynasty picks off Psy. There's nothing left to dive the snipers and really limit them. Did trade out Boat, and with Boat next Cal down, now it's really up to the tanks. This Cowman versus Romani in every sense of the word, and with Supreme out of the way, there's not enough healing to keep this Hog alive going to the point.
That was a funny one right there. Supreme said, "Get down, Mr. President." Took one for the team, but unfortunately, that's a lot of their sustained healing. So Northwood University is in a great spot to hold this out. Cowman can kind of just step forward because they know full well that they can kind of just slowly whittle down Romani and the rest of UCI, given that there's no Kiriko left on the field. So Northwood, successful to start things off here, but the big thing here is that Graviton Flux is going to be ready for Cowman. And the way that Cowman utilizes this is to create some isolation. They go for picks with this ult, and they are very consistent with it, especially when UC Irvine and other teams even don't have defensive ults to be able to counteract it, and that's the case here.
If they can get in to begin with, crossing this distance up against double sniper is beyond hard. Exactly, it's a huge rotation. Picking up the Lucio, the hook stops. The Flux from landing, now into the backline goes Psy. Romani has the whole hug to force the pop off if they really need to, but the damage is just too much. Can't afford to pop that whole hog without dying, and now Northwood, as they push out, they get more ultimates in tow. They continue to roll the economy in their favor. UC Irvine has got to make this train stop.
Yeah, and I think Northwood is pretty happy with how that turned out, too, especially given that, great play from Romani to cancel out Cowman's Flux. And then to only invest CJ's ult right after and get that fight win, that is huge because UC Irvine, they're building up their economy and they have to protect Cowman here.
They've hit the hook. They have to commit a lot to keeping this signal alive. This is something that Northwood have done really well. CJ and Ymetra, two players that never really seem to overcommit cooldowns towards keeping their tank alive. They stagger them out nicely. Unfortunately, the tank stays alive. Ymetra and Dynasty will fall. Romani down, though, for UC Irvine means that they don't really have a core to stay behind, and we know what CJ can do. We expect Cowman to stay alive for quite some time here with the healing from CJ and Ymetra, and in fact, he will. The tank stays up just long enough for the Lucio, the Hanzo to get back. Bo goes down in the meantime while looking for a flank to get back into the fight, but it's certainly far from over. The blade spot from Psy, 2 HP on the Genji. Cowman's got him!
Oh, and just like that, too, the accretion is thrown in, and the pressure is on for UCI. They have to find a way to touch, and there's no shot they're going to be able to win this fight now.
Their Goose is quite literally cooked. I believe they have a player named Goose on the bench, which is just some nice irony there, but UC Irvine, I think some solid fights there, but one of the biggest differences I saw, the tank line looked solid, but the supports, man, you really see the experience of Ymetra and CJ. They were taking the pressure like champs, and Cowman seemed in top.
Absolutely. CJ, we've talked ad nauseum about him at this point, right? We have just...
No introduction needed.
Yeah, exactly. Ymetra, though, been with Northwood for quite some time. Maybe people don't remember this, but spent some time playing behind Lep. Still, though, figured a lot of things out in the course of that time, and Lep obviously went a different direction, played with Houston. So, obviously, big congratulations to Lep. But Ymetra kind of filled in and has done a phenomenal job. I mean, genuinely has just kind of assimilated into this system so well, and works out for Northwood big time because they needed a player to kind of fill in for Lep. Those were big shoes to fill, and he's done it quite well. And now, yet again, Northwood playing this Sigma and still looking for those picks, and they keep finding them here, Dor. I mean, this is huge for Northwood.
Yeah, for me, again, it comes back to the double sniper, which has been kind of an adaptation we've seen throughout this collegiate bracket, right? Because we saw it come out from ISU as well, and it just looks beyond annoying to go up against, especially for UC Irvine that doesn't have a tank to hide behind.
Yeah, that's, I think, probably the difficulty with UCI's composition, right? Is the fact that you are still contending with Boat and Dynasty, like we talked about before the match, but you don't really have that protection that, you know, one of those shield tanks or maybe in a more aggressive tank.
Oh my God, I was worried, bro.
It might not be Boat and Dynasty. Maybe they just have to look out for Cowman to pick them, right? I mean, there's 3 dynamic pressures at play, right?
Yeah, and the rotation that they're taking around the point as well. Cowman staying up in the face of UC Irvine while Dynasty and Boat rotate around the far side of the point, completely out of range of the Hog and the Genji. Rabbinic Flux will come up. Doesn't catch much of anything as UC Irvine try to hard engage with the Kitsune Rush. Dynasty going down though as Northwood are losing their structure.
Looks like UC Irvine might be able to push them off here. Northwood looking to kind of hold their ground, and CJ finally gets Kitsune Rush online, and now Boat's investing as well. They're trying to turn this fight, and they might just do it.
This Overclock's chunking health bars down to half. It's not necessarily finding kills, but it's opening up kills for CJ, Ymetra, and Cowman to put in those final blows. Oh, whoa, a commitment. Holy cow, Otters? We're going for this. All right, 3v3, 3v4, I think, in favor of Northwood University. They've got a sound barrier of their own when things do get dire, but in the meantime, the point has flipped for UCI. A sound barrier engaged now, as I believe Cowman is just about to come back. Northwood would like to reclaim that space on point, and they'll do exactly that.
Still, though, an opening left there for UC Irvine as kills continue to go both directions, and I think UC Irvine are just happy now at this stage to just try to take some more points onto the scoreboard. That's exactly what they're trying to accomplish here. Really just trying to forgo this split from happening. Finally it does, though. But look at the damage caused by UC Irvine. They've pulled a ton of economy away from Northwood. They've kind of evened the score line a little bit. And now if they can just get together and get a good reset going, they'll be in a good spot to get back into this. But that's the struggle against Northwood. Yeah, they will not let you do that at all.
Oh, and they pick up Supreme on the backside. It's a lot of ultimate charge that just went their way. In fact, all of that advantage that they built up off of that really clever sound barrier from Otters. Yeah, I think it's just gone, unfortunately.
I think that's the struggle with Northwood, is because even when you do think you're getting an advantage, Northwood will just take that away from you. Just kind of pull the rug out from underneath your feet. And that's kind of what they just did. However, still, Zune Rush ready for Supreme, and I imagine they're going to want to use this in conjunction with Psy. Try to see if they can get something done with a quick blade. There they go. First one's out.
She's out either way. Supreme's down. Do they commit? They do. Blade in the backline here for Psy. The Flux zones most of it away. I believe forces the dash out from the Genji so he can't close the gap onto the rest of the team with that blade. Cowman still holding the space strong against the Hog. Kinetic Grasp will be shut down by the hook, and Cowman falls. Now it's all up to the Roadhog, but he can't stay alive in the face of Dynasty's Hanzo, which just tears everyone limb from limb.
Dude, the anticipation that Dynasty has every time we see one of those peaks out from behind a corner, whether it be on the Lucio, whether it be on the Roadhog. Roadhog probably a little bit easier, obviously. I mean, you can see him on both sides of that LOS. He's just that big. But Dynasty just proving what he's capable of. And, you know, this is just why Northwood has been so solid, because every single aspect of what they bring to the table is top-notch. And clearly UCI struggling with it to a degree, but there were some moments there that I think they can kind of look back at and say, okay, as long as we can kind of do this more frequently, there might be a shot here.
Yeah, the sound barrier was a really, really good idea to try and hold on to the point. Unfortunately, like we saw, Boat and Dynasty, as they have many times in this tournament, have bailed Northwood out of really unfortunate ultimate circumstances. Because we've seen Northwood fall into those a couple of times. We have to include him
in that mix now.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, the Fluxed as well. I'm noticing we've been kind of criticizing them because the Flux has been used against the Kitsune Rush time and time and time again from Cowman. It's somewhat hit or miss. It's very hard to land, first and foremost, just because of the bonus speed that your opponents get while taking that Kitsune Rush. But even when he's missing it, we saw in that final fight up against the Blade that despite missing it, forced the dash out of the blade, pushed the Genji away from the team. It still, in reality, did shut down the ultimate.
Yeah, it pulled side just far enough off to the side that he wasn't able to get value, and part of that also was because they knew that they couldn't rely on the Suzu because Supreme died at the beginning of that fight as soon as they expended the Kitsune Rush to begin with. So that already was a 4v5 that they weren't in favor with, and then the Flux comes out, and it's like, okay, if I get hit by this Flux, I'm dead. There's no value to be gained. So maybe I just go off to the side and see if I can turn this fight back around later. Unfortunately, with the Genji, once you invest that dash and you don't get a reset, that blade is very tough to get value from, especially with all the speed that is in the mix right now. Of course, Lucio's there, but then also the Kitsune Rush from the other side could be thrown out. So very difficult, I would have to say. But that's just one map. Of course, we're going to go into a map number 2, and one of the maps that we often see here is King's Row. And this is where I think Northwood, I mean, traditionally, you would see a tremendous amount of success here with Cowman in the tank role. But interestingly, they had their best performance on this map yesterday.
Oh, come on. No,
was on DPS. I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, it was honestly a fantastic game. That was another one of those situations, though, where we saw Boat really bail them out of a tricky ultimate situation that could have made that map go very differently than it did. So I'll give some credit. Obviously, like, Cowman's Reaper was pretty formidable amongst Reapers, but I think that's what's breaking out today.
Ymetra's probably in comms right now saying, guys, maybe, I mean, it worked. You know what I mean? Why aren't we setting things in motion right now? Why aren't we doing some little swaps? You know what I'm saying?
It's funny, when we interviewed Ymetra, it seemed like for all of the Ymetra was the only one playing like normal heroes on this team yesterday. Yeah, it seemed to be defending.
I think it was him and Boat, right?
Yeah. Well, Boat brought out a few things at the end, but either way, Ymetra seemed like the biggest defender of the weird compositions that they were playing. Ymetra was sitting there like rubbing Cowman's shoulders in between the rounds, telling him to like go get him again on the Reaper. And like, you can't argue with results, but it doesn't seem likely that it comes out today. And honestly, for a lot of teams, King's Row has been kind of the idea of counter pick up against Northwood. And I say that with some big air quotes because most of the time what happens is teams play up against Seasons in the tank role on the first map. And then they realize, oh, okay, you lose because it's Northwood. And then you're like, okay, let's get this guy off the Winston. Let's not play against Seasons. So you pick King's Row and then you'll go up against Cowman. And then you realize, okay, we just don't have a chance. This time, though, they went up against Cowman in the first. And then they picked the map that Cowman's most likely to be playing on for Northwood's second, which I think is pretty interesting. I think it's taking away the idea of counterpick. I think this is just comfort, which for King's Row is unsurprising, but up against Northwood, I think there is some depth there in the map pick.
Yeah, King's Row might be one of those top maps that get scrimmed at this point because so many teams tend to favor that out of comfort, especially in this meta right now because a lot of teams were playing things like that Winston composition originally, and then maybe a few swapped over to the Roadhog. It's still a decent composition there to counteract that kind of stuff. So it is a map that we expect to see quite often here today. Obviously, the first of 3 matches, we're already hitting on it. But even still, I think part of this could come down to the fact that, you know, if Cowman is in the roster, in the lineup, locked in, ready to go, you do expect to still see maybe some Sigma here. I mean, it wouldn't be a surprise. We've seen it before, so why not? And I think some of the degree of confidence that teams have against Northwood is that they feel like they can be the team that actually cracks Northwood's ability to hold space. Obviously, with this composition that Northwood plays on defense, if they pull this out, I think a lot of teams feel like they can actually, and I think it might be a little bit of a false confidence to some degree because teams haven't been super successful, but that they can actually push that space against Northwood's composition, where obviously Northwood is attempting to really hold teams down and lock them down, go for picks as they rotate towards them, and Northwood's been successful with that. UC Irvine might be the team to break that, we'll have to see, but either way, Northwood, they're holding things down on defense. They had a first point hold yesterday. I don't expect to see that here today. So they're looking for that again for sure.
Now without some more heroics from Boat and Dynasty, who again are on this double sniper composition that they look so good on. I just like the Hanzo in general, right? Regardless of whose hands it's in, but especially Dynasty and Vision. I think the meta's at a point where you can just throw those two on it and it's gonna find value. The Hog pushing forward now though as Zai catches a rock to the mouth. And unfortunately, that's not particularly healthy. Otter's next to go as he falls to the railgun of Boat, and you see Irvine's first attack is going to be deflected pretty handily by Northwood.
All comes down to Cowman, Boat, Dynasty, even CJ and Ymetra getting involved with the spam pressure. Remember, CJ can do 120 damage with those little knives that go out. They're hard to see, but they pack a punch.
And CJ especially has some of the highest accuracy rate we've seen with the kunai on practically any Kiriko right now. Boat pushing in though, catches out Romani, and again that spam damage just too much. It's kind of unfair. Like, I don't know if you've watched like good like top level Hanzos. You're hitting like 50% shots, maybe like 40 on a slower round kind of thing. Dynasty, I don't know what this guy's accuracy is. It's got to be something stupid.
Definitely makes it a lot easier when they don't have to contend with a shield. So anything that's kind of out of player is going to get some value.
Ooh, Romani walks through the shield, catches Cowman. X-Call's out of the fight though, and this is not easy for UCI to see through necessarily, especially if Dynasty has this control of Hotel like this. The range damage to take him down just isn't there. The hook is though. Now Dynasty out, Boat gone with him. Since recontestable, there's going to be 2 supports and a tank before this point flips over. Is there? Cowman might be a touch late. I think we give it up. I think we just hold choke, and Northwood's going to be okay with that.
Yeah, I think that with the chokehold, you certainly still get some value. Definitely want to make sure that everybody gets that short spawn and you don't give anything too crazy up. And that's exactly what they're going to look to do here as Dynasty's looking for a pick of his own. But they have to be careful because XCal still something to worry about, in my opinion, here. And Sai, it's all going to come down to mitigation. He becomes the person that's trying to block these picks from happening instead of the tank, because they, of course, are still sporting that Roadhog looking for picks of their own.
Yeah, it's difficult and very tricky because you're putting pick comp up against pick comp, and a lot of time. What? How did you get there? What? Okay. I'm a little confused about that one, but Flux is going to be a no-brainer here for Cowman. He spots all the players. Unfortunately, his sound barrier keeps them alive, and the whole log sees them through to the kill on Cowman. The health bar still not solidified here. UC Irvine are bleeding in the water, and Northwood are sharks circling them. They spot an opportunity. Ymetra commits the sound barrier, and now they just have to be able to finish off on it, but they can't in the face of Romani, who's a one-man army right now. A third hook on a Boat, not quite.
Boat almost finished the job there too, but Take a Breather was up just in time to save him. I think Boat actually got killed there.
Oh wow, that's tragic. That's rough, man.
Missed grapple. I can do that. You know what I mean? You gotta do everything else XCal is doing, all the good things, but you know, that's fine. UC Irvine, though, stepping up. They're playing this off angle. This could help them big time as long as they lock things down before Dynasty realizes that they're over there, and of course, Dynasty knows now.
I gotta hand one thing off to Romani here. The shield dancing from this hog has been ridiculous. The hooks just continuously land onto Cowman, despite his best attempts to block them. Another hook with the help from the cooldown reduction of the Kiriko's ultimate. It seems like a pretty clear and cut fight thus far from UC Irvine. Both Dynasty are still playing Overwatch, and that does make you worry just a little bit. Dynasty's doing everything in his power to shut this push down, but without a tank to contest at the end of B here, it's gonna be a 4-minute, very healthy time bank heading into C for Irvine.
And what's it been? I mean, 5-6 minutes maybe since we had that brief little discussion about tanks. You know, just how much value they can provide in this meta, especially when we see things like Hog picked. Romani is having a tremendous impact in this match. I mean, we've seen teams do this before, but it's still, I mean, Boat continues to find these openings, giving them these early 5v4 leads.
Being pressed out though are UC Irvine. XCal has that long range that you have to respect on the Widowmaker. But Dynasty swapping over to the Reaper, I think is a pretty good call here. Cowman's gonna get hit, but certainly not go down in a situation like this. But the shift is focused for the DPS from finding picks on that backline to making that hog respect Cowman a little bit more, because we've seen Romani just be getting up in Cowman's face so often now, and I think Northwood are kind of tired of that.
I can recognize why that may be the case, you know. I think I would do the same, but... Oh, found another one. Suzu invested, though, already from UC Irvine. Romani has to be careful here.
Romani extended very far, and the Suzu from CJ is as good as you expect the Suzu from CJ to be. Let's be real with ourselves. It was absolutely perfect in keeping Boat alive. Northwood will lose a DPS on the back end, but it's not going to matter.
Sai on this Genji, looking to kind of... I mean, really trying to step up and try to provide some of that space control that Romani is obviously stepping up creating space, but very difficult to hold things down. And CJ would have liked the headshot there, but nonetheless, there's the investment.
Zuzu, Kitsune Rush, yet again. The hook lands again on the Cowman, who just cannot escape the clutches of Romani, quite frankly. A sound barrier for UC Irvine to secure things. Death Blossom to the backline from Northwood, following that sound barrier as the shields wear off, taking down a bit of the health with it, but UC Irvine stand tall. Their tank still upright. Romani now steps in front of the team with Cowman no longer in his way. Is going to connect that next hook, but the picks rain in for Northwood. The mechanical skill undeniable from CJ as he teleports out of the backline of UC Irvine, having already claimed 2 souls.
That is huge. And I mean, obviously we went into this matchup, we talked about how CJ is the player that you have to pay attention to. Probably one of the best players in Collegiate right now, I would have to say. I think that's very fair. Most people would agree with that. Probably everybody would agree with that. Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. That's why we say those things, is the play that CJ just made. That's a regular occurrence in a lot of cases.
Both this time, not Suzu quite in time. UC Irvine here push forward off the back of that pick pretty handily as well, with the shot from Excal and a blade out of Psy rather. Clean fight, very cheap as well.
That's exactly what UC Irvine needed desperately in that moment, and luckily for them as well, they kind of reset economy a little bit, but the boat having that overclock, that's going to spell danger for UC Irvine. They need to get something going early on, and a kill on the Dynasty like that, that's what they need.
Dynasty down, Supreme solo, force the Suzu out onto the back line. Excal looking for an off angle. You're really looking at this Widowmaker to shut things down. The whole hug keeping them back for the time being is Romani again, pushing everyone off the point, forcing a take through for UC Irvine. Ultimate economy reset was big for them. They beat them to the first couple. At the end of the day, it's again that tank pressure that's mattering so much. Cowman is struggling to contend with Romani, who is just up in his business 24/7. Northwood, once they swapped off that Reaper as well onto the Dynasty Widowmaker, there really wasn't much keeping Romani at bay.
A little bit of this also comes down to composition and the style that we see both of these teams actually kind of possessing, and in that Northwood obviously wants to keep UC Irvine at bay. They want to keep them at arm's length, or ideally even further than that. But once UC Irvine actually takes that space and gets in Northwood's face, and Psy's there as well, whether it be on the Mei or the Genji or anything else for that matter, UC Irvine has a great shot at being able to actually do some damage at that proximity. And that's exactly what they did a few times there. Northwood just couldn't get those picks, or even when they did, we even saw players like Excal able to turn those fights and take what was a 4v5 disadvantage and make it at least 4v4, where the Roadhog, I think, becomes even better.
Oh yeah, I mean, once the numbers go down, those hog picks become more important.
You can't burst them anymore.
Exactly, and denying that hog falls on a few things, right? Like, Boat and Dynasty have been clearly putting a lot of focus on those picks on the back line. I think a little bit of that damage shifting over towards the hog, which the Reaper pick will do, is going to help them out a lot. And on top of that, the booster Mitra to support Cowman need to be looking towards that hog to make sure he can keep him away and out of meat shot distance.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a big thing too, just kind of gapping that they try to put in onto Romani, and they're going to go ahead, work their way around. They can actually work this back choke. Oh, great hook though from Romani. Cowman needs a little bit of some stabilization. They're going to work their way around this edge, and with that wall down, that's a big door open.
The hook on the Cowman, but this time you see Dynasty in the face of Romani, forcing that Roadhog to respect them. Meat shot after meat shot out of this Reaper, as well as the health bars crumble to the ground for UC Irvine. None of them are going to be able to stay at 100% HP, much less alive.
I think Northwood are just so happy with the timing of that wall, because it doesn't create any isolation that UC Irvine can play off of. It doesn't really allow this big reset that UC Irvine needed. Just kind of stalled things out, gave even more time for CJ and Ymetro to just kind of stabilize the rest of Northwood, because remember, they were the ones on the back foot to a degree there once we saw that great hook come in from Romani. So timing kind of worked out for Northwood. If Dynasty can get away here, which obviously is going to be the case with CJ teleporting up there, Northwood are in a good spot to maybe carry some momentum. Oh, this is a great wall, though. This is a great wall.
You're just dead. Again, all the focus going on to Cowman. You have to feel like UC Irvine really came into not just this map, but the series with the plan of targeting at that tank player.
The crazy thing is, though, is that when you see fights like that and you look at the rest of the engagement that's still occurring, you can see the confidence that Dynasty has to just clean things up.
They just walked in. Cowman's on a Reinhardt, but disregard that. This Reaper's actually the one popping off. We have been seeing this Reinhardt fairly often, and somehow through Contenders and Collegiate, it's always when I'm on broadcast. I'm not going to complain about that. Cowman's going in, and he's not stopping anytime soon. A lot of ultimate charge to be gained off the back of that Roadhog that he'd love to farm up to a Shatter, and there's nothing to get in its way unless Sai can hit that reaction wall.
This is just such a good composition to kind of rush and brawl with now that UC Irvine, you know, they wanted to do that before. This changes the dynamic completely about how UC Irvine is expecting to play these fights now that we do see that swap from Cowman, and Dynasty, of course, sticking to that Reaper.
A baker's dozen's worth of ultimates up online, but it's the Shadow that lands first. The Sound Barrier here is going to be just enough to secure this for Northwood. Northwood would love to win this without having to commit too much more. They won't need to. Just the DPS remains standing here for UC Irvine. Just got to be careful. It's gonna be we don't want this to end now. We would like this to end in a couple seconds if we're Northwood. Excal dropped low and zoned away. Ymetra fears nothing. Okay. Goes in with the Kitsune Rush and just walks right on out. You have to feel like that Kitsune Rush didn't get the value that Northwood were looking for, though, as it didn't result in any picks. Cowman gets back late, and maybe it did sustain him just long enough for that tank to get here, but it's still only 5v5s. Both teams invested every single ultimate into the last fight. We're working with elbow grease the old-fashioned way right about now as Reinhardt is in and looks pissed. Dynasty trying to make that space for him, keep that Mei off his back as long as he can. Cowman chunking away the health bar, 75 HP at a time, but none of them fall. The wall comes up again to isolate them. The Shatter lands onto 3, and with Romani pushed back from the damage of Dynasty, Boat's able to clean everything up with a disruptor shot.
And I wouldn't be surprised that even though Boat is all over the kill feed there, I wouldn't be surprised if Cowman was the most damage dealt, or had the most damage dealt in that last fight. Just cleaving onto multiple targets, got a big Earth Shatter there. One of them was a crit, had an Earth Shatter in just the previous fight. And you talk about momentum, well, Northwood have tons of it. They just need to build up some of these ultimates because pretty quickly, okay, well, they have the 5v4 again.
Oh boy, it only gets worse too. Boat's coming up on that overclock. Sai racing towards the Blizzard. But in the meantime, because they've won this fight, Northwood are going to have the Kitsune Rush to respond and a Sound Barrier.
That might be exactly what they need to get the job done here. Northwood just biding their time, allowing UC Irvine to step up. There's the wall. Ooh, no, Cowman almost caught him.
He almost got him. The hook's going to put him in a very uncomfortable spot as well. Sound Barrier from Northwood. They're investing big time into this fight. It's go time for Boat as he pops the overclock, looking to find that difference, but without the tank, this is so difficult. CJ gets in, finds Sai yet again. The DPS, an honorary DPS that is CJ at this point. Find the win. Sans take, Sans Cowman. No big man required. They've done it again. They do this every time. CJ, Dynasty Boat. It's something about him, man. They cannot miss heads.
It's confidence. That's the key. That is the key that kind of differentiates these top players mechanically, which Excal and Sai absolutely are. But the fact that Boat and Dynasty in particular, because I know Dynasty quite well at this stage, met him in person, great guy, known him for quite some time, casting him for years now. Dynasty is one of those players where even if he's 1v3, 1v4, he has the confidence in himself where he's telling his team and he's inspiring them as well. And I think Northwood kind of love this about him at times, that he's telling them, this is winnable. Just trust me. Let's go. Let's push forward. Let's try to turn this fight back around and let's get the win. And I think a lot of that, I would fully expect that if we listen to the comms of that fight, Dynasty is screaming in his mic, this is winnable. Let's get this. Boat's investing off the back of that. CJ's saying, okay, you know what? I'm going to go in and see what I can get done then. Might as well. And Northwood got the value out of it. But I think a lot of that comes down to confidence. We talk about Tree and Contenders with the same degree of confidence I think Dynasty has here, especially in Collegiate scene. Dynasty just keeps showing that off.
They're looking good. They're staying on the Reinhardt for the 1 minute hold up against UC Irvine. UC Irvine coming out with a composition I think that is going to double down on the Reinhardt. We're increasing the damage effectively tenfold by putting this Junkrat in and Zenyatta. Discord, Junkrat, and Sojourn. Cowman is not going to be having fun. Like, this is Shield Simulator, and just pray you can keep yourself alive for Boat and Dynasty to find some value to isolate those targets. They do stop the hook. They push out for the rush. It's into Sai's welcoming arms, though, as the mine finds one, and Junkrat small hallway. I mean, we've all been there before. Fortunately, this one's on a pretty big stage.
Oh, this is bad news for Calman, just in a corner. Oh, and
oh god!
Yeah, this is a tough time.
This is just the anti-Reinhardt having fun comp. It is winnable. It's playable. It's extremely difficult though for Calman. This is absolutely a test of the tank player, and on a tank that he's not particularly well known for playing at. That Calman still is alive though. As the shield falls, there's nothing to stand in between him, the Mines, and the kunai of Otters.
That's huge. UC Irvine knew exactly what they needed to do if Northwood was going to play that composition. They stuck to their concept of what was going to get them the most value, and it paid off big time. Now Northwood, of course, with Dynasty on the Genji, they're still sticking to this rush. They know that they have Earthshatter coming up pretty soon, and if they can get around to this bookshot corner quickly, they'll be in a decent spot to actually just kind of take some space away from UCI without taking too much pressure from Xcal, Psy, and Supreme, and even Otters and Romani. Why not just go throw in everybody, right?
You do need to find Psy here at some point. Figure out where that Junkrat is, because the tire's going to come out from a very unfortunate angle if they're not careful. There's the rip tire. Romani with the whole hog finds a second. Another win for UC Irvine on the board. And even despite that 3-minute time bank of Northwood, this distance is starting to get scary.
Especially when you consider that Northwood, being on this particular composition, they kind of need Kitsune Rush. That's an ultimate that they kind of have to have. And now UC Irvine pulled that out from CJ. They have Otter's Kitsune Rush already. They have Transcendence as well. They have some damage that they can throw in from Xcal. I mean, so this is Northwood. They're a great team. I think ultimate advantage clearly in favor of UC Irvine.
For Northwood, this is when you call Bode up. Bode has bailed them out of these situations a million times, and it sounds like a lot to ask for one more, and oh god, it's going to take a miracle now. Calman's gone. Kitsune Rush out. No chance of a point B hold here. UC Irvine set the speed run here into point C.
And remember, this is off the back of what was a minute time bank, because they had just a little bit of time left. They got even some extra, given the fact that Northwood finished with over, but they've taken this and with an OT push have capped 2 points total and are going to, I mean, they're looking to finish the entire map. They still have Transcendence here.
That hook nearly connected onto Calman. It literally would have been the map right there. Xcal taking down his partner in both though before he can even think about popping the overclock. Trance to counter the Blade. How does Northwood even think about getting in? Calman swapped over to the Sigma. They know Dynasty's back here somewhere on the Genji. Maybe they don't. Supreme did not seem to get the memo on that one. Never mind. Dynasty takes him down, but it's 1 for 4 in favor of UC Irvine.
I still think, though, that could have provided an opening. Supreme has to come back on something very fast, and it's going to be the Lucio that they go ahead and go with. But both, it's time for both things.
It's a sound barrier just to get Boat and CJ in. And honestly, if I had to put my money on anybody to get picks, it's probably those two. Calman in to solidify the point. Overtime will burn down. Northwood not happy about it, though.
Yeah, you have to, I mean, come on, the damage is done. The damage is absolutely done. What felt like a done and dusted map and looked like Northwood was going to go ahead and take it 2-0, moving into a map number 3. I mean, UCI came out and really just laid it down, lead foot on the gas pedal, and just ran Northwood over. That's what happened. We don't have to sugarcoat it. They ran Northwood over.
And honestly, you look at strategy, and it's been nothing but focus on the tanks for both teams. Initially it was UC Irvine laying down the gauntlet, focusing down Calman Romani, and then Northwood like, okay, we're gonna match that. We put the Reaper in on Dynasty. They forcing down Romani even quicker. The Reinhardt comes back out and they say, you know what? We're going nuclear. I might as well be Phil Swift. We're throwing in the Junkrat because that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and I think Northwood were kind of caught off guard. I think we were caught off guard as well. I mean, UC Irvine really just leaning into that, and you can see that they're actually sticking with this, which I think is super interesting, because if I'm UC Irvine, I would expect, given the distance that we got, we're not going to get caught off guard by that Ryan composition again, right? I think it's far more likely that Northwood just come out with that double long range composition that we saw them start the map off with, and that's exactly, in fact, what Northwood is going to go with here. So you have to wonder, okay, what kind of value is that Junkrat going to get now? I mean, are you really going to be able to get that type of consistent pressure that you saw earlier in Dynasty with the pick? Definitely making it harder.
That's the opener they were looking for. Hog looking around the back line for some sort of pick. Symmetra doing a great job of booping away as it lands. Suzu keeping alive for a little bit longer. Yeah, Calman's not letting you get away from this one. Even if the Roadhog gets out, rest of the team not so likely to. Junkrat will take one soul with them, but it is but a dead man's hand for Psy.
Yeah, and you saw as well, Supreme just couldn't really even get involved in that fight. I mean, Dynasty just completely held that Zenyatta outside the choke after getting... I mean, now this is the second time that he's got that pick onto xCal. xCal also hasn't even been able to play so far in this defense, and all of that comes down to Dynasty just playing the Hanzo, as I believe he just got killed as well. So...
maybe a bit too big for his britches on that final peek into the Hog, but... Not too big of a deal.
Yeah,
they will be able to get back.
In fact, he did indeed.
Saw him get hooked
at the very end, but
they need one more pick out of Boat and Dynasty if they really want to get through this. Again, it does have to be a pick because of the nature of the composition. That's really just how you get your kills. Calman pushing forward, they'll put the pressure on Romani. The mine's out. Romani trying to play that aggressive game yet again, but the focus from Northwood University, this time not so much on the picks. They recognize when Romani's overextending and punish the tank for doing so. I love this shift in strategy.
Yeah, big time. I mean, Northwood, I'm surprised they didn't do this a little bit earlier, but now that they've settled in this, as another thing that we have to recognize here, Dor, is the fact that Northwood still has to turn their time bank into basically a full cap. So that's still asking a lot. You're not getting that extra credit for capping these objectives anymore. So what they have now with 145-ish here remaining somehow has to turn into basically the entire map. It has looked good across the first two fights, but you have to remain consistent because at any point UC Irvine turning the tides, that could close the door on the map win.
Moved up for either side. This is probably the most difficult fight for Northwood to find their way through. The Flux denies the Kitsune rush. It's perfectly timed and placed by Calman, but unfortunately the tire manages to sneak through. Northwood back off. They're going to use that time bank that they built up earlier and cash in for one fight.
Yeah, that's a smart move right there, I think, because you already know that UC Irvine already threw out two really, really high-value ultimates. The only thing that they know that they have to really kind of struggle through a little bit is Romani's and Supremes. Obviously, xCal could certainly be a factor, but I think they're hoping that they're just going to pick him before that even comes out.
Tie up on the high ground was a problem. The Suzu from CJ actually keeps him alive, and that was the most important part of that whole initial engagement. They still haven't won the fight, though. Dynasty's throwing in a dragon to cut off the disengage that UC Irvine wish they had. The tank's now separated away from the sports, and Calman smells them. He sees them out here on the side of very vulnerable Otters and Supreme, but you cannot overextend into this. They're going to back up. Sound barrier, look for that re-engage, so now they can safely push forward into the arms of UC Irvine to beat them out and take a point B.
And that's the confidence I'm talking about yet again. I mean, how many times do you see a Hanzo actually being the tip of the spear, diving forward and looking for that just aggressive dive flank style of play, getting up into the face of the opposing team's DPS players and even past the Roadhog? That's what Dynasty does. He just has so much confidence in himself, but this is the big times. Northwood needs to win probably 2 fights here in overtime, and they can't drop control of the objective at all.
Oh, they don't for now. Dynasty's been unlocked as xCal goes down. Both traded for it, though, and that's a lot of damage now gone. That was normally a threat to that Roadhog. Fortunately for Calman, he's got the Flux to take away half of that HP, and Northwood will continue forward.
And I think Northwood usually just so used to Boat kind of bailing them out. Oh, I like this.
Fine.
UC Irvine don't have a ton of time to make any swaps or adaptations, but if Boat can get there quickly enough and set up, then they're going to have a ton of pressure thrown at Romani, and Romani's going to really struggle to contest, and that's going to be exactly what Northwood are looking for.
Boatshin's back. This is a signature pick for this player. This is a signature pick for this team on this map. Calman hits the rock onto Romani. The Dragon zoned them out of the Kitsune rush. They held their ground through the whole Kiriko ultimate, and it's now Northwood's time to fight back the Bastion, now bolstered by a Kitsune rush of their own. Whole Hog is the only thing between them and getting to the end of this point, but Romani somehow managed to sneak all of the damage through the kinetic grasp of Calman. He can't eat it all, and UC Irvine will tie up the series 1-1.
A miracle stop for UCI, 1-1. I mean, how surprising to see that attack that they had, that round 3, incredible job from them to just establish that momentum early, and it gave them so much time to, so much opportunity even to turn that back around. Northwood looked like Northwood usually does in these attacks, but again, just so much value gained from UCI's own attack second time around in OT. There's just so much opportunity for them, so much.
And I think a lot of that goes to the phenomenal shot calling that they've had. This has been a game of adaptation. Northwood, I think, certainly are kind of steering the ship in terms of who's forcing who to do what. But UC Irvine is still surprising them with creative solutions to the problems that Northwood is offering. That Junkrat being the most namely of which got them so much value in that final push and made Cowman just likely not want to play Overwatch for the next couple days.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what we've seen so far in these tournaments, I mean, if you even kind of pack this in with the exact same stuff that we've been looking at in NA and EMEA as well for contenders, I mean, I think the only hero that we haven't seen at this stage is Moira, and I'm sure it's been played somewhere. It's just not been on broadcast that I'm aware of. But I mean, to see the Junkrat come out and to not just see that it's, you know, one of those picks where it's like, okay, we're just going to do something silly, because we have seen some of that in this tournament. To see it have just the effect that it did, where, I mean, to a large degree, I think you could say that that lent to their ability to take this map, that Junkrat pick, and how crazy it is that we're saying that now in the top 4 of Collegiate Homecoming.
I mean, the Reinhardt pick has been becoming more and more prevalent, not necessarily in a meta way, but more in a counter pick kind of way. We're seeing teams find success with it. We're seeing those counters really come out. We're seeing why Reinhardt can struggle up against the high damage compositions that Overwatch 2 can offer between the Hanzo, the Junkrat, the Sojourn. Once those shots start raining in, once the shield starts going down, it can be a rough time. That being said, we've got the series all tied up 1-1 with an incredible win from UCI on map 2. We've got a barn burner ahead of us, and we're going to grab some water, send you guys to a break while we prep for map 3. 3 kills! Holy Lord, in the blink of an eye!
Oh, the sleeper Mondraku! What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts vision in the dark, returns to sender! They can't get away, the damage is inevitable!
But the rampage from Benbest, this man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar!
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach, but he's still able to eclipse the distance! He's getting free! They'll be able to tap, don't have a
What a sleep dart!
There it is, just signaling to Oh my god.
You're just not getting a solid selection there. And when they find it.
Come on! If you're enjoying the high energy, high octane, high level of Overwatch that we're seeing today, be sure to hit that subscribe button because the Overwatch Contenders Pacific Showdown is going down from December 12th through December 22nd. It is the first time we've seen interregional play in quite a while. You guys aren't going to want to miss it.
And of course, welcome back as well. Homecoming, it's been heating up already, starting things off 1-1 in what was probably the best map that I've witnessed so far in Homecoming. I know there's already been some heaters on displays throughout this tournament, but that was probably my favorite map so far. And we're moving on to a map number 3 here, Dor.
I mean, I think they went the most distance that you reasonably can in a game of Overwatch that close. Now, it's going to continue to push some distance. We're going to Circuit Royale to continue things, which is a map that we haven't really seen out of Northwood, and that's due in large part to the fact that they usually win King's Row.
Yeah,
the surprise there.
They win King's Row, and teams don't like taking them to a map where they know full well that Cowman is just going to be playing and having tons of space with the Sigma, and of course you can enable Boat and Dynasty with the exact same kind of stuff that we've been seeing from them all series long.
Yeah, but now the difficulty is on that Circuit Royale. It's a lot harder to get that hog in. Like, that guy's got some meters to cover before he's up in the Sigma's face, and the legs are pretty short and stubby, so I'm curious to see how exactly UC Irvine want to tackle this, because it is certainly a difficult problem, and not one that any real teams have faced before. I think with how much we've had Northwood on broadcast, how much is already known about the Northwood players, it can be to some degree not easy, but still doable to watch the VODs, to see what they're doing, to try and counter-strat them like they did on King's Row. The VODs just aren't there right now for Circuit Royale, I would imagine. And so trying to play into them is going to be in large part, with help from their gut feeling, with large part to their game sense and understanding of how to counter these compositions dependent on the map.
Yeah, and UCI are going to be making a swap to see if they can kind of figure that out, at least that way. This is definitely one way to get that done. We saw some success already from their tank line. Well, now it's going to be a little bit of a different look. They've brought in Light instead, and we already know Light has a long history, of course, but it's something different here. And I think what that's going to provide, at least in my mind, is going to be the mirror with the Sigma. Light, known for playing things like Zarya, like Sigma, a lot of these off tanks, and although we did see a lot of success from Romani on the Roadhog, so much more difficult on this map, as you already mentioned, to try to get value with that. So I think matching this is probably UCI's best bet, but matching into Northwood at what they do best, that's a tough one, I would have to say. Just to kind of keep things as easy as possible, that's tough.
Yeah, and on top of that, I respect the confidence from UC Irvine, because look, you managed to match Cowman with one of your tank players. To bet on both of your tank players being able to match somebody like Cowman is certainly a tall order, but I think you kind of have to go for it.
Compositionally, Cowman's pick, right?
Yeah. On Circuit Royale, no less. Like, this is kind of everything pointing towards Northwood, but I suppose the last map was as well, right? We expected similar things. Granted, this leans even further in that direction, but UC Irvine has surprised us once already, so I'm not going to write him out.
I don't think we ever can at this stage, because, I mean, we opened the broadcast up talking about just how many surprises we've seen. And while the Final Four wasn't a surprise, I mean, it's the exact same Final Four as last Homecoming, except for obviously Bay State. Those players are now on Fisher instead, but it's basically the same team.
Same team.
Yeah. But other than that, like, everything else has been a surprise. We've seen great performances from some teams that were extremely underrated going into this tournament. And I think that a lot of those teams have every right to just be kind of laughing at everyone who had them rated so low. They have every right.
Well, I think one of the big things, we talked about it throughout all the broadcast, is just like, yes, Northwood's incredible, but they don't really scrim together. And I think the further we go into the collegiate scene for Overwatch,
they're all on, right?
Exactly. And so the further we go into collegiate Overwatch, the more we see these collegiate Overwatch teams pushing the envelope, doing double scrim blocks 5 days a week, and getting really, really good together. I think that has been, for all of the individual credit that we've handed out on the side of UC Irvine, I think Romani deserving of a lot of that. It has been team play that's gotten them to this point, and their ability to change focus, to shift it across the entire roster of Northwood.
See Northwood going with a little bit of a shift here as well. Typically you see that double kind of flex support, Otter Supreme, that's what you're expecting to see. But CJ is back again here on the Kiriko, and Yimitra on the Mercy. So big investment into their DPS, and they've lost one.
They lost one. It looks not going to be too bad for them. Back up, take a time bank hit. You see Irvine have to be careful they don't overextend here. We've seen them do it before. Catch the wrong end of a railgun from Boat. Not this time. It's Boat overextending into the corner of Psy, and it's going to be another few seconds off the clock. Another few seconds. Yamitra goes down. Time's ticking.
That's both DPS that have gotten picked early in these fights. I mean, Yamitra fell there as well, obviously, but off the back of Dynasty falling, and then when he was coming back, Boat fell there as well. So XCal and Psy have done a great job of limiting Boat and Dynasty, and that's exactly what you need to do.
Oh, the headshot on Cal, man.
That's huge. They continue to do it.
Didn't
around the corner at all.
In large part, yeah, like you said, due to these DPS. Boat and Dynasty, they've had the space, they just haven't hit the shots. They've been out-dueled, simple as that.
Which is crazy to say, given what we've already seen from Boat and Dynasty and the ceilings that they have, that Northwood is just held up on this corner because they can't find a way in. UC Irvine just keeps shutting them out.
Rock will connect. Cowman looking to move forward, and finally, XCal is taken down. A bit of the pressure removed. With all this time, they've built up ultimates. UC Irvine have tools to fight back into this. The Flux comes out. Boat goes down. Following will be Dynasty. No more DPS to fight their way out of this one. Northwood set back to spawn despite the first pick.
And look at this, too. Northwood, the team that we expected to win Kings Row, the team that we expect to win Circuit Royale, now down to 2 minutes on their time bank. Half of their time bank is gone, and they can't round the first corner. UC Irvine has them strapped up.
How do you break this? Both run an Amplification Matrix. UC Irvine holding on to a lot of tools. The dive into the back line here. That's really successful. Otters, XCal down. Transcendence from UC Irvine trying to scramble some semblance of sustaining back into this fight, but it's just not happening with the players that have already gone down.
It should be falling here as well. Northwood, they finally get the job done, but it should be noted that UC Irvine, given the position of that fight, the fact that they held down front corner, they still have a good shot at being able to make it back and contest before Northwood can actually cap A, which is good news because what that allows is UC Irvine to then pull out Northwood's ultimates. And if they're effective at this, could be huge, especially if they get an opening pick. It'll just pull so much value away from Northwood's economy.
Today rush, start things off for Northwood. No response from UC Irvine. They're going to try and flux away the Kitsune rush, a move that we've seen Cowman popularize as of late. Light is going to do the exact same thing, finding some value with it, but not enough to make space for Boat's blade. Instead, as Dynasty dies in the backline, he'll get taken down. Numbers advantage for Northwood University, though, as there's not enough health to touch the point. Light can do it for a little bit, but the Sigma is bound to fall.
That right there was just about mitigating the blade. Northwood getting out with those players alive still. I mean, Psy could have easily gotten those couple of kills and then completely shut Northwood out of a cap, and that could have been a full hold situation for UCI. And that would have been huge, but Northwood, again, just staying so composed despite overwhelming odds at times, right? But now, of course, you look at the economy, and things look a lot better now for Northwood University. They're going to have 4 ultimates here. The only thing that they won't have is Kitsune Rush, but Dynasty's going to go forward. You know he's going to expend this blade early.
An identification matrix that it's pretty quickly cut off in terms of sidelines by UC Irvine. Yamitra will just make space for the team. It does put it up towards final fight territory, though. On point B for Northwood. They'll engage with the Gravitic Flux. Go time is popped. Boat trying to capitalize on this, but shifts the focus over towards that Sigma, who's still very low. Light has not reset the health bars, but the focus is on the back line of UC Irvine. Northwood don't shift over to focusing down Light. This is something they've been doing the entire series, is kind of having those horse blinders on, looking for those backline picks when Light is directly in front of them. Low HP, no cooldowns.
Oh, diving in, looking for that kill. Oh, they do wind up getting it. Light just finishes the job, and UC Irvine finally staving off Northwood here again. I mean, they had a good start to that fight. Oh, Dynasty was trying to sneak. Good effort, but ultimately UC Irvine get what they were looking for here, and just about 90 seconds left for Northwood. They have definitely been held up a lot more than I think they even anticipated. You look at this next fight, and you're talking about Transcendence. You're talking about that blade coming out again for Psy. He was so close to being able to shut Northwood out of this map with the last one. Let's see if he can turn things back around this time around.
Tough position for the Widowmaker to play from. The Blade's going to look to make space for her. And it does. Ymetra down. The speed boost now no longer there for Northwood to really jump on top of Xcal with. Xcal's going to make it out alive. And with that, more damage rains in. Light holding the space up against Cowman as well, who just is struggling to find any healing, having already lost a player earlier on in that fight from the support line. 60 seconds on the clock. Northwood's back's against the wall. Don't think they can fight their way out of this, can they? What?
How did they manage that? Light.
That looked completely lost.
They were just shield dancing so well. Light looked so healthy, and those kills just came in at the perfect time. And now you look at this fight, and I think there's going to be a contest from side. They're going to force this. Light does make it back in time, but it's on the Doomfist.
Amplification Matrix is nice, but the Gravitic Flux from Cowman's just kind of free. You're going to catch a few players out in the choke, but you've already lost one. In the meantime, as Dynasty's down and out for the count, Cowman pushing forward with the rock, needs to find that backline pick. The sustain of Otters on this Baptiste just too much, but there's no one there to help. It's literally just Cowman running at the backline, and while Cowman's a threat, somehow Boat's more of one. Again, failing them out of a fight. Cowman gets separated away from the team, goes for the backline, tries for picks on his own. Nobody follows him. Cowman then dies. It looks completely lost. And then Boat, CJ, Ymetra bailed him out. Like, it is, at this point, just written in stone.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this is a little bit too close for comfort for a team like Northwood, who
Agreed.
I think went into this, and we already talked to Ymetra about it. They feel like they can win this tournament. They feel confident in that fact that they have a genuine good shot at being able to take out Redbirds, that is. And UCI, on the other hand, they're really making Northwood work for it to the extent that I genuinely believe that there's a possibility that UCI could take this map too.
We'll see Blade out in the back line. Dynasty looking to continue this. Just a minute on the clock, but that's more than enough to get this done for a team like Northwood in the right circumstance, but with an opener on the side now. As the fight still going down on coast. Cowman down, though. No tank for Northwood. Light is going to make their way back over to the cart. Unless some crazy damage comes out, I don't see it happening, but Boat is on the rampage. Another one for the Sojourners. It's up to Ymetra now to frag from the back, and I think he actually will be able to. He's putting Light in a really uncomfortable situation with the help of CJ and Dynasty again. Northwood just don't need the tank to win the fight. In fact, they might play better without him.
Which is crazy to say about Cowman especially.
Right?
It's weird that Boat and Dynasty have been heroes in a team that, I mean, is sporting some of the top players at each of their individual positions. And here we go. You see Irvine diving in, and they've got a Reinhardt too.
They've got a Reinhardt. The Kitsune Rush counter engage into the sound barrier engage just feels better. Dynasty's also backcapping. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Yurik, please.
He did it this time. He did it this time. How many times was he going to attempt that? It's like only a matter of time and circumstance before it actually happens. And it did.
That is one of those things, though. When you're playing up against a team like Northwood, you really have to be feeling yourself to win maps like this. And they're clearly feeling themselves. They're very excited for that final push. They're like, we're all going to go in with this sound barrier. Great plan. Dive the back line. And it takes Northwood, I think, with the experience that they have in these kind of positions, to be calm in that situation, recognize what's happening. The counter engage from CJ, solid. And then Dynasty, again, staying cool, sees through it all, just backcaps.
I do want to bring up that point again that we were talking about just before that fight kind of broke out. The fact that Northwood has these like heroic level plays, and we've seen it from everybody, even Ymetra on a
It's too often for comfort, you know?
That's the crazy thing, is that Northwood is to some degree relying on these heroics, which is crazy. And I think that maybe speaks to the fact that they obviously haven't been practicing a whole bunch together, but obviously, again, they also are fantastic players each individually. I think that's probably why we're seeing more of it from Northwood than we are some other teams, because some other teams can rely on some of their team synergy and some of the stuff that they've worked through together. Not to say that Northwood doesn't work well together, but, you know, clearly there's a deficit in practice here that I think we're noticing.
Yeah, and it has gotten UC Irvine through a lot of sticky situations, but let's be real, that didn't go how they wanted it to, Herix. The first point hold was phenomenal. Second point looked solid for a good while, but being able to push C with 60 seconds on the clock was Northwood in a really good position. This is a map that's already hard to finish at all, yet somehow Northwood managed to do it with very little time. Dynasty, though, gets caught out in the back line here for the first, and time bank for UCI to start things off does look pretty healthy.
Still crazy to think that what was almost a first point hold for UCI, we still saw Northwood complete the map. Granted, it wasn't overtime, but it's a completion nonetheless. And let's see what they can get done here. UC Irvine having no issues pushing through that first section of the map. It seems like they own this territory, which is good news should they be able to cap.
Ooh. Okay, Genji for Genji. Not too bad about that. Dash hits onto Psy, and following that up, Dynasty will fall. We're playing Overwatch 3, that is to say it's 4v4. As the rock comes out, lands onto Cowman. Health bar's low. Good sustain here from CJ. The Suzu saved for later on into the fight, something that UC Irvine don't have access to with this Bab Zen composition, but what they do have is a whole lot of poke damage, and Northwood University are feeling it, being forced further and further back by all this pressure. Now trying to use this long angle to win off the back of an Implication Matrix. The Critic Flux, though, will cancel out that ultimate as there's no Immortality field to keep the rest of this team alive. Boat, Dynasty fall. The health bars continue to topple like dominoes. UC Irvine are going to cap at point A.
Gonna get some kills at the end too. Those staggers could work out in their favor. But that is a big investment, as we did see Cowman. He's trying to turn this around and force Supreme's ult out. That is huge. This is still gonna go the way of UCI, though, I have to imagine, right?
It almost looked doable for a second there. It maybe if Cowman managed to keep himself alive for just a another half second longer, they're back. But why are UC Irvine so respectful of this?
I mean, they were still down super low, and Northwood still had a ton of sustain that was left there. Yeah, they didn't have Cowman, but they had everything else coming back. True. And it's a long walk back for UCI as well. That should be kind of noted at this stage. But the thing that I'm kind of wary of for UCI is that they don't have Transcendence here. And Dynasty and CJ could be extremely lethal in this coming fight.
Oh, they're known to be. Here's the thing, Northwood are going to wait. They're going to take their time. They're going to wait for UC Irvine to push just around this corner enough that they can pop that Kitsune rush, look to catch off Light, and they do. The health bars are low. Northwood aren't done. I'm fairly certain they want to keep this pressure on and keep them locked in here, but Boat and Dynasty are holding those DPS ultimates close to their chests. They know just how valuable they can be in the right hands, and these hands are certainly not left ones. Boat pops the overclock, X-Cal down, and he looks for more off the back end. It's going to be perfectly successful, as there's nothing in UC Irvine's pocket to stop this.
I wasn't anticipating the patience there as well from Dynasty. I kind of anticipated that he was going to go early and often with his ults like he usually does, but displayed a ton of patience, and now we're going to see this kind of weird 3-3 exact mirroring and economy despite a little bit different compositions now that Supreme is over onto the Lucio as well. UC Irvine, I think, really investing in this next fight. They know full well that they need to get Psy's Blade some extreme value for them to win. Obviously, Grab Flux could be a factor here as well. So Northwood, they're going to play the mitigation game. Can they push back UC Irvine with their Flux?
Avoiding back now, Northwood. Everything used here. Implication Matrix used to zone away the Flux at the time being. Cowman dropped low, though. The Blade from Psy gets into the backline. CJ with what looks to be an equalizer. A great Suzu out of CJ. He's got another. How many can this Kiriko actually get? Not enough, unfortunately, for Northwood, but certainly a lot of damage done as UC Irvine crest over A.
Great finish from UC Irvine, but Northwood just have done such a good job of mitigating. Obviously didn't mitigate the Blade in the last fight, but hey, they still have the Flux from Cowman. He died early, so he didn't get to use it, and he's going to throw this one out right away.
With his use, connects onto the back line. A lot of damage having been done. UC Irvine struggling to stabilize. The Baptiste will help them group up, but they just run through the Implication Matrix. It was a good attempt at stabilization, but it's not going to look particularly successful. This is 3 for 3, though. What's the stain look like? And also, is Boat still alive? No, not anymore. Psy takes him down, and no more chance of a clutch here for Northwood.
Yeah, it's funny. You always have to ask that question. You know, is Dynasty up? Is he sneaking something? Is Boat alive? Is he going to get 3 kills out of all of a sudden? Is CJ there? Is he going to cause some problems for UC Irvine? I mean, there's always those questions you have to ask as a fight seems won for UC Irvine. You still have to ask those questions. Now UC Irvine, they're going to go ahead and probably use their beat here to just stave off. Oh, they might not have even needed it.
I mean, the beat comes out anyways. Kitsune rush out for UC Irvine. Got the space they need. Psy takes down one. It's even trades about, but it's Cowman who stays up right. Light going down means there's no tank for UC Irvine to really group up around in this moment. You need X-Cal inside to be very clutch in these moments, but it's a lot of pressure to put on these players against the likes of Boat and Dynasty who dive right back in at them.
So crazy, though. I mean, Northwood, obviously UC Irvine are playing up to Northwood so well right now. But Northwood turned what looked like a fight that UC Irvine probably should have won off of that shift from the sound barrier, and Northwood just sustained through it. That's not something you see often the composure that Northwood has. It's crazy to see, but UC Irvine looking like they're going to turn the tides here. Unfortunately for them, they're going to be without Psy.
Yeah, and that's without the blade that got them through the last point as well. Something we have to keep in mind. Amplification Matrix still being built up here for Otters, so Excal's just got to throw these overclocks out as they are. Grid of Flux from Light did buy a lot of space and time, though, for UC Irvine. Space that they're going to use. Northwood willing to give this up until the very end of the point to allow their first spawn to get back on top of that. The sound barrier is going to be the re-engage tool for them. Yamitra pops it. Out come Northwood. Can UC Irvine survive this press is the question. Ow. It's boat going down. The sound barrier engage falls on deaf ears. UC Irvine simply do not care about the music this Lucio's playing. Yamitra down. Cowman to follow. A Blade of Dynasty looks like a wish, but maybe it'll be granted. Light out of the way, and the Immortality Field no longer an option for Otters. How are they going to contest this, though, without Cowman? Dynasty forced to touch the point. Boat as well. The health bar is simply not big enough, but Cowman's back on the Doomfist.
I don't know if this is going to be enough, though. Dynasty needed to kill Psy with that blade. Just kind of misinterpreted the distance.
CJ's got to find the pick here. It's so close. It's still alive. Cowman's still there as the tank. The longer this goes, the weirder it gets, and we're all along for the ride. Cowman punching a light into the wall. The rock doesn't manage to hit anything, but with Yamitra down 10% to that sound barrier, that would have stabilized Northwood. UC Irvine will cap B, but a lot of time just got ripped away.
I think that all came down to that blade. That one moment where Dynasty was going to be able to get that next kill onto Psy, and just kind of misjudged the distance that Psy was away, so wasn't able to get that slash dash combo into the Genji, and then get that reset, and then move over to the rest of those players that were still up for UCI. That was a huge moment for UCI, and I think they took advantage of it, and that's exactly what they need to do, things like that. And now, looking for picks, Excal has found a couple in the last couple of fights, and finds another.
Not only does he find a pick, he bailed out his teammate who was on the cart. That's huge. He denied one for Northwood as well. CJ's going to find Psy on the back end of this. We can't call these fights over until they actually are at this point in the series. But it does look pretty tied up in a bow here. UC Irvine, 30 seconds. One fight.
I think UC Irvine have all the tools they need, though, too, right? I mean, Excal was the only thing utilized his ult there that is in the last fight. So now Supreme's coming up on the sound barrier, which means they'll have everything other than Excal's ult. Northwood, on the other hand, yes, they'll have some answers, and they certainly have an advantage positionally and also with regards to the respawn locations, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. If UC Irvine comes out explosive, they're going to find those kills, and they're going to take this point as well.
Yamitra does not pop the sound barrier in response to the Flux, though, and that is a huge deal, because now they have it for the blade that comes out from Psy that allows Boat to hold their ground and push back out the Kitsune Rush. It's been a hard-fought map, ladies and gentlemen, but we're going into number 4 with match point for Northwood University.
That's a huge finish for Northwood. I think they needed that at this moment, right? Because it really started to feel like a few times like that Kings Row map that we just got through, where I started to ask myself, oh man, is UCI going to surprise us here today?
After that,
are they going to take this map too? Are they going to take that map? Or, you know what I mean? Like, you start wondering these things, and that's where the danger comes in, because you know UCI is feeling the exact same way. They're thinking to themselves, you know, I don't know what they thought going in, but hey, I know right now they're thinking, we can win this. I mean, we are so close on all of these maps, it feels like. We can definitely win this, and it looks that way as well. They're playing like it now.
Makes it that much more painful to actually be in this lower bracket, though, knowing that now one map could end your collegiate careers for this semester. Tough ask. See the back cap from Dynasty here that put UC Irvine out of their misery. And unfortunately, that was just enough to make sure it happened. You have to credit the Northwood. It's in those clutch moments, because they did it at both ends of the map, on both defense and the attacking side. On the attacking side, it was the back cap, and then on the defending side, it was the ability for Yamitra to actually hold on to that sound barrier despite the Flux coming out. It's that experience, it's that level of cool nerves that Northwood are bringing that are making the difference in those major moments.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to kind of just touch a little bit on the fact that we pretty often do these replay packages after maps, but this series, we've had crazy long replay packages after every map. There's just been that many insane plays on display from these two teams. And, you know, I know we talk a lot about how Collegiate has really stepped up in the last couple of years. And, you know, even now, I would say even more so than it was even 6 months ago. But these players, these teams, genuinely phenomenal. I mean, we're talking about contenders talent on both sides right now, and they're playing at their peak together here today.
And now the question is, it's not no longer on us. I love this part of the series. When it gets like this close, like the first map, okay, goes down. Second map, we see some counter-stratting, super cool from UC Irvine. We're going further down the rabbit hole in map number 3 as we would go into Circuit Royale. Map number 4, I've got no clue, man. This is where the seatbelts are on and we're just strapped in for the roller coaster ride. Because these teams have so much to offer, and I don't think we're done seeing new ideas quite yet, especially out of UC Irvine, who's really trying to come up with some smart solutions.
Yeah, if I'm UC Irvine, I'm wondering if they want to go tried and true, which would be Esperanza. I mean, that's where a lot of teams tend to go just out of their own comfort, just like we've seen some teams picking Kings Row for the same exact reasons. However, if I was a UCI and I was looking to counterpick, I think probably my best bet would be, interestingly enough, going to New Queen Street. I think some teams would probably look and say, okay, there's some elements to Coliseo that we like better, perhaps, and certainly they look a little bit more similar to the value that we got on Kings Row. Maybe we can force some of those kinds of things. But if I'm UCI, I'm going New Queen Street. I'm really taking advantage of the multiple angles, the different threats that I can have. And oh man, I'm not sure if they were listening. I don't think they could, but they're going NQS. We're going to Toronto.
That's interesting, because this wasn't my bet. I was in the Coliseo school of thought, like you were talking about, trying to force that more Kings Row-esque corridor style play. The thing that scares me about New Queen Street is that you're playing against Boat and Dynasty, and now CJ, who we have to add to that list of just overtime players. New Queen Street is certainly a map that is almost just perpetually in overtime, not even when it's just overtime, with how it swings back and forth and the pushes that you need to string together. You need long periods of sustained clutch, and that's something that we've seen time and time and time again out of this Northwood roster. But this is also just part of having the push map pick. You lost that first map, means that if it goes back and forth, you get the push map pick. You get 1 out of 3 picks, and so the diversity like isn't necessarily there to get your bell of the ball pick, counter pick into the opposing team. They're going with New Queen Street, like you said, could be comfort, could be that multiple angles. Either way, they're bringing Romani back in, very likely for that hog that was pushing around Calman earlier. Northwood staying with Calman in though, pretty notably, not swapping over to Seasons.
Yeah, I don't think that they should, and I think that this swap as well makes a lot of sense. While I know a lot of people may be surprised by the Coliseo versus New Queen Street stuff, this at least shouldn't be a surprise. What we expect in terms of compositions should not be a surprise. Romani going to be coming in onto that hog, and this is exactly what I was kind of getting into, is the fact that, yes, I think if anybody got into this and they were thinking, okay, Coliseo is what makes sense, I wouldn't hold that against them. Like, I don't hold that against you at all. I think that there's a lot of logic behind going to Coliseo. However, the reason why I'm thinking New Queen Street, and why I said that this is probably, you know, a little bit of a hot take, at least to a degree, is because of the effect that Romani can have on the Roadhog. And I think that's predominantly what I'm thinking about going into this matchup, where again, you know full well that Calman is looking to isolate, looking to kind of push the envelope forward with the rest of his team just kind of playing behind him. But if you can take some of that away and really use some of these flank angles, especially if you can close the distance, because that's what's great about this map, is that there isn't as much harm in those rotations anymore, right? Because there are just so many different routes that you can take to kind of limit the opportunity that Northwood would have with a double long range type setup like we see them going with now with the Ashe instead of the typical Hanzo. You don't have some of those same problems, and UC Irvine are even doubling down more on that with the Genji. So size coming in on that pick, that leans heavily into what I'm thinking would work for UCI. Seems like they're kind of thinking the same way, that they're just going to kind of close the gap, get in Northwood's face, and see what happens.
Oh, Dynasty with a pick onto Otters, finds a backline angle. We'll get traded out here, but now it's Calman, who can't really be sped onto by this Roadhog, something that has been a signature move for Romani at this point, utilizing that Lucio to get up in the face of the Sigma. It can't be done. Sai, force troop sconned as well, gets taken down, shot in the back on his way back. Hog next to fall here is Calman. Kinetic Grass away most of the damage, and this should be a pretty clean win here for Northwood.
Nice opening pick for them, kind of got things started. UC Irvine couldn't make those mid-fight rotations anymore. As soon as you take Otters out of the equation, then UCI can't really go anywhere, and CJ getting active, just dancing, nothing, don't look at what's under him while he's dancing, but just, you know, having a good time. and deserves to, I think, to a degree. But Northwood, they're just pressing forward, and this is where some of the map elements, I think, start to come into play for UCI. The neutral, always going to be difficult, but now I think that they can press the advantage of their composition, and they can really mitigate those picks from happening before these fights open up.
Long angle being taken by UC Irvine. You highlighted this map for the flank angles, but UC Irvine are really taking this back to front. Again, all that focus being on Cowman most of the time. They see that as the opportunity, not necessarily that Cowman's a weakness, but they see him as the undefended member of the composition, and that's just simply not true right now. Taking these front-to-back fights has been so good for them because of the range advantage that Boat and Dynasty have.
Yeah, and I think maybe, I guess there's two ways of playing this, right? And I think this is just the opposite way that UC Irvine has kind of committed to, is that you can A, play the flank angles, or B, you can go ahead and play this brawl style and just utilize the different geometry on this map to say, okay, we don't need to make mistakes in rotation because we know that there's always a close fight that we can take. We can play corners, we can utilize some of these flank angles just to take better fights and play front to back.
Tin rush out. Bullhog stopped by a rock from Cowman. Metra still holding onto a sound barrier here. Otter's doing the same. They'll likely match later on into the fight, but it's UC Irvine dropping low first. They're going to sound barrier to try and engage here. Northwood match, but it's about 2 seconds later. A better beat out of Metra. Can they capitalize? As the shields fall off of UC Irvine, so will the health bars. It's CJ who goes down first, so surprisingly, as Romani finds the pick, finds the hook. Sai's going to try and dig the heels in on the back of that and finish off the fight with this blade, and he'll be more than successful in doing so.
Found all the kills that he needed to. This should be a question of when, not if, and you get the answer right away. The UC Irvine can turn this back around, but 54 meters capped by Northwood. Now, something to make mention of on this map is that obviously in push maps, you typically tend to get anywhere from 15 to 30 meters off of a fight win, generally speaking, with the pace that these teams play at. Now, Northwood have what is effectively a 2-fight lead to consider with UC Irvine. So they need to be really, really considering that in how they take these fights. Where do they want to take contests? Can they find picks? And already right away, we get the answer, and it's going the other direction.
CJ is just a menace, man. CJ has been the source of, I think, more first picks than maybe either of the DPS in terms of just final blows. It's been close, to say the least. I'm trying to push forward, but again, I think Cowman's doing a great job of recognizing we've won this fight. All I have to do is hold the space. My team will find the kills, not moving aggressively too much into Romani. And now that robot flips around, and like you said, that 2-fight advantage is still very much there.
Yeah, they got that 20 meters that you expect to see. But now again, you see these flanking routes. They're just using them so that they can continue to play front to back and just have these close angles where they're not getting caught in rotation. And they got a nice hook to start off the fight, and Boat is under duress.
Gonna go down first. Still though, Boat pops an overclock. With Dynasty in the back line, there's still a chance for picks to happen here. Kitsune Rush being committed by Northwood, but there's literally nobody here to gain the Kitsune Rush. It's literally just CJ and Metra. So unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna be too good for them unless CJ can frag out again, which is it's very real. It's a very real possibility. I just take it back. And now with Dynasty on the flank, this gets pretty ugly. You have to deal with the Lucio. Oh god, this is like a DPS's worst nightmare. Yeah.
CJ, okay.
He's getting bailed out now.
Rescue.
What is going on? Northwood has got them completely surrounded. This map is built like Swiss cheese.
I think this is good news for Northwood, though, because once they get Cowman back to contest, the rest of their players are in great positions to get some value here as long as UCI can't push them out of those positions. Oh, man.
X-Scout with a little surprise swap onto the Widowmaker, catches Boat off guard, gives him a little early Christmas gift to take back to spawn. Northwood, you're going to respect this. Back away. Give a little bit of that cart pressure over and try and come back with Boat.
We're so close to taking the lead.
So they had 20 meters. See if they can get their Dynasty taken out. So this is a 5v4. The timing's going to work out impeccably for UC Irvine to potentially match that 54. I don't think, though, that Northwood is going to allow them to get that cap, and I believe that's going to be the case here, but they might be forced into it.
I mean, they're going to try to force it through. UC Irvine is not allowing Northwood to control this fight at all. It's Sai for Boat, but the closest spawns here for Northwood do spell good news for them. They sound barrier engaged through the Kitsune Rush. Romani looking to chase down Cowman, who is just scared for his life. Decides he'll take CJ instead. A more than amicable trade for the team in blue. UC Irvine very likely to cross over the yellow line of victory that Northwood themselves drew in the sand.
Oh, that is such a good way to get back into things. UC Irvine, I mean, they threw everything into this fight, and Northwood are still battling, but this is going to be going down in the books as a win there. And I think for UC Irvine at this stage, it's just about holding. It's all about trying to hold the neutral now and getting some value. Obviously, XCal really setting them up for a victory early on and then helping to kind of maintain that lead throughout the fight, but they need to continue that. They can't have XCal not getting picks like that if they want to win. So XCal has to be consistent here, weirdly enough.
We're matching the hog now, though, and Cowman loses the first duel of said battle. Otter's down, though, means that UC Irvine can't move across the battlefield quite as fast as they may have wanted to. Northwood trying to shut things down pretty quick here and make sure that that lack of Lucio hurts them, but they simply don't have enough pressure. They're going to get walked out by UC Irvine, who've got all the pressure in the world.
Just like that, what was a 54-meter deficit has turned into over 30 meters of advantage. And on top of that, I mean, we're down under 3 minutes here. Economy looks pretty good for UC Irvine. They're going to have their support ults in this fight.
Dune rush out, Romani down. Okay, this is the moment for Northwood University. They need to tie it up and start to push back. They got a cheap fight. They managed to flip the ultimate economy to some degree. Now they've got to carry this momentum. This is a long trek to the other side of the map, but it is New Queen Street.
Secure and ready to move.
Yeah, the big thing here is that Supreme use the Kitsune Rush. They're going to get short spawns on everybody. So while Northwood is going to be turning the robot around and getting it back to neutral, UC Irvine is going to be able to take a fight as it approaches that point. So I think this is actually still very good standing for UC Irvine positionally. And of course, they still have Otter's ult. We'll have to see, though, Northwood, the timing, as they've lost both. Can they get their support ults up in time?
Down barrier to keep Romani alive. I like this decision a lot from Otters. Just to pocket that hog, make sure that Cowman is the one losing that battle despite the hook, despite the whole hog. Dynasty throwing in a blade to try and balance this fight out, and they might be able to. Remember, this is 1 DPS and 2 supports for Northwood. This is when they're at their strongest.
Yeah, weirdly enough, it's when they're just down and out. They somehow find ways to turn fights around. They're getting control here. Remember, the bot is still on UC or on Northwood's side, which means that some of these respawns are still going to be close. So Northwood's not going to get that free progression that they would really like to have in this one here. So as they step up, and I do see everybody on long spawn actually, so they did actually reset it before that point. I think that's good news for Northwood, but they still have to cap out this first objective. There's still that, you know, as we call it, the butt scratch moment. A lot of dead time still in front of Northwood that they have to push through somehow with that 40-meter deficit.
I mean, they've got a Kitsune rush. They might want to use it sooner rather than later, though, because UC Irvine are coming up on one of their own, including the whole hog of Romani, which could just zone this entire fight away. Kitsune rush out. Romani thinking about that whole hog, but doesn't. Supreme, in fact, caught out in front of the entire team on the Kiriko. And from there, it's pretty simple for Northwood to just push this one out. UC Irvine holding on to those ultimates, trying to put everything on winning one of the next 2 fights.
Yeah, there's definitely 2 opportunities here, and the last one could wind up being a little bit ugly if Northwood could win that one. But when we talk about economy, I think brilliantly played here by UCI. I mean, this is their map to lose at this stage. They are way ahead in the ultimate economy.
Bo's got an overclock here. You can't talk like that. You can't talk like that when this man's on the screen. Overclock connects. Full log out is going to equalize. CJ able to find one on the back end. It's Cowman versus Romani. Romani simply doesn't have enough hooks to catch out all the players of Northwood University. Still yet, though, is alive on the point. Meat shots land. The Lucio trying to keep him alive. Otter's hitting some nice boops to keep the tank upright for the time being, but the spawns are coming back here for Northwood University, and the ultimates are coming up.
This is going to go 1 for 1 as well on the sound barrier, and you can see that marker right there.
Not going to be back.
So close. Overtime is
can't do it. They can't
investing.
Do it. UC Irvine don't have a tank for this fight. The sound barrier engaged from Northwood. They're fighting on the cart, not trying to sound barrier forward. They do just enough to push this cart through to the end. Comes back on a Diva. Romani trying desperately 3v5 to hold on to the contestant for all that they're worth. But all that they're worth simply isn't gonna do it right now. Northwood play the final fight beautifully. Boom, bails them out for the 3rd time in the series.
That is incredible. Northwood steal that one away. Wow.
Feels like that's a common thread here.
That is
really.
UCI made them work so hard for that. And I remember, I mean, we just got done saying that this was going to be their map to lose. They had such an advantage going into that last one. And again, heroic moments from their individual players. Obviously, they do play so well together once things are broken down. That's just the experience that they have with each other over the long time that this core has remained together. But, oh man, you can't, I mean, when you talk about individuality, Northwood has that in spades, just so much talent there. And when we talk about this map, it's all about turning the tides in the final moments, and we almost always see it on New Queen Street. I thought it was because, I mean, I was bringing it up because I thought UC Irvine was going to be that team, and it looked like for quite a while that they were going to be that team that steals that win away with 55 meters or something in deficit, and still Northwood, they turn it around. Oh man.
It's going to be crushing for UC Irvine, but they played some phenomenal Overwatch, some really creative Overwatch at that. They leaned into what they were good at. They came with a strategy. They put a lot of that focus on Cowman. I think New Queen Street definitely did look pretty good for Northwood. I think in terms of the map pick, they were utilizing that kind of Swiss cheese map structure a little bit better to find those picks on the back end to create that chaos and win a lot of those 3v4s and 3v5s throughout the map, especially on into their final push. But at the end of the day, it does just come down to those individual heroics that they did throughout the entire series. And I think for all of the fights that they stole away, these are seasoned criminals at this point on the side of Northwood. They've got a whole host of maps under their belt that they've just taken away from other teams, despite them having advantage, despite the positions that other teams put themselves in. That final fight, 3 ultimates up for UCI, and Boat shuts it down with 1 right click. That is a story of Northwood heading on into the lower finals. We've got another match coming up, but I'm pretty sure we've got an interview just before then. We're going to be talking to CJ. Come back from the break. Welcome back, everybody. We promised a quick break, and of course, we always deliver on those. Now we've got an interview with none other than CJ, a player that I think more than almost any other, there's certainly some competition here, has bailed out Northwood from some pretty sticky situations in this series. CJ, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's just go ahead and dive right into it, because obviously this was a wild ride. This was a roller coaster for us. Was it kind of the same feeling for you guys? I mean, I know that when we talked to Ymetra, you guys haven't really been able to practice as much together as a team because you guys have your individual contenders teams, and maybe that was a factor here. I mean, was it? Did it feel as up and down to you as it did to us? I mean, what was going on there?
I mean, to start, no one on our team really likes playing against Hog because Hog is just like a mechanical comp and just
I have some bad news for you about the next match, by the way.
yeah. So, no one on our team really likes to play against Hog, so we just find it really boring. And like we just play Sig against Hog because Cameron's really good at Sig. So we found that to be like a really good counter against Hog, and it's just been weird because we've never really scrimmed together, as Ymetra said yesterday, I think. So we're just starting to get acclimated with each other and how we play, so I wouldn't be shocked to see us in the grand finals.
Oh, I mean, Ymetra yesterday said he's got his eyes not just on, okay, a top 2, but realistically, a top 1 does seem in the cards, but there's definitely some like shakiness here and there, right? Kings Row, we saw UC Irvine come out and put a lot of focus on that Cowman pick that you guys were talking about. What were the comms like? How did you guys choose to respond in that moment, and what made it different in map number 3?
Okay, well, in the second map on Kings Row, I'm gonna be honest, like after we capped with like 3.5 minutes, we kind of just started like having fun and laughing at VC, and then then like when the round ended, we're like, oh, they almost full cap. So we like started to like, we actually like started to pay attention more to the game. And then like map 3 was just a Sig mirror, and they have Light, who's not a tank player, play Sig. So it was kind of just like easy from there because he's a DPS player, and DPS players aren't smart.
That's tough. I'm going to tell Boat and Dynasty you said that, by the way. I'm just going to let you know. They're probably listening anyways. But yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look forward to, you know, I do want to touch base on this quote a little bit, because I think it's just going to be something that we wind up talking about quite often in this next matchup, is the fact that you guys say that you don't like playing against Hog and you find it boring. I think one thing I want to mention is that I think probably there's a lot of teams out there that would feel the same way about Double Shield University, but hey, I mean, it is what it is, right? But
yeah.
You guys have to figure out a way to deal with it. I mean, do you guys expect to kind of just do the same sort of thing, just trust in Cowman and the Sigma and believe in what you're capable of? I mean, that's kind of what you guys wound up doing against Redbirds, and that, I mean, that was dangerously close for Redbirds even then, right?
Yeah, for the next match, I feel like it's going to be easier than this match, just because I feel UCI has a better Hog than Fisher. Because Romani's like,
I don't like that.
I mean, Romani's like a really good Hog, probably like one of the best Hogs in ranked. So I feel like it's just hard because they have like probably the best Hog like in this tournament. But for ISU, they just rely on their DPS a lot. So we just have to like find a way to like shut them down.
I mean, speaking of, I don't want to say relying on DPS a lot, but you guys had some really strong team fights strung together with what could only be described as a menagerie of clutches from the likes of Boat Dynasty and you just clicking a whole lot of heads. Is that something like that we're just feeling today? Is this a consistent factor for you guys? And do you see it continuing on? How long can you actually keep it up for?
I feel like, especially in like the next, like this match and the next match, I feel like it's definitely going to continue, because I feel like we're definitely better than like the players we're going up against. Like even like ISU, like I feel like all of us are like better than everyone else like on their roles. So I feel like it should be basically like the same as we did this game, but only time can tell.
I mean, looking forward even further then, because I mean, I want to go even further beyond Fisher. I know that you guys are already, you know, you're fully focused on the next game, and I respect that and everything, but you know, we can maybe even look at it from a past perspective of what you guys have done against Redbirds and in this tournament especially. I mean, how do you feel like that one went? We already heard from Ymetra about the impression you guys got from that match alone. I mean, did that have the same effect for you personally, being able to go toe-to-toe with Redbirds despite that lack of experience together practicing? And has anything changed since then, since we talked to Ymetra yesterday?
Nothing really changed, but my expectation, I thought we were just gonna get rolled. I'm not gonna lie, because they practice, like they scrim together a lot, because like they're in contenders, and they got the second last contenders season. So I thought it was gonna be like a 3-0 like for them, and we're just probably gonna get second. But after yesterday, I feel like we definitely have a good chance of doing it, especially because like we've kind of like learned how they play and how they heavily rely on like vision on Hanzo to win. So we just feel like we can, if we kill vision, we can win.
I mean, you guys have been leaning into the Hanzo a ton yourself. There have been logs thrown on either end of the battlefield for quite some time now, and I'm excited to see how it goes. You guys have Fisher up next, so I'll give you some time to go and prep that match while we prep it for the broadcast. Thank you so much, though, CJ, for popping in.
All right, thank you for having me.
Like I said, that's that for this match, but we got another one coming up. Northwood up against Fisher, the Fishermen, if you will, here. This is going to be a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, diving into this match, this is kind of one that we were looking forward to a little bit. Obviously, it could have gone the way of UCI. We could have had two Hog teams battling it out there for a moment. That it felt like that could have been the case, but nonetheless, it's going to be Fisher taking on Northwood. Fisher is the team that you made it through all the way to the winners finals. We saw them get 3-0'd by ISU Redbirds. So now it's a question. I mean, this is another team that is like kind of in contenders, doing a pretty good job in contenders at that. So Northwood, they know full well that this is a Hog team. That's going to be a problem for them, I think, because they already said that they don't like playing against it. But then on top of that, you're talking about a team that plays so much together, plays so well together. And I know that CJ said that this should be easier for them, but I expect a really, really tough matchup ahead, big time.
Yeah, I mean, Calman already got fun policed once today, and it's likely to happen for the next game as well. I think, like, it's crazy, but ISU might actually just be a breath of fresh air for them at that point. And you know what? Maybe if they get there, the Mentals will be in a good spot to take them on and reverse that 3-1 scoreline. We'll find out, though, just after a quick break. 3 kills! Holy Lord, in the blink of an eye!
Oh, the sleeper Mondraku. What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts Vision in the dark, returns to sender. They can't get away. The damage is inevitable.
But the rampage from Bedbest. This man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar.
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's still able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. With the dash reset. They'll be able to tap. Don't have the side.
What a sleep dart!
There it is, just signaling the Q button. Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. Oh, when they find it.
Come on! Thank you so much for watching Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming. For doing so, you unlock this wonderful spray in-game that you can use to show off just how cool you are and how much you've been supporting the Collegiate eco space.
Diving back in, here we are, Dor. I mean, we already had an incredible match. I mean, are we asking too much to ask for a little bit more, though? I feel like we're going to get it anyways, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, Fishermen are certainly the people to deliver. Let's be real with ourselves. They offer up a lot of fun stuff And this team's kind of fallen into a meta that suits them very, very well.
Yeah, this is a meta that, I mean, Fisher, they were praying to anything that they could to get a meta like this at a time like this, to have, you know, what they have on roster. When we look at Fisher College, I know we just talked about Romani. I know how their opposition feels about tank player, or rather Roadhog players, but Fisher really, really believe in Avani. And with what we've seen, the performance that we've gotten out of Avani, not just here in this tournament, but also in the ongoing Contenders Run It Back tournament that everybody should be following after the conclusion of this one, Avani has been incredible. And they've had a really strong showing already in their group stage. I think in part due to Avani and the ability for the Roadhog to get some value. And I think we need to mention again that Northwood do not like playing against Roadhog players at all, and Avani's a good one, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about the previous match. Yes, Romani was a solid Roadhog, and they said one of the best, and they think they've gotten over the hill. But the road ahead is still very, very bumpy for this Northwood roster, who, again, is just stacked to the brim. They seem like they've really landed on this Cowman pick. No shade towards Seasons. It seems like the team is just synergizing a little bit better with the Sigma right now, so it's unsurprising to see it stay in.
Yeah, not at all anything, you know, negative towards Seasons at all. Northwood have long relied on Seasons to be kind of the pillar at which they rally around, whatever the meta may call for. But yeah, Cowman is kind of right for the situation for right now, when you need a player to kind of step up and provide some semblance of consistency. Cowman, I mean, Seasons could provide that, but Cowman's Sigma has kind of been the answer, especially given the fact that should they need to adapt mid-map, Cowman can go over to a Hog. Cowman has even proven that he can go over to a Winston if need be. Obviously, I think we would like to see Seasons in that role.
We saw a Reinhardt, man.
The same. We've seen the Reinhardt as well. I mean, Northwood, they know that if a situation calls for an adaptation, Cowman's probably the best bet given this specific meta for them. So this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and now the question is, those players that we've seen clutching out, again, Northwood relying on those peaks so much to see them through the hardest parts of these matches. Are they still going to be there? Oh, Dynasty CJ, how long can they go? I think this is the difficulty of making that lower bracket run. The other days, fine, right? Those teams were kind of easy for them to handle for Northwood, right? Their average capability would often be able to take those teams down 3-0, but now we're getting to the point where we need those peaks more often. We need to see those high points really arise more than they're expected to. And they've got to play 3 matches in one day if they want to do it. 3 matches of 5 to 7 games that they have to clutch their way through time and time and time again here. I don't know how long this team can go. I didn't think before today any team could go as long as they have just off the backs of those clutch plays.
Yeah, I think when you talk about some of those peaks and valleys as we're going to get ready to gear up into Ilios for our map number 1, you talk about those peaks and valleys, and especially on maps like this with Ilios, I think this makes a lot of sense because, again, they're going to play Roadhog, so why not go to Ilios? Anybody that's played ranked, and certainly anybody that's played ranked against Avani, knows full well that this is going to be a dangerous map to play on. But I think it's all about baseline, actually. I think it might be the opposite, where it's not about just seeing those peaks more consistently. I think it actually is, while we do obviously need to see that, I think it's just making sure that those valleys are actually negated as much as possible so that they aren't in situations where those peaks need to occur for them to win fights, rather that they're just kind of, you know, thrown on the back end as like an icing on the cake where we see those flashy moments instead of needing flashy moments to win fights.
That's the thing. Like, I'd love that to be the case. I'd love to see those mitigated more often, but it seems like that just hasn't been the case. Yeah. We've literally been saying this since yesterday or the day before yesterday. We've been following Northwood this whole time, basically. Because they've been in the bracket for so long, you've got basically no one else to look at because they're just here constantly placing up against the next team that we were planning on watching anyways. And so Northwood,
it's been their yellow brick road in the bottom in the bottom side of the bracket for sure.
It really has. And just no matter who the opponent was, it seemed everyone would like kind of find one map where they made them a little bit nervous, and we'd have to see Northwood clutch through even in the earlier rounds. And it's only gotten, I don't want to say worse, but more common the later that we've gone in, and it shows no signs of stopping. You talk about mitigating those valleys. Well, it seems like that's something that they're kind of struggling to do. And so I do look at the top. I look at how many times can they reach that? Can they keep that performance up? It seems impossible, but it also seems to me like a more likely way out than lowering or than increasing those valleys because of the fact that we haven't really seen that out of them before.
Yeah, crazy to say that, and crazier to hear you and then agree with it. But that's kind of the situation that we're in right now. Of course, let us know who you think is going to win this one in the chat right now. Put it out there. 1 for Fisher College, contenders team. Realistically, 2 for Northwood University, filled with contenders players, but they don't play together as much as Fisher College. So let us know who you think is going to win on this one. Definitely looking forward to seeing what everybody out there thinks. But I think we have our own thoughts on how this is going to go. And I think, especially after listening to CJ, I think that Northwood, this game, to me, is going to look very similar to the last one. Very similar.
Agreed.
However, Fisher, they might do something interesting here. I'm not sure that I fully believe in this. I know that this is something that Fisher is fully capable of pulling out. I'm not sure how much I believe in it. There we go. Okay, there we go.
Okay, yeah.
That looks a lot more like what we anticipated.
Yeah, the fishermen are going to cast a hook here and see what they can catch.
100%.
Northwood, on the other hand, bringing out Dynasty on the Reaper. Very clear focus towards that hog. They know what they're going into. They're going to play for it. Vani makes a late swap back over to the Sigma. This is going to make that Reaper pick very awkward.
Yeah, this is a big bet on Dynasty being on the Reaper here. I fully expect that Dynasty will likely swap at some point, but Northwood, now they're the team that need to close the distance instead of the opposite. This is a huge wrinkle, I think, in what Northwood's strategy normally is.
Avani Sigma still strong. I mean, we talk about the Avani Hog often, but this is very much a pick they can bring out and put to good use. Unfortunately, Boat has found the better end of Forgotten. As you talked about, Northwood trying to close that gap, and they have. Boat took an aggressive angle on the side here, looked around the shield of Avani and found a head.
I think it's all been kind of on Cowman and Boat here because Dynasty is pretty much on passive ult charge. I mean, hasn't really gotten in a great position. You can see him hiding out on the high ground there. Yeah. Finally gets pressed and gets killed. So Dynasty, he's going to swap. There's no question in my mind.
Almost certainly, yeah. It's likely the Hanzo to mirror as well. Dynasty versus Kabe, though, that'll be a fun matchup to watch. Dynasty makes her way over to the Tracer. Cowman not trying to hold the point. The rock comes out. Cowman going down first. Avani still up right here on the point. It's going to be the pillar for this team to really hold around as it flips back over at 30%.
Big flip for them. I think really just off the back of that kill that they got on Dynasty, they knew full well that they didn't have as much pressure that they had to contend with. In spite of Boat and Cowman really laying it in, just wasn't as much once Dynasty was off the board and really couldn't do anything for his death anyway. So now Fisher College looking to hold out. And remember, Northwood, they should know what this composition that Fisher is sporting is trying to accomplish here. And I think they're using Dynasty on this Tracer to try to take advantage of those, to a degree, faults in the composition. You really want to kind of hold them back and then hold them in one place so that you don't have to worry about them disengaging at all.
Probably down early, and now not really much of an opportunity to disengage for Northwood. Their backs against the wall. The Kitsune Rush forcing them, squeezing them into it. The Hypersphere is glancing off of the half orb on top of that pillar, making it very hard to hit Boat, who escapes away to the high ground only for a moment. Fisher College holds strong.
Great job dealing with Northwood, pushing them off. Northwood, again, I think that they played that as well as they could. But Fisher College, they just look so good right now, even on Northwood's composition, but I think this is where Northwood gets flipped.
Gotten down, Avani to follow. Northwood are going to get the flip off of just the Kitsune Rush. It should be noted for that previous fight how much Fisher had to invest to win it. The economy starkly in favor of Northwood right now.
Yeah, Fisher still reeling from that fight win that they got 2 fights ago, but here's where you see that swap, and now it's a match. Cabe matching Dynasty's Tracer here, which I think should help Fisher because Dynasty was just doing such a good job just controlling flanks and applying pressure from a different angle. Now Fisher can use Cabe to match Dynasty, but this is, again, we talk about Dynasty's confidence level. This is where this comes into play. Dynasty's probably going to look for Cabe in these one-to-ones and see if he can just duel him. Look, he's holding him out completely.
This is the zoning. Tracer, he's just looking for that recall. Kabe regroups with the team, but in the meantime, half his team has disappeared.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate for a Tracer player when you're kind of the last one standing. You don't really have the resources because your opposition forced all of them out of you already. And now in this fight here, I mean, I kind of expect Northwood to hold this one out because you look at this, it's 82%. They still have all of the ultimates that they were holding on to, on top of the fact that CJ is back up at 60% and looking for a pick here as well. I mean, the aggression is insane.
pressure alone here is about to make Fisher College crumble. The ultimate still abound for Northwood University, holding on to a sound barrier for a rainy day. Bo pops the overclock to start things out, and of course it connects, dropping from the high ground behind Fisher College, becoming the flank, becoming what Fisher feared most. They'll throw in a Kitsune rush late, but they're already down one. A pulse bomb from Kabe pulls them back into it. I believe is that an Ajax from Ymetra? It might have been at the hands of the Tracer. They're not done yet though. Avani's gone down. It's trades left and right, but the Kitsune rush here for Northwood might be what does it. Ned picks up 2 on the back end though. Maybe, just maybe, giving them a chance, and it does. Kabe cleans up 2 more.
That's a huge performance turnaround from Cabe there. I mean, to be able to go up onto
don't
that
disrespect
Tracer,
Neb like that. Come on.
I mean, Neb, phenomenal job. I mean, we kind of expect that, though, right? To a degree. From Neb. Neb has been...
Okay.
I kind of do. At this stage, with what we've seen from him, the versatility that he's provided to Fisher College after, you know, having a stint with Redbirds as well. But Cabe to turn that back around when Dynasty held him out of a fight just prior to this. And then he did that.
Flux up. Down go Northwood. Final fight, no matter what here. Overclock from the high ground from Forgotten looks to open things up, and it does. That's both the sports down. This is done and dusted. Northwood are dropping the first submap. The Fisher College, that team, which they said was the lesser of the Hog teams. Fisher said, okay. How's your Sigma?
Yeah, I don't know if Northwood really anticipated that. Right? I mean, they knew full well. I think everybody was kind of expecting that this was just going to be another one of those Sigma Roadhog matchups, and Fisher really surprised coming into this one, and not just playing the Sigma, but also catching Northwood off guard with the fact that they
double down on it here and Dynasty goes to a Reaper again, it would be really funny.
I don't suspect that's going to be the case. I don't think Dynasty is going to be making that mistake. He has one of those memories where, like, as soon as he has a bad time on a hero, he's off that hero. There is no shot you're going to see him on it again.
Just locked out for the rest of the
situation
series.
Really calls for it, but he's doing it.
Oh my God, they're getting gamed by Fisher College right now. Fisher College have set up camp inside of Northwood's heads. The threat of that Roadhog alone, how much Northwood hate playing about it, has put Dynasty back onto the passive ult charge Reaper.
We'll see if maybe this map's geometry can give him a little bit more favor than we saw in the last one, but yeah, I kind of expect that Northwood may struggle with Dynasty on the Reaper here, and he'll probably have to swap.
Yeah,
already
that.
Yeah, this is tough.
Your first bake down on CJ. You can't sustain through this. The rockets on the Cowman too. Nice shot by Avani. Where are we going, Dynasty? What's the game plan here? Okay.
He didn't have passive ult charge before he gets the swap, though, because he did go in aggressively and give his life to get a little bit of value. But yeah, this is very likely going to be a swap. I don't know about the Tracer this time around, though, if he does wind up doing that.
Oh, it's Cowman swapping.
Okay, so now they're going in a different direction. This is, again, another surprise for Northwood, because you would expect that Dynasty would be the one that switches, but instead, they're going for that rush. They're trying to dive onto Fisher College and test them on this composition.
Northwood make that dive in. Fisher College certainly surprised, but not upset by this choice. They sure to pick onto Avani. Second one for Forgotten here. And it looks like the element of surprise will be enough to get them a fight win pretty quickly and handily here for Northwood.
Yeah, I actually really like this. I think this is so smart from Northwood. It's something that I didn't even think of, and I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit for not considering this as a good option, because we talked about it already that Cowman can play the Winston. Obviously, yeah, we would like to see Seasons in this role, but Cowman has that capability, and not a lot of teams know how to play into this with the Sigma, and that now forces the swap from Fisher College.
Are Fisher College mad about that is the question. Is Avani getting to play Hog Insta Winston something Fisher College are disappointed with? I don't think so. Boat and Dynasty fall. No DPS for this comp means no teeth with the push. Abs will fall, but looks like point cap's going over the way of Fisher.
See, though, Northwood still have CJ up, and we know what they're capable of when these fights get broken down. They have the sustain. They're trying to get something going.
This backline of Northwood is one of the most incredible things I've ever witnessed. As long as the two of them are alive, there's always a chance. Like, Boat and Dynasty obviously are hitting the shots to clutch a lot of those fights, but it seems like at any given point in time, CJ and Metro, one of them's there, one of them's making sure it's happening.
Ani's pressing up. Very
Holy headshots, Batman.
Oh, man.
This is becoming a whole lot from Bo. The pressure mounting. A fourth hit before the overclock is done, as the Roadhog's been chunked out enough times for a whole map. And Boat picks up 2 more afterwards. This is, quite frankly, absurd. This player's aim knows no bounds.
I will say, in the long history that I have, commentating Boat, we've seen some great performances from Boat. This, in my opinion, is the best day of competitive Overwatch I have personally seen him play. He has just been shutting out opposing teams in spite of, like we've mentioned before, and I think we need to keep reiterating the fact that there's a massive practice deficit that Northwood has against some of these other teams, and yet even still, they keep heroically finding their way in advantageous situations.
It's an air rush out for Fisher College to try and win this fight late, and it's going to work beautifully. Point flips over 90%. Fisher College going to try and force this into final fight territory.
See what they can get done. I mean, obviously, a little bit of an expensive fight there, because now Northwood, I think if Dynasty doesn't find a pick here immediately, I'm wondering if he needs to make that swap immediately. There he goes, because they know that they are going to have Kitsune Rush, and that's going to be a massive advantage. They can just go forward onto Fisher College, wait for that hook cooldown to come out, and then dive onto Fisher with a lot of aggression. They're going for a tempo play now. There they go.
Nice dodge on the pulse bomb by Dynasty, using the raid form to escape. But speaking of escape, Fisher College have left. They just made like a banana and split, quickly getting away from the likes of Northwood. We're threatening to begin with, but now that Reaper's got to close the gap again, it becomes very difficult. How on earth did that hook hit? Anyways, Avani backing away after having caught the Winston out, forces out the primal rage of Cowman, which makes a ton of space. Boat CJ really just to get to go ham after that, open up the point for themselves. It's gonna be a flip back over for Northwood. Likely the sub-map 1. We're going on to a 3rd.
Northwood definitely kind of figuring things out a little bit, and again, how weird is it that we're seeing Northwood with Cowman on this Winston version of the composition, and Fisher was playing Sigma, and they kind of performed Northwood on the Sigma.
Yeah.
This is wild.
I know people call this or some people call it a rock, paper, scissors meta. Some people just think that Winston's the best pick. Like I was talking to Kenobi yesterday, right? Kenobi really thinks it's a rock, paper, scissors meta. The Sigma is there for the Hog, the Hog's there for the Winston, and Winston's there for the Sigma. And I don't necessarily subscribe to that school of thought, but in this particular matchup between these 2 particular schools, it really does feel like that's the case.
Yeah, I would be hard pressed to argue against that for this particular matchup. But now as Northwood have kind of evened the odds, it's a little bit of a reset point here, because Northwood, I don't think that there's too much left that could surprise in terms of composition, and this is where we see Northwood come out with their tried and true kind of vanilla composition. This is the bread and butter of Northwood so far throughout this tournament series, and the same could be said to a degree at least for Fisher College. Obviously they're bringing in the Widowmaker to see if they can maybe find a pick here, but they're gonna find it instead through Avani.
Yeah, boats down. Again, they bring out the Hanzo, not the Reaper. I think this is smart. Dynasty's been bit in the butt too many times for the Reaper coming out. You don't want to do it again. Starting the Hanzo, it's still fine into the Hog. It's just not quite that damage pressure that you want. I don't think they're going to even take the time to swap it either.
Oh! There's the swaps. They're going right back to it. Instead of the Reaper, they're actually going with Genji, and I do kind of like this because this does apply a little bit more pressure onto Forgotten should they get in that deep, which is it's a tall order either way, but Mitra's already down here as well.
Yeah, with K putting a lot of pressure onto that backline, it's tricky. Avani's down, but there's no supports left for Northwood, so I don't see Cowman really making his way through this, at least not with any ease.
Not at all. But Mr. College, I mean, they started off hot in round number 1, and it's continuing here in round 3. I mean, they even got to 99% in round 2. Northwood thought that this was going to be an even easier matchup than the last one, but it seems like it's actually proving to be more difficult, as Fisher College have proven that it's not just a Roadhog team that they are. That's not their only identity.
Mind games being played by this college. Pretty impressive. See if the shots can be just as much so. Ooh, you felt that one for Forgotten.
A little bit of a haircut, right?
Yeah, exactly. Shot into Avani. The Genji will come here to kind of attempt to nullify this Widowmaker. In the meantime, Forgotten getting help from the rest of the team. Supportal combat going on in the back line, but I'm not sure Neb and Abs want the smoke right about now as they lose one of themselves. Oh! Lucio gap.
Couldn't connect the feet to the wall. Dimitra, that's a big opening for them.
It's a mental win.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of a morale shift because that really closes the door on that fight and gives them time to get a mental reset. But not for long. Forgotten's already breathing down their necks.
An aggressive angle from Forgotten. I'm surprised Boat didn't see him earlier, but I think just focused on connecting that one railgun shot that they were holding on to. Distracted them just long enough for the shot to connect for Forgotten. I see pops a blade in. Fortunately, with about 50 HP, isn't going to be making it out either. Northwood are down 2, and it's only been about 5 seconds in this fight. Forgotten finds a third out of all of that, makes things even more difficult.
Oh, I thought he was gonna get
what angle is this? Oh my god.
That is so difficult.
It's a Kefri stream.
No one can hide.
Well, they're going to keep pressing. Fisher College still leading by a considerable margin here, and Northwood need to build up Ymitra's ult here, I think, to even have a chance of being able to win this fight. And oh man, it just got even harder.
You get around this. The bubble's only going to last so long, and Forgotten's just going to use that time to leave, find a better angle. Oh my god, it's only map number 1, Avani!
I mean, why not get in their heads? You kind of already did back in round 1. You saw what the Sigma was capable of. Then they've gone back and forth and forced Northwood into these compositions that we haven't really been seeing from them. So why not continue to press that mental, right? Just really force it on Northwood to make them believe, oh, we thought we had this in the bag? It might be going the other direction.
This has been anything but simple for Northwood, and I think it's crazy. I always talk about the big red lever on the wall. It feels like they've pulled it very early. Like, are the obvious swaps. Like, they could have just gone back to the Reaper. They could have brought out the Tracer, right? Like, pretty simple things that would have made their composition just fit a little bit better into the Hog, but they're like, no. Forget this. Screw the tank matchup. We're coming for your backline. We're playing dive. Like, we're putting our tank on not necessarily their main hero, but still something they were pretty solid at. And I think throwing too much spaghetti at the wall, some of it is bound to hit the floor. I think that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think Fisher College kind of have this figured out. And I think, you know, wisely, they probably were watching that last series and they were saying, okay, we know that there's some opportunity there. Should we go over to our Roadhog composition? And they probably even listened to that interview that we just had with CJ, thinking, okay, now we need to really prove ourselves because they don't believe that we are the best Roadhog team, even though we have already stated in this tournament that we believe that we indeed are. But on top of that, thinking, okay, is there anything else that we can do? And it's working. The other, you know, aspects that they've thrown out so far have surprisingly, at least in my opinion, worked out quite well for them. And I think the big thing is, I'm wondering if we're going to see another Sigma come out from Avani. I mean, at this point, I kind of think it might be possible that we do.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And it's not just a Sigma, though I do think things change massively when we go off of Control, which we'll talk about in a second. But not just a Sigma, but all of the threats that it seemed like they seem to have up their pocket were extremely important for them. They do want to shift the focus over to the next map type, not being Control. Because Control offered up that rock, paper, scissors. Okay, what's everyone coming out of spawn first on? And let's be real, Northwood went 0 for 3 in the game of rock, paper, scissors. And a lot of that due to Fisher College coming out of the gate, surprising them with the Sigma. The second round, they doubled down and made it even more awkward when they didn't bring the Hog to well initially. Then heading to the third round, I think we saw that Hanzo come out instead of the Reaper to try and counter the Hog. So Fisher College 3 for 3 on those. Once you go to Escort, though, rolling out of spawn, what you roll out of spawn on, far less important than it was prior. There's going to be the ability to swap more readily to try and counter you. And that element of surprise that you use to win the first fights that are so important on Control maps is significantly reduced here.
Yeah, I think for Northwood, especially when we move on to a King's Road, this, as much surprises as we saw in Ilios, especially given the fact that it was Ilios, and we still saw those like little change-ups, those curveballs thrown into the mix by Fisher College. This is one of those things that just isn't a surprise to see King's Row selected by Northwood. This is a map that they've really loved taking other teams to. They've really loved when other teams take them to it. There has been a couple of bumps, you know, that they've had to kind of, you know, those hurdles that they've had to get over with regards to King's Row. But overall, throughout this tournament, and I think in their history, they have been quite good on King's Row historically. So again, not by any stretch a surprise to see this. And I think a lot of this, again, does rely on the fact that Cowman is likely to pull the Sigma. They're still very likely to pull that composition where they're going to rely on Boat and Dynasty with those longer range picks. But given what we've seen on round number 1, this looks more and more like Fisher College have a great shot at matching up with them, whether it be on the Roadhog or even matching them in a mirror.
Yeah, now we're back at that point where I think I meant to mention it before. I'm not sure if I did, but I think first map matters a ton here. Whoever won that, because not only does it mean first map, it also means that should things go back and forth like they're semi-expected to, push pick would go over to the side of Northwood, which again, slightly less valuable than the other map picks. It stops a lot of the momentum in the series from flipping back and forth more often than not. I think in a series like this, it really can come down to margins that slim where you're looking at things like who gets the push pick as being a factor in who's actually winning, which tells you how slim things really are between these two. Heading over to King's Row, though. It's a pick by Northwood. It's certainly not one that I would say guarantees them a win in any way.
It looks like Avani, at least for the time being, is on a Sigma. I think they're probably still in the process of talking about this one, though. Can't really tell currently, but we'll be diving in pretty shortly to see just exactly what that is going to be, and it doesn't look like it is now. But I'm curious about this one because I think there's a lot of directions in which Fisher can take this, which is interesting to say because initially when we went into this series, we kind of were just expecting that it was going to be one direction and that it was going to be like this with Avani onto the Roadhog, and they were going to have to contest Northwood with this, more ranged centric composition where of course they have kind of like a ranged tank Dynasty and Boat looking for picks. This is kind of what the expectation was going in. So it'll be interesting to see, is that finally going to come through? Are we finally going to see expectation? And then with that, if that is the case, which we don't know yet, but if it is, how does that play out? I mean, is Fisher on this Roadhog composition, is it going to be enough to withstand Northwood on this double range that have... I mean, it's proven to be a problem for almost every Roadhog composition that we've seen them take it up against.
Yeah, like we said, that element of surprise, when it's gone, how can Fisher do? Obviously, they look good despite whenever even it wasn't there, but certainly did give them an advantage in the previous round. Cowman now holding strong. Unsurprised to see Fisher College roll out on this pick. It looks like Avani's going back, though. I'm expecting a Sigma swap, and that's going to be it. Abs going over to Zenyatta as well. Running that double flex support to really put the heat on Cowman.
Yeah, they're really trying to just out-pressure Northwood right now and maybe even out-pick, but a lot of this is going to be just laying that Discord down onto Cowman and making sure that Cowman can't hold space for their DPS.
But the pick on the Forgotten. Dynasty and Boat pair up, each taking half of the HP away as Boat connects 2 more shots while they're at it. This guy's just a little nuts. Cowman returning the favor that Avani oh so kindly did to him earlier. Forgotten though, it's a shot onto a running Dynasty. Not too happy about that.
I mean, that's an opening, and we see a swap here as well. Abs providing a little bit more consistency in the healing, and even still, I think that doesn't get enough credit for how much damage pressure that it can actually provide as well. So I don't think all that much is lost in the damage department with this swap from Abs.
Blocked by Cowman. Stops the Hyperspheres from finding the pick on the Boat. Now he can push out. The Lucio looking to reclaim that high ground away from Sojourn. Forgotten overextending a bit. I love this call by Northwood. Isolating that Sojourn away on the high ground, sending the Lucio out effectively on a hit to get the job done. It works beautifully. Gives them a man advantage which they convert.
Just like that too. An ult pulled by Northwood. It kind of favors Fisher College to a degree, and we could take a look back at how this pick actually occurred that gave Fisher College an additional advantage, unfortunately one they couldn't capitalize on. And we've still seen those swaps coming out from Fisher College, so it's just a matter of time before they finally do generate those ultimates and start having some momentum to kind of play off of. But Northwood continues to look for those picks and continues to find them pretty successfully throughout a lot of these openers.
Ooh, Dynasty Run knows that he doesn't want to be on the wrong end of a railgun. Kitsune Rush is going to try and reclaim some space here for Avani as the Dragon kind of pincers them in to this small area where the Hanzo can really go to work. Kinetic Grasp is back up here for Cowman to contend with the Amplification Matrix. That's being very well timed by this tank player. Both in the backline though with an overclock. We've seen this one far too many times before. This story has been written already. It's simply being plagiarized by both the author which initially wrote it.
Can you even plagiarize yourself? I don't know if that's necessarily
it's starting
possible.
To look like it. I don't know.
I've had some college professors that would probably argue that you can.
Yeah.
They're pretty trigger happy on that a little bit. But
oh wow, that looked like it hurt.
Fisher College yet again find Dynasty. I mean, that's another Dynasty opening kind of gifted. 1 minute on the clock here. It's about capitalizing. They couldn't the last time around. Maybe this time it will be a little bit better for them.
Bo moves over to the flank again, understanding that something needs to be done. A play needs to be made. Shot opportunity just simply isn't there, though, as they duel out Forgotten on the side lane. You're really watching the Sojourn's health bars to see who wins. It's Forgotten who pushes at the side, secures the point for Fisher. I do not see Northwood being able to recontest.
Yeah, no shot. A major degree of certainty, but just as certain, I think, is the fact that Northwood very likely to be able to get back into the mix in this one, because they are going to have that spawn coming up pretty quick. Boat's on his way back. They are going to be able to taxi him so he gets there even quicker. And I think with Fisher College leaving 1 on right now, that payload is progressing too slowly for this to not turn into what could be a choke battle where Cowman is pressing that team back into it.
Fisher are very insistent on it not being a choke battle, regardless of what you think here. They're investing so much, the overclock included, to hold this corner. Northwood understand how important it is in their own right. Use a sound barrier to engage onto Avani. They still do not have the kill. It looks like they separated away the Hanzo, though. Kabe next to die. Cowman far healthier than his counterpart. This part will be held in choke. It was a bit of an arm wrestling match to get it here, but Northwood are successful.
I think Northwood wanted to step up there to see if they could get a little bit of value and see if they can actually play in front of the choke. That will allow this card to actually go back and maybe give them a shot at getting a later contest should Fisher College push through them. So this is all about, obviously, time bank and cart position that they're vying for right now. This is that high level that Northwood plays at.
Our position stays as Cowman with the opener onto net. Kitsune rushes either way. 4v5 though for Northwood. His equalizes. Dynasty's been found by Avani. The rock misses. That would have been so huge in denying the overhealth. Now a sound barrier engage for Fisher College. One missed ability from Cowman. Fisher looked to capitalize. Running out of pressure though. The shield has been cracked here for Avani. They got to take a breather.
There's 2 things, though, here that are still in favor of Northwood. They've got the grab flux. The rock misses. Accretion not finding anything. But Fisher College still, they killed Boat. And that was the other thing that I was going to make mention of.
Confident move forward here by Fisher after dodging the gravitic flux. Cowman shield dancing for his life, but the shield, well, not exactly there anymore. Northwood on the back foot, pushing into the final fight here on B.
I think on top of everything, the fact that Fisher was able to kind of string those fights together, make them kind of one elongated fight, now means that I'm not so sure anymore that Northwood are going to be able to get that last contest that I think they were hoping for, given their aggression back at the early stage of point B. And you can see that they are trying to hold that corner. They just don't make it in time there at all.
Pressure here. Forgotten dropped low, but actually beats Boat out in that duel. And again, Northwood off the back of 1 early pick is going to be forced to back up. No, they trade 2. Dynasty and Cowman punish an overextension from Fisher College. I thought the health bars were getting a little bit too low for comfort there, and unsurprisingly, they were.
You can see, of course, as well, Cabe really working the high ground. Might have gotten them back into this fight.
And the spawns are going to be first for Fisher. With the Avani down, though, look, in theory, it's just over here, but I have no clue with this series anymore. Let's be real with ourselves. Overclock available for Boat. Cart still making progress. Actually, maybe most importantly of all, in moments like this, Cowman can press out all he wants. Really knocks an abs down into the abyss. Kabe's, rather, still controls the high ground. Cowman could use Flux to reclaim that if he really wanted to. Like, that doesn't even seem completely unreasonable. No, the Kitsune just dashes away. No, you gotta use it on the Sigma. Avoids the rock. Sound barrier out the counter. Cade still on the high ground, raining in arrows from above, but Boat back towards spawn. Hitting the railgun is what you really have to watch for. Forgotten out of the way. Kitsune rush to solidify things here for Northwood. 60 seconds on the clock to finish the map.
Yeah, great job actually from Northwood. The timing that they had in layering their support ults just to make sure that they can match Fisher in their aggression and actually turn it against them. That's huge for Northwood. Now with about 40 seconds on the clock here, Fisher are kind of relying now on Avani and to a degree, the pick potential that Cabe and Forgotten have. I mean, they've definitely come through in the clutch already in this series, but it's still asking for a ton against Boat, who is lying in wait. That overclock at the ready.
High ground here for Boat. Overclock available. We've seen this position many a time. Avani has the flux. Do they want to use it? Rock to try and deny the space. Cabe looking to get up towards that high ground. It's Boat now, though, who's so exposed. Suzu from CJ saves him. Boat's gonna escape here. Avani forced to drop back into the corner, back into the arms of Cowman. Fortunately for Fisher, Cabe hits a clutch arrow through the corner, through the bodies of Northwood University to open up this fight, and it will be won.
Fisher College hanging their hat on that one because they know that it's overtime here, but bigger than that, they're able to pull a little bit of value away from Northwood's economy, and they're building into some of their own. They're going to have Dragon Strike here. That should help them clear the cart, relieve some pressure, and force Northwood to potentially split where they can find picks.
Dragging out, CJ putting under a lot of pressure. Gravitic Flux to try and reclaim this card, but Cowman can't get to it without losing 80% of his HP. Fortunately, Boat has turned things around slightly. Dynasty back as well on the Hanzo in overtime. We know what kind of work this guy can do, especially with the help of a Dragon, with the Kiriko's ultimate bolstering up this push. It'll be a pretty straightforward win here for Northwood University unless Kabe can do something crazy, and it's not looking too likely. A point C push is stopped here by Northwood. It was certainly close.
Pretty similar to that OT push we saw in the last one. This time, though, it was done in regulation, which I think Northwood could breathe a sigh of relief, because there was a few moments there where it felt like, okay, we can't let this one get away from us. I know I've said that so often with Northwood throughout this tournament, because there's been some silly fun times had with this squad, but I think everything's serious right now for them. They are locked in, and even still, Fisher College is really making them struggle for it.
Oh, absolutely. And this push is not guaranteed by any means. This is Northwood's map pick. We've seen them, I think, complete this map every single time we've seen them on it, that they didn't full hold with Cowman on DPS.
Yeah, they're not making that swap. They're not doing that again. I know that for sure. But Fisher College starting things off with basically what they kind of landed on at the end of their first push. Like, when we look at the end of point A, this is kind of the composition that they inevitably reached. And Northwood, I mean, sticking to their guns, why not? This is again, through and through, what Northwood is probably the most confident on. And it puts a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of CJ, Dynasty, and Boat. Of course, to a degree on Yumitra and Cowman, but I think really just in terms of winning these fights, especially in mirrors, really comes down to Dynasty and Boat. And I mean, Gabe, Forgotten, they both made them work for it a ton. They've won that matchup a few times as well, but when all chips are on the table, I think most people have been unsurprisingly siding with Boat, right?
I mean, in theory, that's how it should be. Forgotten looking to change that, though, as he takes down Dynasty. You spoke ill of the name, and Forgotten heard. Holding onto another shot to connect onto another support player. Cowman looking for an angle around here, but isn't grouped up with CJ either. Northwood can run around this point all they want. They still have not gained a winning position.
This was kind of the point I was hoping to make later on, too, is the fact that in spite of that being what people would bet on, Fisher College have really surprised, just like we saw in our last matchup. Fisher College doing the same thing, maybe to a large degree here with the lead in the series, and they're pushing Northwood back, really applying pressure, and they take out Dynasty again.
This guy has just not gotten to play Overwatch for the past while, which makes it that much more impressive. And Northwood is still in a decent position here, but they're struggling to find those kills. None of the health bars hit zero.
At all, Fisher College just decimating Northwood, and Navani almost dies there, but gets away with his flag, saved as well by Abs. But Forgotten having one of his best maps played in this entire tournament so far. I mean, we've of course seen some flashy moments, but this is against even tougher competition. So, I mean, obviously this is where you want to have these performances, but now Dynasty can answer.
Dynasty with an opener of their own. Can Northwood convert? It's been fairly inconsistent for them, honestly, in the past couple of maps, as now there's an implication matrix to keep the tank player alive for Fisher College, which keeps the space open for Forgotten, who pops an overclock to finish things off.
Half the time banks drained from Northwood. Sport ults online for CJ, not yet for Yumitra, but Fisher College have basically used everything at their disposal. So you imagine that at this stage, Northwood pretty much guaranteed the take on this point, but nothing so far has been guaranteed in this tournament.
It's in a rush back into the back line here for Northwood. Zones away a lot of the members of Fisher College. most notably separates Avani onto basically an island at this point. Not even an island, just a corner. He's being put in timeout is what's happening. Fisher College, though, throwing quite the hissy fits in timeout, and have fought their way back into this. Avani will fall. Northwood could dig their heels in here, but Kabe and Neb are just doing too much.
This duo, Cave, Neb, they're doing it again. This is the exact same combination, these two players that did it back in round 1 on map 1, Ilios. It's the same situation. Cave, Neb, Tracer, Kiriko, the dynamic duo that Fisher College needed in that moment. Like I mentioned, Northwood should have won that last fight, but nothing is a guarantee, and Fisher College is once again proving that.
You can't get full held on your map pick like this. It's like, you can't do that if you're Northwood right now. For people who have their sights on winning the whole tournament, right? This is not a loss that I think they'd be happy to take. Not in this fashion. Pulse bomb here for Cabe. Spot to Lucio. Decides they want the Sojourn. Just misses as Boat finds the opener. That could have been the difference. It could have equalized, but Boat's on the warpath again. A second overclock shot connects. This should be the point. Buttoned up for Northwood, but certainly not in the time that they expected it to be.
Yeah, not at all. This went down to the wire here, and I know full well, based off of what I know about Northwood, this is that moment where they're in comms, you know, right before this fight, as we see Fisher College diving back in. I'll let you take over.
I mean, they're going to dive. It's likely not going to work. The Kitsune Rush is a good idea here, and I like that they got there just late. With the tank still being up, with Cowman's health bars being so high, I'm almost certain this is over. Let's be real with ourselves. Northwood running out of time. Fisher pushing them to the absolute limit. Boat, I hesitate to say, bails them out again. You really wish those shots came earlier, and it makes you wonder. We talked about it. How long can they keep the clutch train up for? Is it running out of coal?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm starting to feel like that may be the majority side of the bet line, right? That may be the case. And on top of that, even Fisher College, just even when Northwood should win a fight, it's still tough for them. And I think this is that moment where Northwood starts getting in comms together, like we've heard them say has happened multiple times throughout this tournament, where they're saying, guys, focus up. What are we doing here? Things are not going our way, and they might continue to go that way as well.
It's an air rush out for Northwood, looking to push aggressively into the likes of Fisher, and they'll do exactly that. Overclock gets a kill for Boat. Northwood, simple fight win with the Kitsune Rush advantage, but now Fisher have a sport ultimate advantage for the next.
Yeah, things like that lead me to believe that that is indeed the case. Northwood started to take this a lot more seriously, buckled down the hatches big times, and strap in for what is going to be, I expect to be a little bit better of a match from their perspective, because Fisher College have really impressed through 2 maps now, 2 of them.
Pressure mounting now. Cave makes their way to the back line. Pulse bomb in hand. The Dragon thrown forward to try and zone the card away, and Fisher are more than happy to give that space to them. Avani drop low on the Sigma though, and the railgun connects. Boat, for God knows how many times, as hidden opener when Northwood need one. This is going to revive the time bank of the blue side, give them a real chance at point C in winning this map.
Yeah, I mean, going into point B, this felt like this was, you know, when you look at timing, if you lose any fight there, you are drained. Your clock is messed up. There's no shot at coming back almost ever. But the fact that they were able to ride the momentum off of that first point and just continue that progression forward, that has allowed them this opportunity here where they can even take a couple of losses in these fights before they have to string something together at the very end. And that pick right there means that they might have to take a fight loss with Dynasty down.
Yeah, it's Dynasty again. I think just a little overzealous on the Hanzo. Very different matchup, though, playing into this. Just limit testing a little bit too much. Same goes for Forgotten, though, who oversteps bounds into Boat. 4v4 spawn advantage to Northwood now as the Kitsune Rush comes out for Fisher, looking to end this thing early. Northwood, I mean, this is an easy disengage for them. They were only 5 seconds from the door. Even that's not going to kill.
Interesting decision from Abe to set up that pulse bomb into someone who isn't going to get one shot, especially when you expect the recall to happen right after, but still applying that pressure to Dynasty.
Oh my God.
Oh man.
This guy's just not getting to play Overwatch at all. He's spending more time spectating his teammates. But he wants a spot on the broadcast team. 2 kills for Northwood now to open things up. Fisher, for a way to fight things back, but given the ultimates invested not but 5 seconds ago, doing so is difficult. Forgotten, though, says nay. Says we have a chance. We have an opportunity. to charge up another shot, but is stopping cart progress in the meantime.
Cowman helping Northwood push this thing forward. But you look at this time bank here, 40 seconds left. They still need to win one more fight, and Fisher could even delay things after that. We'll see what the timing looks like. Okay, forced recall. That is a huge cooldown to get out early before this fight starts.
Building up that pulse bomb's gonna be hard. Forgotten pops an overclock here. 20 seconds. This is it. It's match point, or we're tied for Northwood. Sound barriers out either end. Kitsune Rush not available for Fisher College. All that extra damage being piled onto Avani is going to work. Overclock and Dragon now ready to be invested. Forgotten being zoned away by the Lucio as well, making sure that the player that's been so clutch for Fisher College simply cannot do it again. Northwood equalize.
Ooh, sigh of relief from Northwood, I think. Big time. Because that, a few times, looked like it was going the way of Fisher College, and that would have been match point. They would have been against the ropes for 3 maps straight in the best situations. Because obviously the alternative would be that they would just lose another before that even happened. But after King's Row, and remember, this is their map pick. This is one of their better maps, I think, outside of maybe Circuit Royale could be potentially a better map for them. But if that is looking like Fisher College have a shot here on King's Row, I can only imagine what the rest of the series could wind up looking like. But I think the one caveat to all of this is that Northwood at times have had those moments where they look like they're slipping up, like teams are playing them real close, and then they always tell us in comms, they're like, what are we doing, guys? Like, stop screwing around, stop messing around. Let's figure out what we need to do to play seriously and take this more seriously. I think this map was probably that moment for them. We saw them really pivot once they were, almost getting full held on their favorite map. And I think that momentum is something that they're going to ride forward.
We'll see. The road is only rougher ahead. We talked about that first map win advantage getting you what is likely the push pick isn't the greatest feeling ever for Northwood should we go back and forth. And with the map pick, I think it's particularly powerful for a team like Fisher College who want to be able to force their composition through as often as they can. We'll see what they pick. That's coming up after a quick little break, guys. Stay tuned. Keep your butts in your seats and your eyes planted firmly on your screens. Be just a minute.
3 kills! Holy Lord, in the blink of an eye! Oh, the sleeper Mondraku! What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts vision in the dark, returns to sender! They can't get away, the damage is inevitable!
But the rampage from Bedbest, this man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar!
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's still able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. They'll be able to tap. Don't have
What a sleep dart!
There it is, just signaling the button. Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. And when they find it.
Come on! Enjoying the high-level Overwatch action, be sure to hit that subscribe and the bell button. We've got the Overwatch Contenders Pacific Showdown coming at you from December 12th through December 22nd. You're not going to want to miss it.
So we arrive back here, Dora. We're kind of back in a similar situation like we were in the last series. It's tied up 1-1. Northwood has faltered a little bit. The team that we kind of expected, at least to some degree, to make it to a grand finals potentially. They were certainly one of the higher seeds coming in. But here they are. It's 1-1. And we're actually going to a very, very interesting map pick. Obviously, we know that there are some favorites here in the pool for Northwood University. Kings Row is one of them. They selected that. That's no surprise. But now we have Avani and Fisher College taking a Sigma team to the Sigma map. Circuit Royal going to be map number 3. Wow.
Look, bro, this one's a thonker. I'm gonna be straight with you. This makes no sense unless, because also think about the payoff. Think about you beat Northwood here. Oh my God, they'll never hear the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, if Northwood somehow takes a loss on this one, and they almost
you have to hold that. That's an L you keep.
Yeah, that's a bold, all red, all caps L right on the forehead, permanently tattooed. You can't get rid of it. It's just there forever. And Fisher College would always have that to hold over them. But still, it's Northwood's map. They still took Kings Row, so it's not like at the end of things, Fisher College can really hold that over them. If Northwood are able to do what we expect them to do on this map, then great. Then Northwood doesn't have to hold that out. But this is still a very confident play, I think, from Fisher College that I'm extremely curious now to see how it plays out.
Look, you've either brought out the biggest brain play in the tournament, or you've given the other team the exact map they wanted, given up the push map pick disadvantage, and given back away the control map pick advantage at the end of the series, which would be like you got to understand when you have an expected series that could go to 5, that back and forth between one team wins, the other team wins is very important after you win the first map, and maintaining that status quo, making sure you make the absolute most out of your map picks when you have them is critical. And this is really sink or swim. It feels like there's almost no in between at this point for this map. It's either going to be incredibly close or it's going to be a steamroll.
Yeah, I feel the same way that it's not going to be kind of that middle of the road type map where we see some good moments from both sides. It's going to be high octane. It's going to be Northwood absolutely dominating, or Fisher College is going to eke something out here that I think could be very entertaining if they do, because Fisher College has been one of the more impressive teams so far in this tournament. Obviously, we can't discount their history as a team. Certainly Fisher College is a little bit younger of a program, but what the players have accomplished certainly far surpasses that history that Fisher College as a program has. Even coming in as a top 4 team back as kind of base state, a year ago, they were a phenomenal team. When I saw them personally playing, live at Hugh Fest. So these are still some seasoned vets, and we don't want to take anything away from that. But I think still Northwood has long been one of the more dominant forces and one of the most invested in programs in Collegiate, and for good reason, because they have been so successful. But Fisher College, looking to put a name on the map, this is a great way to get it done.
It's certainly making things nervous. And I mean, that being said, they've already taken a map off. Northwood is a team that, like we said in their interview, they think they have a shot at the finals. Let's be real. Redbirds 3-0'd this same exact team. And so if you're struggling against them, you do wonder. Obviously, it's a very different matchup playing Fishermen versus Redbirds. Like, I think it changes a lot. So it's not necessarily 1-to-1. But struggling here and just spending more time on this series is honestly going to be exhausting for Northwood, who have to play 3 series in one day, given their spot in the bracket.
Yeah, and the last one that they could play in, at this point, we don't know if it's going to be Northwood or Fisher, but that's going to be a long one on top of that, because you have to play potentially more maps as well, as opposed to the 4 that you're expecting to play right now at the very minimum. So, I mean, could be a long journey ahead for really any of the 2 teams that we see here today, but especially so for Northwood. But getting ready to dive in here, and this is where questions start getting answered. Question marks turn into exclamation points, potentially here for Fisher. If Avani comes out on this Sigma, and Fisher get a win on the most Sigma of Sigma maps, I think impressed doesn't begin to even remotely cover it for how everybody will feel towards Fisher College, and it looks like that's the direction we're going in.
I'd like to throw out another like pet theory here, and understand that Fisher College were certainly watching the last series. This map, while it was a win for Northwood, it was not an easy one, and there were certainly a lot of mistakes made. And I think if Fisher College want to say, hey, we're gonna bet that we don't make those same mistakes that we saw out of UC Irvine, then I think that's perfectly fine. You came out of the winners bracket later. You are, in theory, the better team, and it was a game of inches at the end of the day. One of those mistakes being fixed by Fisher College could lead to a win against Northwood University, assuming you can put up that same performance.
Well, we're getting to start now. Fisher College going to be pulling out the double sniper as Northwood come out with their tried and true composition. Again, they do have that wrinkle. Yamitra back again onto the Mercy, but that is going to get picked pretty immediately here. And something to make mention of is that Northwood got held on this front corner for so long. Last time we saw them in the last series against UCI, Fisher College have to kind of cede that position away from them, but they are still holding strong, and they have that pick advantage as Yamitra is coming back now, this time on the back.
A lot of focus on the Sigmas. As much as the picks are important, the amount of space your respective snipers have here is all based on those Sigmas. So we talked about the pressure that Avani's under to play a character against Cowman that Cowman specializes in. It really is quite a lot, but they're holding this corner well, making sure that Forgotten has a nice little angle to work with here.
Nice damage as well onto Cowman. That's going to really force a lot of that defensive utility to come out from Northwood early, which means Fisher can actually disengage to just a little bit here, but then not wanting to give too much up, they need to step back up and take that space, and that's exactly what they're going for here.
Dene rush out. It was first up for CJ, quickly being used to win the fight now. Fisher College has been forced back with, as little as a whisper from their direction.
And interestingly, that was kind of like one fight that Northwood took to win that. There was a couple picks that went both directions there, but ultimately, Northwood just pressured Fisher College back a few times.
Cowman, man.
And then,
you know?
Yeah, that's the kind of advantage that you can get when you have that consistency on this particular composition. Now Northwood are looking to step up and take a little bit more, and a little bit of a miss there from Cowman, and almost dies as well in the process.
Yeah, this was an awkward fight. 3 players of Fisher College, or 2, were locked in the old spawn trying to reconnect with the new spawn. Northwood decided, hey, we're going to try and pierce through the center of those 2 and separate one of them away to find the supports, but we're pretty unsuccessful in doing so.
I think a rare miss on Cowman's part too, right? That's something that we just don't see all that often. Now Yamitra is going back over to the Lucio. This is I would say the constant that Northwood would really like to rely on. And now having that back, I think, is certainly a boon in their favor. Kind of a weapon in their arsenal that they're going to need going forward, as the Sound Bearer is a massive value ultimate they would like to have in coming fights.
There goes the Transcendence for a bold move to push inside of the Dragon, Forgotten.
Yeah, the timing was not good, unfortunately.
Boat's going to connect a couple more at the punish. Abs? You could frag out here very realistically. Avani's doing that in the front line, in fact, and now Cowman getting dropped to half HP. The shots from Abs are getting to really hurt. It's more than a back massage as it may have felt initially for the Sigma. Those orbs pack a punch.
Yeah, big time. Abs cleaning things up. Fisher College has Cape going back over to the Hanzo now, so you can see Northwood trying to figure out, okay, do we need to make any adaptations ourselves? And as we look to see what Abs actually accomplished in that last one, just canceling out Cowman's presence on the objective, you can see Dynasty has swapped over to the Genji, and it's already kind of working out in their favor.
Kitsune Rush out to bolster it is very hard. And I think there's a difficulty of the composition for Fisher College. Not only is Amplification Matrix not as powerful as Kitsune Rush, it's also directly countered by Kitsune Rush, as most teams just run through the Amplification Matrix with it.
Yeah, big time. That's kind of the struggle with BAP right now, is that it, just can't deal with those rushes, those really high tempo type plays. You can see, okay, as well, this is a Tor pick coming out. This is something that we have seen quite a bit in contenders, but we haven't seen as much of especially against a Sigma.
Yeah, I'm about it. Let's go. Keep the Torb coming. I like my Swede. Forgotten down Avani next to fall. The Gravitic Flux out of Cowman connects onto a large majority of the health bars of Fisher College. Kabe, though, swapping to the Torb is going to be sent back to where he swapped to the Torbjorn. Question is, does it stay?
I'm curious about that one. I mean, he was able to get a ton of damage out in that last fight. Just didn't wind up getting, any translation over to kills. But yeah, we typically see Torb as an answer to some of the other tank options. We've seen it, against Winstons. We've seen it against Roadhogs. Good, consistent damage threat. Good against flank swaps as well. That's maybe to a degree why we're seeing it with Dynasty on the Genji. And speaking of, there's the Blade as well.
I mean, Dynasty's in there like swimwear, and fortunately, he's found a couple people in the backline as well. It looked like a very big extension for Northwood, pushing out so far from the cart to pop an ultimate, but Dynasty's the kind of player that can make that work.
Fisher College, a team that was looking so stalwart in their defense early on in this stage. I mean, Northwood is just kind of walking over them over the last couple of minutes. You see this off angle, though, from Abs looking for that pick, and I mean, if Northwood sees that, they could actually dive on that. I'm surprised they didn't. Dynasty falls, so now they kind of can't.
I mean, the top right high ground's a more traditional angle to find that flank from Trance. I think this is going to bite them in the butt later, I'm going to be honest. I think playing at a Kitsune Rush with the M Matrix is... Maybe you can Molten Core away next. That's an interesting investment from Fisher.
Yeah, that is just... I mean, they were desperate to get a hold there, so Abs was kind of quick to pull the trigger on that one. But yeah, just like we talked about, Northwood, the main thing that I would be concerned about if I was playing from the perspective of Fisher College is that Northwood just dives in onto my team. Luckily for them, and I think smartly as well, Abs has made that swap over to Kiriko, so they're a little bit less, simple to dive into. I think that this helps them out, this one swap, but still, Kitsune Rush is a factor, and so is the fact that they're down their most healing that they could probably get in the fight.
Yeah, the rush is out. Molten Core is about the only thing that can deny it. Look at this from Cowman. Such sick game sense to understand that that was the ability that was going to counter the Kitsune Rush. Immediately gets in Kabe's face and eats everything the Swedish chef had to offer. Northwood are going to cap the map. 1:30 left on the clock. In what I would say is a very solid push. It felt consistent the whole way through.
Oh yeah, big time. I think, once we didn't see that, like, game-changing momentum type push where they were just absolutely bulldozing over Fisher College. Fisher College still had some decent defenses there, but I think for the most part, Northwood was far more successful in a lot of these team fights, and I think far more successful in the pressure game, most especially. When you look at how they were able to tap out point A and what they did to acquire a lot of this cart progress, it was all about pressure and control of space, just making sure that Cowman could step up and just be safe in those pressure zones from Fisher, and they just found consistency there.
As well, I think I spot a lot of that consistency coming in just the uptime of CJ's Kitsune Rush, which again, into the Baptiste, it just feels like a win button at times. There's not much to counter it, right? If you're considering that you're matching sound barriers otherwise, it's a pretty huge advantage. Yes, Dimitra, or rather Abs and Neb, with that Baptiste pick, are able to keep Avani up in the neutral, and a lot of the neutrals were won off the back of it. Just as many fights were won by CJ and having a Kitsune Rush.
Yeah, big time. I mean, that's definitely something that either team could rely on should they see that pick come out, and that's something that I think both teams are aware of. Obviously, Northwood especially so, because they just know this dynamic so well. They play with it, they play against it. But see what Fisher College can accomplish here. It's attack phase of their own, and once again, it's the Sigma from Avani. This time, double sniper still coming out, though, for Forgotten and Cabe, as Forgotten is looking for those opening picks. Found them pretty early on in their defense. Maybe attack, they can do it again.
Yup, fortunate to dodge the shot from Forgotten. Peeking these, you are really playing with fire here, I'm going to be honest. Northwood want the smoke, and unfortunately, Forgotten has forgotten the fire. Rock out. Again, the pressure is what really matters here. Cowman holding this corner very strong with the pressure mounting from Dynasty as well on the side. It is getting increasingly difficult for Avani to imagine a world outside of the small room he's been locked into.
Oh, that duel could get dangerous. Cabe, Dynasty, that's one to look out for. A pick could easily determine the success or failure of this push. See which direction it winds up going in as Bo gets the first one.
Cade spends a couple arrows on this high ground, which is important time, right? All that time that Cade spent wall climbing and shooting at the opposing Hanzo was time when Dynasty was shooting at Avani, where Kabe wasn't shooting at Cowman, and Cowman takes that pressure, mounts it, pushes it out, which opens up an angle for Boat to win the fight.
Yeah, and the hard thing about this as well, when you're attacking with this Sigma composition, is that you need to buy up that space. Northwood did a great job of applying pressure to get that, but Cabe, especially with a focus onto Dynasty trying to get that pick, I think Dynasty got a lot of value out of the position there because Avani can't turn that corner as effectively as we saw Cowman earlier.
Cowman as well, continuing to hold that corner. Double flux kill. No shot for Fisher College right now. We talked about it here. There's 2 minutes on the clock. It's far from doomed. This map pick from Fisher was sink or swim, to say the least.
Yeah, the risk versus reward was heavily sided with risk, but obviously the reward would be very high as well if they were successful. Unfortunately for them, they need to get something going here, or it won't be successful at all. And I think Northwood would love this morale victory as well if they can hold things out and just kind of stifle the intensity out of Fisher College. And holding this corner down, they've already got a pick as well.
That's easy to stay alive. The immortality field from Yamitra, keeping him out through that one. Avani's only going to get one off the back of this. Avani, I mean, fighting his demons right now on this cart, but unfortunately his demons have hands.
And they are swinging them heavy too, right? 80 seconds here though for Fisher College. Ant Matrix, definitely well, that might help out even more. Ant Matrix plus the kill onto Boat could be huge here for Fisher College because that really helps them buy the corner. And obviously it's an expensive purchase, but it's one that they kind of need, especially...
Oh, dude. That's not a pick we can be giving up right about now. Avani somehow not eating dragon damage right now, despite being inside the tail. It allows Cowman to hold a lot of that space, and that damage that you talked about, no longer the most important thing. Overclock's available. Kitsune Rush is available. So many tools here, and none to match for Fisher College. They're going to throw out that application matrix. A little bit of miscommunication from Northwood. Some people are saying back up, some people are saying Kitsune Rush in. Either way, they do manage to all find their way forward off the back of that ultimate, and it only costs them one again. Such cheap, efficient fights for Northwood. They are in control of this game.
A great opportunity for Fisher College, just unfortunately not able to capitalize. Northwood, like I said before, there was that moment where they were almost full held on King's Row, and I guarantee they were in comms saying, guys, we need to focus up. Something is going wrong here. We've done it again. We need to dig ourselves out of this hole. And every time they do that, they turn the series around, and it feels like that's exactly what we're experiencing here in this series as well.
Rounding the corner, Fisher College get one chance. It seems practically impossible. Lytic Flux picks up two. Neb hits the floor with half HP. Immortality Field now being used as Dynasty finds the open under Forgotten. That was the only ultimate they had on deck. Maybe a Flux here from Avani, but certainly not Transcendence out of Neb. His Boat opens up the angle, playing confidently into the Widowmaker of Cabe. Gonna slide up. One shot to finish things off, and they will. Northwood, in what I would say a fashion akin to putting Fisher College in their place, have won the third map of the series.
Yeah, as much as they could put Fisher College in their place right now after that first map, they definitely have done so here. I'm not up for 3, but I think it is still important to mention that this is, I mean, that was a risky pick. We know that. Fisher College definitely knew that going in, that was a risky pick. If they pulled it off, great. They would probably wind up winning the series off of the mental victory alone, the mental defeat for Northwood. But it didn't pay off, and now it's match point for Northwood. And now you're going into a push map where traditionally Northwood are very, very strong, especially with their Sigma compositions. Even though teams have tried to counterpick them, I think the only one that really has had some success consistently against them would be Redbirds, which is the grand finalist team already. That's the team that everybody's trying to get to.
You brought it up. I think that this map pick is just the focus of the entire series now has been kind of shifted entirely because of it. It came out. We saw it on the screen before you guys did in the audience. It felt like a flying middle finger in the face of Northwood, and they have swatted it away competently. Now heading into a map number 4, it's not just the map you give up, though. It's not just match point. You give up the push pick disadvantage. You gain the control pick advantage. It hurts. It hurts a lot.
Yeah, big time. And something that we talked about in the last series when we got to this exact same point with Northwood was kind of the degree of, okay, where do we want to take this? We talked about push being, all about basically all the dynamics in play, and that there wasn't too much that you could go for in terms of really getting some value out of the map pick. But to me, New Queen Street made a lot of sense there. But we talked about it then as well, that there was some real logic behind Coliseo. And while I'm not, I didn't guess this one, we saw this well ahead of time. Coliseo is actually going to be the pick that we do see Fisher College go with. I think that we need to talk about the different things at play here with regards to this pick and why this maybe makes even more sense now than it could have made in the past. With Coliseo obviously looking a little bit more akin to what we saw from King's Row, where you still see some of those tighter angles. But I think the biggest question in my mind, Dor, is what is Fisher College even going to be playing here? Because Roadhog was the expectation, but we've seen far more Sigma play.
I think it's the Roadhog still. I think they want to go back to what they were doing well on. The Sigma Mirror, I think it's just not going particularly well for Avani, especially with the support changes that were made on that map. Maybe it shifts if we go back to like Lucio Kiriko or something like that, and we can see Avani take more control of the game. But like we said, that Sigma in isolation on the first map was really impressive. I think it looked good, especially when it caught them by surprise. But now that the surprise is gone, and we can see Northwood take a mirror and play it like a scrim and play the composition in the mirror like they know how to, I think their knowledge of the composition is just that little bit deeper that you don't really want to play them into it. Now going to Coliseo, I think they're trying to do the thing that we couldn't see UCI do. You thought the new Queen Street was pretty good. I think it turned out to not be in their favor. I think having too much Swiss cheesiness was far in favor of Northwood, who really like those flanks, especially their DPS of Boat and Dynasty. They're going to Coliseo. They're going to lock things in the corridor, put a lot more of that focus back onto Calman. I think take a page out of UCI's book. Learn from the ancestors which fell before them to Northwood to try and take them down.
It's been a long road.
It really has, man.
We're only about halfway through at this stage. And think about this too. From the perspective of Northwood, if they even win this map, they have played, 8 maps at this stage? Or they will have played 8 maps if they win. They still have a whole other series, a grand final series, which is destined to be longer, unless it goes real quick for Redbirds, or the other direction, I guess.
Yeah.
But they still have that yet to play, and of course, Redbirds, you know that they've been sitting there watching. They've been known for having a great system. I mean, their players are incredibly intelligent. They know exactly what they're doing. They're some of the top players in their individual positions, just like Northwood, just like Fisher. And they've been watching. They've been learning. Their staff as well doing the same thing. So that's something to keep in the back of your mind. That Northwood's had this long journey. Fisher would have been, taken through this one as well. But either way, we're getting things started. Northwood looking to shut the door on this series and move to another grand final. Fisher College, though, trying to make a bold statement.
Oh. Maybe not a statement, but a word has been spoken. That word killing Yumitra. We have no opportunity to get into this fight. Now the rotation for Northwood feels sluggish at best without the help from that Lucio. Maybe they can hold the cart here, but I think they're going to have to subscribe to the choke school of thought here. Try and hold it as the next corner. Good wall. Actually cuts off Avani pretty significantly. Fortunately, Neb is there to teleport and Suzu him out of that problem. CJ goes down, overextending into said Suzu. We traded back, but positionally, this is kind of a mess for Fisher College. Yes, Avani got separated away, but it was really the aftermath that became difficult with the entire team kind of floundering afterwards.
Yeah, it all comes down to isolation. That's kind of the goal of Dynasty's pick on the May, right? Is just creating that isolation. The first sign of that you saw was Avani getting walled off. Fisher College had to really kind of overextend just to kind of get back into that fight to help out Avani, make sure that he can even get out. And because of that, you saw the ripple effects right after. So I think now Fisher are going to be cognizant of that, and especially as this map opens up outside of the neutral stage of it, I think some of that gets limited inherently for Dynasty and Northwood. But Fisher College still have to be careful here.
I mean, it's tough. You're seeing Northwood come up on the first ultimate as well in the Gravitic Flux. Fortunately, Fisher College... What? You don't have DPS. This is... Yeah, okay, it's a question mark. It's a real question mark. I understand wanting to win that fight. Like, it's so important to get that first real bit of push, but let's be real, you were never taking that one.
Yeah, remember too the importance that everybody places on the neutral stage of this map. This section that the bot is pushing in right now, there is so much importance placed on that section where you go ahead and you try to pull ults away from teams, and then you get to that midpoint reset and you want to invest heavy. Luckily for Northwood, they get a kill, but they would have liked to have Flux here. Look how grouped up Fisher College is.
It would have been a luxury, to say the least. Kitsune rush for Fisher College, though, will wear off as Cowman hits the dirt. Fisher College with an advantage now. Want to push this robot. Sigma will be back to do so.
Northwood just hanging on. They keep it contested. Fisher College does have a little bit of a gap here, a couple of meters, and it's looking to be increasing. But yeah, nice wall to protect Northwood. They have to be careful though, because maybe not. They're going to be aggressive instead.
This is a great disengage by Fisher. They saw this Kitsune rush coming from a mile away, to be fair, right? Like, what else were they going to do? They had it. They're looking for an engage. Fisher College call that disengage. They've got the lead in the map. They don't need much more than that. Now it's their turn. They're going to push back in with the overclock. Blizzard out for Dynasty is going to continue to zone Fisher College away as boat goes down. No opportunity for an overclock. No chance for that clutch we know to come out of this player for Northwood University. Who will bail this team out?
Well, with it not being Bo, I'm not sure who it could be at this stage, because Dynasty isn't on really one of those characters that's kind of capable of doing that. At least surely not as much so as we see him swap over to the Hanzo, which I think could. But just as we see that swap, we see another on the other side, Cabe, back onto the Torb. So again, some of that consistent damage that you would expect, but there is the opening pick. That is what Northwood wished they had in the last fight, but they at least get it now.
And Avani live. Looks fairly possible in this situation. We'll separate A. Cabe on the high ground here. You can't overextend into that Torbjorn, but the robot will turn around. We are still at the point where 1 to 2 fights decide this. The first team to take back-to-back fights are very likely the winner of the map. Gravitic Flux out, and Northwood would love to cement themselves as that double back-to-back winner. Kitsune rush for Fisher College, try and peel away the Gravitic Flux. It's an expensive ultimate just to stabilize the fight, but Northwood are still not down.
Oh, well, Dynasty is, at least right now. CJ, I think the rest of Northwood is just kind of waiting for that opportunity to turn this fight with the Kitsune rush. They're just kind of waiting that one out. You can still see them press forward, so that's exactly what they're looking for. Maybe they'll wait for Dynasty as well, but here they go.
Flux, I think, caught everything. Caught everything they needed to. Yeah, the Sigma is out of the way. Northwood can't overextend forward. Yamitra didn't catch the memo. Pushes forward despite the Sigma getting picked up and gets punished big time for it. Boat very well could save this fight though. The pick on the Cabe, no chance. Abs shuts it down.
Just like that as well, Dynasty goes down. They're gonna have the Dragon Strike in this next fight, but I mean,
this progress.
Maybe a combination. Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe the combination between Dynasty and Cowman can prove to be pretty fruitful here, perhaps. But Fisher College, they have their support ults. Namely, they have Abs Soundbearer already. And on top of that, they're getting some very, very big progress on the objective. And remember, this is a map where at least 30 meters mean a lot.
Any amount of meters means a lot on this map. Inches turn into miles when playing Coliseum. Dynasty throwing a dragon into the backline, denying Neb safety of his teammates. Now it's just about pressuring Avani off the card with 4 minutes on the time bank. We are running out of time for Northwood to actually equalize this. Remember, it's not this fight. You've got to win 2 or 3 in a row, bare minimum, to get this kind of progress.
I think the timing on some of these kills actually helps out Northwood massively, because they're going to get a couple of staggers here. We didn't see short spawns captured for Fisher College with that objective taken, so because of that, Northwood could at least get to where they were before, that 27.59 meterage. That's where this bot's going to start, where we see Fisher College getting back into position. However, support ult's ready. Boat, we've seen him carry fights. A pick as well again onto huge. Neb. And Avani goes down as well. Northwood, I mean, they're going to recapture this one.
They're almost certainly going to push to at least the distance that Fisher have, right? Like, I think this could have been a really deadly fight. We talk about bailing people out. You talked about Dynasty swapping to the Hanzo. One Storm Arrow seemed destined for this team.
Well, just like that, it actually is equalized
Wow.
at bare minimum and surpassed.
It might be more. Oh no, they dropped it up low ground trying to put a stop to this, but it looks completely unsuccessful. Forgotten eating damage, playing ring around the Rosie with Cowman, and they simply cannot escape his clutches. This man Sigma cannot be stopped. A Flux to lock the fight down. More car progress to be made. And although there may not be much more past this point, they'll gain the forward spawns. They'll cause the butt scratch. They'll put themselves at, I don't want to call it an insurmountable advantage, but a huge one at the very least.
Because now with these forward spawns, they're going to probably back off and get back together, and they're just going to play defense here.
Exactly.
That's the thing about this map that makes it so difficult. Once you have advantages, once you have these leads, as soon as you get it, you could just play defense. They have forward spawn. They can play this neutral point aggressively and look to try to take as much from Fisher College away as possible. But look, Fisher College has nothing in their back pocket. The closest thing that they have to an ultimate is Abs at 76%, and Northwood, again, they love taking the time away from Fisher College as much as they can right now.
Forgotten's had a couple stellar maps in this series. You really need something big to come up from the Sojourn. If you're looking for a difference maker, it's in that direction. Forgotten down, though. The Savior now removed from the backline of Fisher College. What do they do? Who do they pray to? Northwood are coming for their throats.
And they did such a good job as well of recognizing that Avani really wasn't in that fight. They allowed Dynasty to become bait.
This is bad, right? This is not a place where you want to be.
Bad. Yeah,
this looks
real
awful. Oh boy, yeah, that was an awkward place to be stuck behind the opposing team like that. But how do you reconnect if you're Avani is the question. Forgotten, they bailed him out of that sticky situation. He will. A third for the Sojourn. Dynasty will take him down. This will stop significant cart progress from going down, but progress is still progress, and forward spawns are still painfully difficult to play into.
Yeah, because now this is actually a recapture of forward spawns. We actually saw that get neutralized about 40 seconds ago. So Northwood have gained so much value. Remember, Fisher College need decisive fight wins, not trades. They need to win fights decisively if they're going to recapture what is now almost a 40-meter deficit on the toughest map to come back on in probably all of Overwatch.
This is difficult. Dynasty almost certainly dead. No, the Suzer from CJ. Okay, Dynasty does get out. CJ is a very good player, but can only do so much. Fisher College is their fight to lose. They need to hold ultimates. It is not just about winning this one. They need to win it cleanly and without spending too much. That's Kitsune Rush. That is Sound Barrier. They cannot spend these DPS ultimates yet. They've got to be able to finish off these health bars otherwise, and they will.
Probably at least 2 fights here that Fisher College have to get, because remember, they still need to cap that front of
Dynasty got forgotten!
That's huge. Timing is going to help out Northwood big time. And look, they also have Kitsune Rush. They're going to have their Sound Barrier as well. And someone has to contest this robot always. They can't leave the point at all.
I think I almost would have preferred to see Fisher College not push the robot here forward into this position. Avani gets shot in the head. Bo takes him down. Northwood gonna put a bow on this one, sending themselves on to a date with ISU.
Redbirds have been waiting for this one. They heard the birds chirping. They heard Northwood talking all this talk. Finally, Northwood make their way through, but man, hurdles had to be, I mean, they had to be leapt over. Because, look, if we're just being honest, the 2 teams that Northwood has had to press through to get to this position were insanely good. I mean, better than I think anybody gave them credit for going in, but Northwood, they've made it. The Yellow Brick Road, they finally made it to the Wicked Witch of the West. Now the question is, what are they going to do when they peek behind the curtain?
I think they're going to enjoy not seeing Hog there, is what they're going to do, first and foremost. It is weird, like, these 2 teams have been immensely difficult for them to deal with. And I don't think it gets easier in terms of skill, but at least in terms of enjoying the matchup, maybe Northwood aren't going to hate playing Overwatch so much for the next match.
Well, the thing is that they didn't even get what I think they anticipated. They went in, and we already talked to them about how, they anticipated the Roadhog, and that as a team, collectively, they don't like playing into the Roadhog. Well, guess what? Fisher College actually matched them on the Sigma for most of this series, and still was able to put Northwood against the ropes. Yes, this was a 3-1, but man, Fisher College, I think they were a couple of really, close plays away from being able to steal maybe a map here, maybe a map there, and who knows what would have happened if those things came through.
Yeah, it was hugely important. We go back again to, I think, what was a very fateful escort pick for Fisher College, one that took a lot of cojones to go for, and unfortunately it bit them in the butt, and that means that we bid them adieu. It was another good run. We have it, like we said, we've seen this top 4 teams before, and it's playing out very similar to how it did then. Fatefully, I believe it was Northwood who denied ISU back then of their title. ISU, remember, for all of their ability, still doesn't have one. They're hunting for one, and up against Northwood, it's going to be hard. We've got an interview coming up with Dynasty just after this break, though. You guys aren't going to want to miss it. Welcome back, y'all. One quick minute later, and we're back with Dynasty after their second series of the day on broadcast. But it does seem like we seem to be interviewing just about everyone from y'all's team at this point. I think we're
pretty much.
We've almost formed our little Northwood Exodia. But you are, of course, next up on the docket. And after what must have been a pretty stressful series, second Hog team of the day. But the first time you didn't actually have to play against a Hog after map number 1. I've got to ask just where the series started. How surprised were you guys with the direction that it took? Clearly, you were coming in anticipating that Hog, and you came out with the Reaper in map number 1, which, looked a little bit unfortunate. It looked like a rock, paper, scissors match, to say the least. And let's be real, Fisher College definitely threw you guys for a loop with that pick. How'd you guys adapt?
Well, we saw, that we played them the other day on NECC. We reverse swept them, and, it took us a while to figure out how to, play versus their team. So they obviously practiced a lot to counter us. So they wanted to run Sigmar, and we were preparing for Hog because usually that's what they play. And then they didn't have Sig, so my hero just felt useless. So eventually, after we realized, we can't get in their face and shoot them because their DPS are playing on every other angle. It's better if we just match because we think we're better than them individually in every role. So that's why we saw success in the mirror, because we just were able to, get more value out of our snipers. Played for us a little bit better.
I think that confidence is something that we speak a lot about with regards to Northwood, especially from your perspective. I mean, you joined in this call, behind the scenes. I was like, that's the most confident man I know. But I think you guys have also had those moments where it's like, okay, we know we're confident, we know we're good, we feel like we're better than them, but what's going on? There's been some of those moments where your team comes into interviews and it's every series there's just that moment where it's okay, guys,
let's be real. It's the guys quit trolling moment.
It's the quit trolling. Yeah, did that happen again in this series? And if it did, was it on King's Row when you guys almost got full held?
Well, basically it's if we're losing, we sit there and figure out why. And it's mainly because we're trolling and just overextending, taking ego duels, doing things like that. So we just all make a mental decision to stop doing that, and then we just end up winning. I think that's pretty much how it goes. But yeah, I think that's part of matches. There's always going to be ups and downs, and when you are up, you tend to get overzealous or overconfident, and then they can turn the map around. But we were able to adapt, and I think that was what gave us the edge.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of adaptation, they threw out a map pick that I don't think anybody was expecting in picking Circuit Royale into you guys, which, again, I said it on broadcast, felt like a flying middle finger in your face. Did it feel like that in the server, or was it just a small surprise?
Oh, I mean, when they picked Circuit, we were confused. We were like, why? This is this is Cowman's home, this is where he lives. He's on the street. It's this is his Sigma map. Like, why would you guys choose the best Sigma map right now and just lose? Like, in my head, the thought process didn't make sense. So yeah, we were excited to play it for sure.
And now looking forward, because that's kind of what your team is doing at the moment. I mean, obviously this was a massive game, but we kind of want to get in your head a little bit as to what your expectations are going against Redbirds. And we've talked to, I mean, at this point, pretty much everybody on your team, because for some reason we keep getting Northwood on broadcast. Part of it is because you guys keep having these longer matches, so we keep diving into your series. But either way, let kind of give us your idea of your expectations for this one. I know that, you know, Redbirds has been kind of the target for every team, but most especially yours, and you're looking to kind of steal something away from them, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like I've said this in interviews before, they are the team that we are trying to beat. You know, they're always going to be up there. Usually, you know, the script is in play right now where we beat, you know, Fisher, that team, we always beat them. We never lose, right? But then we win the fall semester, and then we lose to Maryville. So hopefully we win this, and then we don't lose to Maryville. You know? So, well, we'll see what happens. I think it'll be a very close match. We've had multiple encounters, and I think we actually have a feel for each other now, like identity-wise. Of course, with how Overwatch 2 has like changed, like everything is changing every day. So I think given the more time in practice and the match official experience that we're getting, I think it could be a very close one. I think we could win for sure.
I'm curious because you guys aren't known for having the most scrim hours together in general. Coming into today, knowing that finals is a possibility, was your focus on any of the matches prior in terms of preparation, or was there preparation for these matches? And how much preparation is going into the final match, knowing how much I think it means to a lot of you, despite, you know, like you said, not scrimming a lot of the time. It seems like a lot of the eyes are on this, a lot of your focus, and a lot of you care about it a lot, it seems.
Yeah, well, when I said practice, I meant officials, you know, because that's how we nail things. So we don't really scrim that much, obviously, but when we play together and like we get those match day like experience together, we start to nail things fast. Like our level of improvement shoots up from where we were, because like 2 weeks ago we got 3-0'd by Boise, and that was like a real like slap in the face, you know, like we needed to wake up. And then so we did 2 scrims, that was it, 2 total scrims, and then we nailed some stuff together. We re-synergize, and then now we're kicking it. We're playing match to match, and honestly, I feel like we're getting better every map, every single fight. We're always learning something.
I think my last question then would be, because we've talked about it a little bit on broadcast. Obviously, we're casting both of these games, and for us, this is kind of a long stint, and can only imagine what it's like for you guys. I mean, where's everybody's energy level at going into a final match? I know you guys are obviously excited to be in a grand final, but it's been a little bit of a roller coaster to get to this position. It's a long day for you guys, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very long losers bracket run. We're very energetic, ecstatic. You know, we're all happy to be here. We're all ready to show like what we're capable of, and at the end of the day, like we're turning this into like excitement, and this is how it's gonna help us energy wise. I think that's the most important part, is being able to withstand every single map and being able to keep pushing and understand that it's always winnable.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have your eyes set on a trophy, like you said, like Ymetra said. I mean, 2 days ago, it feels winnable at this point for you guys. You have your eyes on the prize. Congratulations on a win here up against Fisher, and good luck against ISU.
Thank you for having me.
Whew,
I will say, Dor, it is funny that you say 2 days ago, because it was yesterday, first of all, but it
felt
feels like 2 days ago, because it's been such a trip. But it's been a good trip. You know, it's been a fun time. And for us, this is going to be the close, but not for everybody else, because of course we have one final match left. It's going to determine the victor in all of this. ISU Redbirds to take on Northwood University. And let's take a little bit of a look back, because we have this opportunity now. We have some time, while, you know, of course, we're giving a little bit of an allowance to Northwood University. They've had a long day. We're going to give them a few minutes to kind of get things back together. But the journey that Northwood has had, talking about the losers bracket all the way through beating out OSU, beating out UC San Diego, beating out UC Irvine. I mean, it's been a go for Northwood, but they've made it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not strangers to the losers bracket run. One way or another, they somehow seem to end up here despite
Always.
being one of the top 2 teams every time. And it happened very early. It has been a long run. It's resulted in a lot of extra matches, a lot of extra maps of Overwatch. It's felt like as well, despite their last 2 series being 4 mappers, every one of those maps was either going the distance or going to, double time, going to a second round on the given map. It has been an exhausting day of Overwatch, even by Northwood's lower bracket run standards that they're used to.
Yeah, big time. But either way, we're going to be sending you guys to that grand final. It's going to be Rich Rad and Kenobi taking things over. And of course, you guys will love them. But for now, we'll go to a short break. When we come back, though, it's grand finals time. We'll see you there.
3 kills! Holy Lord, in the blink of an eye!
Oh, the sleeper Mondraku. What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts vision in the dark, returns to sender. They can't get away. The damage is inevitable.
But the rampage from Bedbest. This man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar.
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's still able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. They'll be able to tap. Don't have
What a sleep dart!
There it is, just signaling the button.
No.
Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. And when they find it.
Come on!
Welcome back, everybody. We are here with a slight change, but we are eternally grateful for both Dor and Hurix to bring us now to this main event for the Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming 2022. And I'm alongside none other than Kenobi, and you and I talked so much before going into this over the course of the week, and now we have finally gotten to the moment I think that we've all expected to see Illinois State University versus Northwood University, my friend.
I mean, a tale as old as time, a song as old as rhyme. We've got Northwood here in the grand finals with ISU, who many have touted as being the favorites of this tournament, and the way that they were playing through that winner's side, definitely deserving of that. But you can already start getting your 1s and 2s in the chat for those predictions right now, because this is going to be an absolute barn burner of a series between these two. We've seen them play already, and it was very close, and here in the grand finals, there's so much more to play for.
Yep, and as we just heard from Dynasty moments ago, a little bit of the history, we're going to enlighten you a little bit further. And the really most rewarding part of this is it is exactly 365 days ago, 1 year to the date, that these two saw each other in this Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming matchup in the grand finals, where you did have ISU lose out in the end of it. Now we can take a look at the bracket and how it's all convened to this singular moment where ISU is looking to take the title that I think we've all agreed is a long overdue.
Yeah, I mean, they've been fighting for an official Blizzard title since their inception at the current moment, and the thing about it is for them, for ISU, even when they had that really, really strong American Tornado roster, they didn't win this homecoming last year. They lost to Northwood, like you were saying, so there's revenge on the mind of ISU right here. They want that title officially for themselves because they haven't gotten it yet. But you can see, staring them in the face is Northwood, who have, as Hurix said, followed that yellow brick road all the way to the grand finals here. And Dynasty even mentioned it. The script writers have it, and it's set in stone right now. It's written in hieroglyphics as much as you want. Northwood gets to the fall championship, they get to the grand finals, they win it, then they go lose to Maryville. They hope that when they go to the spring championship, that doesn't happen, but here they still have to continue that script and win against a extremely strong ISU team that we can take a look at right here.
Yep, we've been seeing a lot of Northwood today, and I can guarantee you this ISU squad in the wings, watching, talking. Hurix commented as well, analyzing what they have going into this grand finals match. And this team we've seen over the course of the last 2 days leading to this moment. And one of the big topics even you were really discussing before we started to get onto the broadcast was the significance and the impact that this DPS lineup is going to contribute towards this matchup between Northwood.
And I mean, it's not just me. Also, there are, from Northwood's side, they also see the value of this DPS lineup. I think the quote was from CJ, yeah, Vision's is just on Hanzo and carries, right? That's a lot of the value that they see from this Redbirds composition. And with how well I think Vision and Lethal are playing, they are definitely the threats right now. And the rest of the team are so good at facilitating Vision and Lethal. We even talked about it yesterday when Lethal will just go on these flanks and the rest of the team's like, yeah, we totally just know that that's going to happen. We have no problems with it. Our comp structure doesn't fall apart at all. They are so prepared to enable those DPS players.
And with talking about enabling the DPS players, we can now look at who is going to be matching up against it from Northwood University. Boat and Dynasty coming at one another, seeing who can get the better exchange of this, but also just the dynamic as well when we start to take a scope outward a little bit. Let's widen the gaze here as we look at the DPS and now start to integrate the discussion of the tank lineup, where it's going to be Cowman versus Gig, and the depth of hero pool and what that matchup between these two is going to be like, as we did get to see it earlier this week.
And it is interesting that as we've gone on through this tournament and through this weekend, we saw Northwood were starting, when they started, they would switch out Cowman and Seasons. Now it just feels like the meta that we have in this tournament specifically is trending to more towards Northwood playing that Sigma. And Cowman, to his credit, has actually been able to play the Winston sometimes. The Reinhardt, too, has actually looked like pretty decent for a player that's not known for those main tank picks. So at that point, why even bother changing when Cowman is playing so good? I think he's playing the best Sigma of this tournament. It's not really close at how good Cowman is. The rest of Northwood realizes that. And also, I think one of the things about Northwood that's crazy is the clutch gene that they have. There are times, Doran here mentioned it, where they will just pull fight. Boat and Dynasty will just pull fights out of nowhere to win. So that is something that against this very, very consistently good DPS line of Redbirds, can Dynasty and Boat keep up that level? Because there are those peaks and valleys. It's got to be peaks, though, all the time, because you're playing up against a phenomenal Redbirds roster who have not looked like they've missed a singular beat.
They must be really quite dominating when it comes to D&D, because their nat 20 ability is consistent when we look at them being able to pull these kind of hero moments. And you said
death saves are crazy. The death saves are crazy.
Death saves are unreal for them right now, and they've been able to get themselves here and now. And we do go into this first of 4, looking at the first map, which is going to be Nepal. And the big question too coming into this, and that was also something that was brought up in the interview, the stamina, the motivation, the power that is still required to enter into this after having 2 series just before this grand finals, and how it's going to impact their gameplay going in against ISU, who's been sitting in the wings, getting ready, and being prepared to face off fresh.
And I mean, you and I have played WoW. You got to beat a couple of bosses before you get to Denathrius, man. You can't. It is not. You just have to do it. And Northwood is at that moment right now where they've gone through so much already. They've beaten 2 incredibly good teams in the rest of the bracket, in Fisher and in UCI. They were close series, and they've been fighting this entire time. As we do go onto Nepal as our first map. In chat predictions, 1 for ISU, 2 for Northwood University. The thing we do have to mention, though, is because this is the grand finals and ISU is coming from that winner's side, they do have an advantage, so don't let it trick you. Scoreboard is 1-0, but we do start things off on control.
Yes, and curious how that is going to allow themselves to play at that deficit for the time being. But Northwood, as we've seen before, work their way time and time again through the trenches, the hardships that they have in the losers bracket. And it really is a testament to them. Even when they find themselves down, they are never out, as we are entering into this first map finally to see who is going to set the tone, set the stage, and prepare for these 2 to duke it out.
And for Northwood University, what they're hovering at right now, I think this is probably the most common matchup you'll find from them, is they like the Sigma with the long-range DPS duo. On the other side, though, Illinois State University, it is Gig, so the Reinhardt is always something you have to be wary of, and it'll be a little bit tricky for Northwood University if they're against this Reinhardt composition, because you don't want to get caught. You have little, if you're the Illinois State University team, you have little T-Rex arms, but once they get to you, they chomp you down. So Northwood, it's all about those rotations and making sure the Reinhardt and the rest of ISU doesn't get onto you.
Yeah, the hands might not be too long for grabbing, but their teeth are sharp and ready to chomp as they press forward. Instantly, you're going to see Northwood just getting very overwhelmed. Kalman gets collapsed on by Illinois State University. They fall back and completely take out a significant factor in this composition, and Northwood's like, what just happened?
Yeah, I don't think they were expecting that at all. And with the Reinhardt still here, they can just move forward. There's no tank for Northwood University. You can actually see Cowman has gone over to the Orisa, but I mean, Illinois State University running over Northwood to start things off.
And that play out the gate is where they already start to take the advantages now, looking to stagger even more so. CJ barely attempting to peek the corner, does not escape. Lethal is there. ISU right now is coming out fists blazing.
And you can see they've gone over to the Orisa to try and, whittle down that shield, push forward a little bit, win that frontline battle, because with the Sigma, you just can't do that, as Northwood University trying to make something happen with this engage.
Vision still putting out a lot of pressure, though, in the doorway. Boat low, hiding in the corner until they can get the mini pack to top themselves up, and CJ Dynasty coming through, able to equalize for the moment and start trending this in Northwood's favor to swap this away from a very shaky start.
Yeah, really well played, though, from Northwood, just having Cowman use that spin to go forward, and now we get the rock, paper, scissors matchup where Gig has gone over to that Winston to basically just forego the Orisa completely. DPS ultimates close for both teams. When you're looking at those Kusune rushes, though, they are relatively even, and Vision gets a pick onto both. That's big.
Dragon Strike Potentially going to divide the team, separating one, but there is a quick swift step to reposition this flanking maneuver onto Dynasty, attempting to elude and evade the follow-up, but they are having a real challenge underneath this archway, moving into the double doors. Cowman falling back themselves, Dragon Strike from a distance, calling it out that they're in that small room to give some potential long-distance damage as they're coming back from the spawn. They swap it over. Illinois State University is being able to come back into this despite there being a CJ rush on the point, giving some value. Lethal with the overclock could be an equalizer, but it's swapped back again.
Renko's also got the Kitsune Rush if they want, but Lethal has gotten 2 with an overclock, and they might not even need that. Northwood commit a lot into that fight, Rich, and they don't manage to find pay dirt. So that means ISU are going to come back into this one. Luckily, Northwood did flip it over, but ISU come in here, and now for Northwood University, you have to walk into a sound barrier and a Kitsune Rush. That's going to be so difficult for them to deal with. Realistically, Boat has to find some value with that overclock if they want to have a chance of winning this fight.
Massive challenge, 70%. Nice hook to come through from Cowman to bring in Gig, but Gig still survives. There is so much from the back line that can keep him topped up. Gig just threading the needle. So much knowledge and awareness of how to play this Winston to its limits. And now some shots come in from the side angle for Vision and force back Northwood into a now 15% remaining. This is final fight they've got to touch.
Yeah, they have to get someone to the point. I mean, Mimitra's dead, so they might not be even able to get someone to touch her. They have to find a way to get through.
Bursting through that side wall, Gig going to dive in. A Dragon Strike crosses the center. The fade comes through by Dynasty to enter the overtime, but they will not be long to stay on that position since they've had to use the Wraith form to get to the point versus sustain. Though there is a flanking position with Cowman in the back. Hog is active. CJ fueling. Gig with the Primal Rage. It's taken away for now, but it's not going to be for too long as ISU comes back with a regroup.
Cowman came in super clutch, doing exactly what he just did right there, getting these hooks and getting a ton of value, saving that one for Northwood University as ISU in that last fight territory right now. They just have to win one fight, and they're in. ISU are trying to come back into this.
Vision's knowledge almost gets the shot onto Boat, who's playing still around the architecture. Gig gets denied the dive on the back, but as they draw attention to Gig, Boat goes down. Even trade on the tank line. Cowman finds the advantage. Now with the Kitsune Rush up front, Northwood buys even more time for themselves. Lethal committing the overclock, but it's not yielding nearly as much value as they would have anticipated. This is getting a little risky for ISU.
Oh, but there's a Kitsune Rush on the other side for Renko. They're going to have to commit it here.
These last few seconds, 90% in climbing. ISU looking for one last regroup. Boat gets the pickup onto Lethal. A hook as well comes wide. Renko's denied. No rush to come in for the final fight. Cowman having the whole hog, pushing them away. The contention is still there. Overtime is active. You'll even have the Winston jump from Gig, buying every minuscule second, denying the hook with the shield, but the damage so runneth over, and that will be round 1 going in favor of Northwood.
Cowman went absolutely bonkers. I wish we could see hook percentage because I think Cowman hit literally every single one of his. Like, the amount of pick potential Cowman was bringing to the table there, even in the Kitsune Rush, I think hit like 3 hooks within 8 seconds or something crazy like that. Cowman was completely on one, and against that Winston composition, that's exactly what you need. And as we can see in those chat predictions, it's very close. And Rich, based on that first sub map, I wouldn't be surprised if we just go 7 maps. This is going to be a great series to look at.
Thrilled and enticed to see how this is going to continue unfolding. And as you mentioned, if it's not 100% accuracy, I guarantee you it's in that 90th percentile for how much we saw success from it. But now an adjustment coming through. Cowman on the Sigma and pushing towards Village.
Oh, but it's the Reinhardt again from Illinois State University, and we saw how the Sigma fared against it. They just ran at them, and actually Northwood University trying to make these rotations away from the Reinhardt. Again, you don't want to get caught by this composition.
And look at this jump grab play from Visions, making sure that they can just completely decimate that shield on the front line from Cowman, but gets one onto Liar. They've lost that team utility, and now Gig playing this inner corner alongside Vision, looking to swing, gets a quick pickup onto Dynasty, slowing down and denying further walls, but there's still one to cause disruption towards the team's position. Gig moving backwards, attempting to give coverage. That shield is dwindling. The rock does get blocked. A boot to regain an opportunity of value to enter back into this, but it still goes to Northwood.
They're just trying to keep Gig alive here so that they can get them out and wait for Renko to come back into this fight and get healed up as Lethal. Ooh, very, very spooky from him. Could have gone down and actually will eventually go down. They chase him down, so that's more time taken off the clock. And now this is where the Reinhardt composition becomes a little bit scary because look at all the high ground and the poke and spam that Illinois State has to deal with. Gig here has to play so carefully around this shield management, and the Junkrat really will get the most value once they get onto point, but can they even get there, Rich? That is the question, especially when Visions just goes down, and again, more time taken off the clock.
Body tick damage, and then that follow-up with the Disruptor shot guarantees it. Now this is just more percentage gained by Northwood, leaving Illinois State having to rethink their entry.
And they're walking into Kitsune Rush as well. Cowman 100% is going to be able to get that Gravitic Flux too, and Illinois State, they don't really have any legs to stand on. A great wall to start things off from Dynasty.
Yep. Quickly dropping the pillar though. Kitsune Rush up top. Earth Shatter gets one. Cowman needs to go down in this encounter. Gets the shield up in time, but can't mitigate the damage from Vision. And again, these close proximity fights are vital for ISU. They've managed to gain this point. They're looking to clear the rest and then maximize on that Junkrat's potential.
That was some sick Chad energy from Gig right there. Doesn't even care that there's a Kitsune Rush. Knows they have the Shatter. Knows the shield is not there to block it. Throws it down and wins that fight for the rest of his team. So now the shoe's on the other foot a little bit. We see Cowman does have the Gravitic Flux. They usually use it to counteract this Kitsune Rush from Renko, but it's so hard to hit most of the time because of how fast you go.
Gig reposition. What a takedown from Lethal. You were going to see Dynasty start chipping away at Gig to draw attention away. What a block as well on the accretion. The lightning fast responsiveness and actions per second for Gig to keep this up and holding on. They're starting to stack this ultimate economy and feeling strong.
And that's exactly what you want if you're Illinois State University, winning those fights without using that ultimate economy, right? Because now you have an overclock from Lethal. You have a Tire, which basically wins fights by itself. And it's interesting that it's Vision playing that Junkrat. We usually see the Hanzo as here comes an overclock from Boat. They're looking for a pick. Can they find it?
Oh! Dynasty once again almost picked up, has to retreat and fall back. Again, Renko gets the takedown. This is absolutely mind-blowing how Dynasty is being consistently denied. Visions with the Riptire, gets two at the most farthest extents of its radial explosion and manages to now reposition up top and hold again.
The macro play is so good. The entirety of ISU disengages away from Boat's overclock. It gets no value whatsoever, and again, a singular ultimate to win a fight. And on Control, that's exactly what you need to play these fights like this, continue snowballing that ultimate economy, and now we're looking at potentially a last fight here, and Northwood only have a sound barrier to work with. On the other side, there's about to be 4 ults.
Lethal holstering the overclock until the moment is right. Dynasty plays cautiously after that initial pick. No supports near to get topped up until they transition over. Cowman gets overwhelmed. Vision's there with a concussion mine. There is a rush on the front, blitzing forward. Gig goes in, swinging that judgment gavel to take them down. This is going to be second round for Illinois State with a team kill and saying this is going to be a long one, Northwood.
And I think blitz is exactly the word I would use for that composition. And it's interesting that we didn't see too many swaps from Northwood. They did get that one round win, and then they were like, maybe we have the ultimates to deal with this. But that, just like from start to finish, the amount of pressure and the amount, like from specifically the Junkrat pick, which I think was beautiful because it just puts so much pressure onto the shields. A lot of disruption too. People forget that mine can one-shot in a lot of those scenarios because of the chip damage that you're getting already. So really well played from ISU, understanding win conditions against what Northwood University is running as their bread and butter. As here we go over to Shrine as our third and final decider submap. And if it ain't broke for Illinois State University, don't fix it. You've got Gig. Continue to play that Reinhardt.
I just feel like Gig was a football player, stood on that line of scrimmage, and is like, let's go. That's what I'm feeling right now, that energy. As we've got this press now leaning into Cowman onto the Orisa to take an alternative option. Renko gets javelined for the moment, separating them from the team, but reconvenes towards the front. Gig aggressively up front once again. Shield getting very quickly dismantled. His Vision in the back line, unfortunately, not going to hold on for too long, but Lethal gets a pickup and covers this. Yamitra lost.
Visions is solo, is able to find some healing, but I like the decision of the Orisa here. It does put a lot of pressure down. Lethal looking for a rail. Cowman getting so low, but the peel is enough to keep them alive.
Gig still managing the doorway, consistently swiveling to find where the focus is. Comms, I guarantee you, in high communication to maintain and take this first map of control to put them another point up. Now it starts to slow down. A pin to the side, denied, and now they hesitate before going in. Nice fire strike, though, to gain one javelin back. Northwood University, though, gonna try and see if they can get the spear spin to deny Gig. And at this point, University, still gonna be Illinois State managing to take this.
Yeah, this feels a little bit like one of those valleys, right, where we're talking about with Boat and Dynasty, because right now Vision and Lethal have complete control, and realistically for this comp from Northwood, if you're not getting those picks from your DPS, you can't really move because Reinhardt just sits in front of that Orisa, and Lethal and Vision, again, if given the space, will create so much value for you with those opening picks, and Northwood have to switch again to a different composition, but now you're walking into a Kitsune Rush, you're walking into Sound Barrier and an Overclock. It's going to be a hard one to win unless this Kitsune Rush from CJ gets value.
Yep. Counter Kitsune Rush as well. Cross the center. Vision's low. They need to bring them down. They get one, but a rail shot onto Yamitra for a second consecutive time by Lethal. The Overclock can't quite find the mark just yet. Eludes the Disruptor shot and tosses one of their own, but as they focus, Lethal, Gig sweeping in once again to give the assistance. The Tsuzu can't keep them alive for long, and Northwood now continuing to be stifled with 0%.
Yeah, this is looking very convincing for Illinois State University, just using those two ultimates to win that fight. Northwood University come back with an Overclock with the Pulse Bomb, but Illinois State University are in that last fight territory. Northwood have to make a miracle happen with some of these picks.
Yeah, Boat, specifically with the Overclock, needs to get pay dirt. Same thing with Dynasty. A pick in the back would be vital. As it goes to the wall, it sticks and it misses. Gig up front, getting bolstered. The Shatter is available, waiting to drop for that secured land. And at this point, they don't even need it. Lethal's managed to take the picks that are necessary to take this third round and now put them up 2 score over Northwood.
It was close in a couple of the other ones, but that last one felt like it was all Illinois State all the time with that map win. This Reinhardt composition, I love the decision making from them, just using it as a way to negate the Sigma, saying, all right, Northwood, you want to play Sigma and go mano-a-mano like this? We're totally fine with that. We'll play Reinhardt. We have one of the best Reinhardts probably with Gig, and we can just rush by you, and we have the coordination to do that. And if we end up playing this slower style, we have faith in Vision and Lethal to get those opening picks over Boat and Dynasty.
That out the gate is daunting. Completely putting Northwood into a state of discomfort from the start. They had some miraculous plays to counteract it, but now they need to look for a new refocus. Again, it's been a long day thus far and have to look towards this next map to try and gain value. And overall, though, ISU firing on all cylinders.
It is going to be Northwood's map pick, so we have to start talking about what are we going to be seeing from them, because Kings Row is an option, but with the way that we just saw Gig play Reinhardt and the entirety of ISU play Reinhardt, I don't know if you want to take him to Kings Row. Kings Row is like kind of like a neutral map, but the way that I think ISU is playing around this Rhine, it feels like they've figured out a way to beat the Sigma composition of Northwood, which is their best composition, I think, at the current moment. Yes, the Hog looks good, but whenever you're forcing Cowman onto an Orisa, onto a Winston, onto a Reinhardt themselves, potentially, the other side is just taking that as you're basically handshaking at that point, and that's not what Northwood University wants to do in this situation. They want to play their game, and right now, it's very difficult against what ISU is running.
It's struggling for them to get that advantage, and you're very much right when it comes to even what we just saw 2 days ago when it came to Kings Row. It was a massive, just chaotic fight across the board with the Bastion, with the change-ups, with the Reinhardt. Everything about that matchup earlier was just overwhelming, I think, to really watch for both teams, but there is confirmation that we are still going to end up on Kings Row, and curious if there is a sense of refinement and tuning to this that makes it more favorable than what we saw when it came to Northwood earlier.
Not only that, but it looks like Seasons is getting subbed in, which is a big deal. This to me tells me that they've thought about the idea of the Sigma. They don't want it. They want just like a straight mono fight here with Winston or with Reinhardt, put Seasons in. Because if ISU are going to opt in to play more of that Reinhardt style, kind of leaving Cowman there in that matchup is very difficult, because Gig is a Reinhardt player. If you could like think of a player that is synonymous with with Gig, or here that's synonymous with Gig, it would be that Reinhardt. So bring in Seasons, who's more comfortable on the Winston, on the Orisa, probably also on the Reinhardt. I think that this is a good decision from Northwood University to do this because of the fact that Calman, whenever Northwood were playing before on this map, it would be the Roadhog or it would be the Sigma. Can't play those anymore.
And with this is seasoned play from Seasons. It's going to be weird to say, but
the joke never gets old. It never gets old.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. You think about it for a hot minute before you say it every time, and you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to go with that. There's no other way to say it. But yes, it's at this point you have to try something. You know earlier that it didn't lean in the direction you would like it to go. It's grand finals. There's still another map. You might as well attempt everything that is feasible within your book of options. And I agree with you that this is a really stellar decision for them to bring this to the forefront and try and compete against Gig and just this squad of ISU.
And I think that tells me that they're like thinking about this game and like really like want to put everything that they have on the table right here, because going down 3-0 would be like, it's almost a death knell against ISU in this current situation, right? So you get your map pick, you have something potentially with Seasons planned on Kings Row, so hopefully if you're a Northwood University fan, you're thinking, okay, we can have this map here, we can make it 1-2, and then we can go from there and potentially bring back in Calman whenever we want. The difficulty is that it feels like ISU has figured that out, so, and they're going to get map pick if Northwood wins this one, so that's kind of a thing we have to look for in the future. But as we go into Kings Row, I want to know what Seasons is going to be playing, because when they've come in the past, it's been that Winston, and to his credit, Season has looked phenomenal on Winston, like really good whenever we saw them after this weekend play. So I think that ISU here are going to just probably opt into playing more of that mirror style that we've seen before.
And it looks like we do have a disconnect, so we will give it a brief moment for Northwood to regain connection before entering in onto this maps of Kings Row. And the other thing too, when we talk about the history of it being exactly 1 year ago today, typically when it comes to the control map, that's me now trying to just look at the past, that it was a control map win, and then everything else went in favor of Northwood. They come back with that initial win on this hybrid map and then snowball. That's what I think we could see here come to fruition. And like you mentioned, Northwood being able to gain that momentum and start to gain confidence using this adjustment with Seasons, a little bit of an ace in a hole for them, and now start to snowball their way to counteract against Illinois State University.
Yeah, Super Sub Seasons is coming in and like trying to find a way to bring this team back. And again, I think that the Northwood University stuff worked against teams that were like playing more of the hog style, didn't really play a lot of Winston. This feels like a matchup now where you have to play more of the standard meta, and we have to remember that this is Northwood University on Kings Row. They do play the Bastion on the offensive side, so that is something that we have to be keeping an eye out for as well, because they do like to bring that out. And if Illinois State is going to run out on the defense, which what I thought they were running out on, which is that Winston composition, the Bastion from Northwood University is very adept at dealing with it, and they tried to do it actually the last time they played. It did not work out as much as they wanted to, so ISU is very aware of that possibility, but Northwood University may have some other tricks up their sleeve.
And the other part of this too is we've all said that, yeah, ISU was waiting in the wings. They were watching how Northwood was playing. They've not yet really seen Seasons. Again, you have the concept and understanding of how the Winston can play, but maybe there's some kind of uniqueness when it comes to Seasons playing this, what they have hidden up that sleeve so that they can potentially get that royal flush and be able to take the advantage here. And again, for those of you, there's so much to support in Tier 2. This right now is a moment that you are indulging in now, but there is much more to come for the rest of this month, so make sure you hit that bell, ding it loud, and be really loud for both these two teams to see who takes the grand final.
It's like Northwood University, no Bastion shenanigans to come out yet, so it looks like after their previous fight with ISU, they know that ISU can deal with it. Widowmaker pick just to see what they can find. So now it's actually the full mirror, the more standard composition that we saw a lot in that Overwatch League. So it comes down to, again, these cooldowns as Lethal and Gig are trying to make something happen on this front line and push Northwood University back.
A lot of damage within that bubble as well. Seasons can't stick within it. Lethal getting very aggressive, almost takes down Season, but a massively well-timed CJ Suzu to keep them alive as they round the corner. Boat and Seasons unfortunately fall to the wayside after the lengthy engagement, and once again, ISU has stifled their aggression.
The amount of pressure Lethal is putting on is pretty unreal right now, forcing out so many cooldowns by themselves. Seasons felt like he played that entire defense at sub 50% health because Lethal is just in their face the entire time, and there's not really a way to deal with that if you don't have the bubble to dance around.
Yeah, visceral what Lethal is able to do to the opponent. As you can see, this recontest now 3 minutes to go. Maneuvering through the hotel, a little bit of a staggered with Dynasty getting picked up by the railgun. You even have the Kitsune rush to collapse. Northwood, unfortunately, overwhelmed by ISU.
That was a convincing fight. I mean, it was the Kitsune rush, and there is going to be one coming back from Northwood University right now. But look at Lethal. I mean, the posturing, just the confidence Lethal has on whatever they play. Like, we haven't seen them play too much Reaper, but when they do in contenders, again, it's just that confidence. He's basically frontlining, and he's not worried at all. He has total confidence in himself.
And there's so much assistance from the rest of the team to give him the advantages, managing to get a lot worth inside of the Kitsune rush, skirting by with the Wraith form, but unfortunately Boat and Seasons finally delete them from the equation. Northwood now only contributing one ultimate into this fight. If they can retain the rest of these, finalize the picks, they will be in a good spot with some decent timing to work their way through the Streets phase.
ISU committed a lot to that. They tried to really heavily buy back in, and Northwood University, look at their ultimate economy coming into this next fight, Rich. Liar has the sound barrier, but that's it. There's nothing else, and Northwood are about to come up on 4 ultimates themselves, so one of the things that I think Northwood does so well is their ability to snowball here, and Illinois State don't really have a lot to counter it. They have to play a little bit safer because they know that the ultimate economy is so not in their favor at the current moment.
Playing this corner is going to be vital for ISU. How will they look to enter in onto it with the ultimates that Northwood has in store? Liar. Gig! Deleted. Instantly brought low, and the railgun secures the pick, and ISU at this point has to just bail. They can't stick any further.
And again, no ultimates used, so they continue to snowball this ultimate economy, and you really are going to be looking at, once ISU comes back into this, are they going to have Renko's Kitsune Rush? Because it is a little bit faster than CJ at the current moment. That could be a difference maker coming into this next fight.
And those clutch genes now starting to rise to the surface, demonstrating how those picks can come through to make massive differentiating value, with Boat getting another onto Liar. Boat has found successful pick time after time, guaranteeing that they will have a free pathway towards this checkpoint. Seasons only committing the one ultimate thus far again, and ISU are unable to plant their feet and continue to sway.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that you can take notes on at home, is how to correctly just use your and rotate your ultimate economy, because there it's perfection from Northwood University. And now when they get second, they have a huge time bank in their back pocket, and they're still ahead in terms of that ultimate economy. So really well played from them. As now we come back into this, both Kitsune Rushes available and those sound barriers, so a lot of healing and sustain going to be in this next fight, as Lethal just gets bodied in the 1v1 by Dynasty.
Yep, DPS matchup between the two. Dynasty gaining a stride in their step and denying Lethal access to their consistent success that we saw earlier. Now, 4 minutes, this final stretch. The turn is the point of contention, and ISU is waiting.
Waiting patiently, still that overclock from Boat available to them as they're trying to get Lethal off of this high ground before they go. Vision takes him out!
Boat no longer available. Overclock denied. CJ committing the Kitsune rush, with Seasons sticking close for the moment until they can reconvene, but Lethal in the back, causing hell on the back line. Has to force the disengage. Same thing with this defensive position as well. Northwood has to retreat. They're trying to salvage what they can and manage to get out with very minimal damage.
Really good disengage coming out from Northwood University, being able to hold as we are going to get a re-engage, and Boat takes down Vision.
Another one, but we can take a look at Lethal also working their way through the Kitsune rush on the front line, dividing and conquering. A Death Blossom onto 3. The shield also denies anyone focus firing down Lethal, but a counter with Dynasty peeking close, collapsing onto Lethal with the assistance from Yamitra. And again, Northwood takes the fight. They've got to deny this play from Gig and look to push further.
Gig uses the Primal Rage just to create a bit of time here. Vision's looking to see if they can potentially find a rail before that overclock. Doesn't manage to find one. Oh, look at Lethal. He's on the Bastion.
Can this be a defining factor here for ISU? They've taken a chapter out of Northwood's book to turn this into a win defensively. Shutting down now Dynasty with a great aggressive play from Vision.
The Desperation Bastion, what you were right, a page directly out of Northwood's playbook there, and it ends up working beautifully for them. The scary thing is that they are going to be missing that Reaper, I think, a little bit in the frontline battle, but Northwood do have to play relatively carefully around it because the turret form is going to be a key factor. If the turret form is active when Seasons dives in, he's just going to be able to melt and is going to be 100% forced to use Primal.
Boat dropping below, covering through the damage. Kitsune rushes out, repositioned by Seasons, diving into it, still having the Primal Rage. Boat sliding across the floor, repositions and gains the takedown onto Gig. Now Lethal still finding an angle. The turret is available, but holding on to it for the moment. Gets overwhelmed and is shut down by Dynasty. Both flanking, unable to tip the hat to them as they did that prior moment. And that will be a completion here from Northwood. They may have taken a chapter out of the book, but Northwood says we will strip it back because we can play it better.
It was a bit dicey at the start, but in the end, Northwood, because of that second point where they just had that immaculate ultimate rotation, good understanding, and even the ultimates that they used, like just the understanding of it, like their Dynasty sees that Liars a little bit forward, just Death Blossom it. It's, you know, you can get that momentum to move forward and have such a huge time bank to work with. So Northwood University playing that almost perfectly macro-wise, and they get a nice minute and 40-second time bank. And now on the other side for Illinois State University, what are they going to bring to the table? You know, because they played a little bit of the Bastion. I think these two teams feel like they want to start going towards that mirror in the front between Lethal and between Dynasty and Seasons, because that tank and Reaper matchup does make a lot of difference.
We will see if they're able to come out with judgment. Thievery is punishable by death. They've acknowledged that the Bastion was taken and now coming back defensively to see what they can do against ISU. And again, with this lead thus far, Northwood has to get this win to make sure that they can gain some sort of revitalized strength and flourish, because it is a long road ahead of them, as that one map differential at the start makes it even more challenging for them to come back.
Northwood University, standard, tried and true on that defensive end. Illinois State going to be taking the same thing as well. So we have that mirror again, and one of the things about this at the start was that Lethal was putting out so much damage, and eventually Northwood adapted and started putting more pressure onto Lethal as Seasons has to dive out to start things out, so that is space given away, but Northwood University are fine at the current moment.
Big round in the corner, nice shield active, Lethal goes down, Dynasty finds the pickup and once again denies accessibility for ISU out the gate to gain value, and if Northwood can continue this, they will be in a beautiful spot.
This has been fantastic. Wait, I mean, again, the way that they are just focusing down these members now, Dynasty's doing such a good job of putting pressure onto Lethal, and with Renko not here, Illinois State might have to just get out of dodge because they don't have the healing available to them. They don't want to lose any more members, and this adaptation from Northwood working wonders from them. You can also see CJ so far ahead in terms of that Kitsune Rush because Renko went down, so if they can snowball this and CJ gets that Kitsune Rush, this is going to be another defense.
Liar almost picked up as well. Gig having a clutch shield in time. Dynasty finds another extremely valuable takedown. ISU already reduced by a minute, and it's going to continue to reduce as Northwood holds strong.
It's not the flashiest hero we know Dynasty for, but it's doing its job perfectly for them. And Illinois State, come back into this. Do you have a Kitsune Rush available to them? Same thing with CJ on the other side. The big difference, though, is that Liar's going to have Sound Barrier. Yamitra, not necessarily as close. So there is a little bit of an advantage for Illinois State University as they come back into this one.
Gig colliding with the tank from Seasons. You've got the Kitsune Rush from both sides. Renko able to catch up for the moment as Gig gets a pickup onto Yamitra. The ultimates are stacking up, but Illinois State University gets the better end of their rush and will be able to clean this up, maneuvering into the streets phase with a decent time of their own.
And I think you're seeing a little bit there of the value of Liar specifically on the Lucio because they got that sound barrier sooner. They play a little bit more aggressively than Yamitra on the other side, and it really let them farm up and get that sound barrier with the damage that they were doing enough to where they could beat out Yamitra in terms of getting that charge. So you see on the flank, actually, Dynasty is looking for a pick. They don't find anything yet, but force out the disruptor shot, so this might be a moment where Northwood University can take some space back.
And these clever plays attempting to break the strategy and You catch your opponent off guard. Curious to see how Lethal and Dynasty are going to affect this play. Railgun goes wide, Vision couldn't land it, falls back for the regroup, and Lethal himself looks to try and hide and go to the high ground.
They're looking for the Death Blossom right now, seeing if they can find anyone on the flank as Gig dives, or Seasons dives into the backline, but here's Lethal!
Death Blossom does not yet come out, waits to see what they can force. It's going to be a sound barrier active along with a Death Blossom from Dynasty. Seasons as well with a Primal Rage. There were 3 ultimates committed into this, and now if you just hold on from Illinois State, wait for Visions to get back online, they've got a massive asset gain here.
Yeah, this was a sick disengage from ISU. ISU's going to try and take that advantage and move forward and take that space away. They know they have an advantage with that ultimate economy right now, and realistically for Northwood University, you have to get this overclock to find value, and the Kitsune Rush has to be good too, or else it's going to be ISU taking this fight and taking second.
Lethal continuing to posture towards that flanking position for the Death Blossom, but the aggression comes through. Northwood taking advantage of it. They know that Lethal is going into the back once again and respecting it highly. ISU not overcommitting. The Kitsune rushes down. 5 ultimates for this next engagement.
This game is on such a knife's edge right now, but ISU have that ultimate economy in their back pocket, but it's Northwood who's going to go first.
Unleashing the Kitsune Rush. Both, you have a massive task ahead of you to deny this rush forward. Vision gets one with a Disruptor shot, and Lethal, again, not having to commit anything. It's only the Primal Rage alongside Ranko's Kitsune Rush, and now Illinois State is doing the same as Northwood has with their ults.
I like that idea from Northwood University, though, trying to get as much as possible out of there. They did get 2 ultimates, which is nice. I don't know if it's going to be enough. There's a potential that they could recontest here, but I think the cart will eventually make it back in time. Vision is down, though, actually, and there's 4 meters, 3 meters. Can they get someone on?
Diving in, Seasons has the jump ready. The Death Blossom attempting to counteract this since Vision's overstepped their boundaries, and Lethal now has been caught in the mix of it. They're stalling this out just under 2 meters, and because of that aggressive play from Vision and attempted recovery from Lethal, they lose the spot.
What a catch from Northwood, though. Like a fish on a line, they take out Vision and immediately go back in. And Rich, this is one of the worst places to be on the map when you're trying to get into the point. You have no semblance of a respawn advantage whatsoever, and now Northwood have their ultimates back.
Gig playing aggressively themselves. What a railgun shot, pumping damage into Seasons, who now has to abandon ship, floating out in the distance of the waters. No one's got a lifeboat, attempting to keep him topped up as they jump out with just a sliver of health remaining. That will guarantee these last few meters, but the rush from CJ, a Death Blossom as well, Dynasty, but again, ISU responds in kind, but can't escape the grasp of both.
Oh, the disengage was almost so good there, but Boat is able to find 2. Lethal is going to try and get out of here. But Rich, there's only a minute left. Illinois State's going to come back, yes, with a Kitsune Rush of their own. Can they find any of those other ultimates? Because they will be incredibly important, especially because of the fact Dimitra has the sound barrier themselves. So if you're Northwood, you can disengage and then re-engage when you have your cooldowns back.
40 seconds. The time continues to dwindle. Intensity escalating. Seasons playing forward. Ranko now getting a massive Kitsune Rush, and you've got Northwood playing far too forward. They've been divided and are attempting to be conquered. Lethal with the wave before a potential Death Blossom, but holds onto it. They have no need to expend it, and now go into the final stage here. They do get some time on the bank, but this is going to be a challenge, especially with what we know Northwood to be on this last defensive hold.
Yeah, just too much for Northwood to deal with the Kitsune Rush coming into that fight. I mean, Dimitra just a tad late, I think, with that sound barrier, wasn't able to save one of the members, so it was just an easy fight for ISU to win here. As look at Northwood trying to take that high ground away, but here comes Seasons to help out Lethal.
Yep, getting assistance as much as they can. Lethal barely escaping for the moment. We're gonna go actually back in with the Death Blossom.
Oh my god!
Well timed! Suzu coming in from Ranko. The communication streamlined, and now forcing them to their spawn and absolutely eviscerating Northwood.
The confidence from ISU, the coordination like you talked about, so well played there as Illinois State just need one more fight to hit that golden box victory, but Northwood University coming back. They have a Kitsune Rush. They're also going to have Primal Rage very soon for Seasons.
Dive in the back, disruptor shot blocking the entranceway, correction exit way here at this point now is the oh no, the Kitsune rush denied. CJ is down. Illinois State University with Liar's sound barrier. Everything is crumbling in front of Northwood. They had one last final attempt to hold here. The team kill comes through, waves all around from ISU, and that is a round completion with 60 seconds on the clock.
Illinois State get that 60 seconds, 2 minutes available for Northwood, but I think both of these teams are sweating a little bit. It's on such a knife's edge. It feels so nervy, but at the same time, while it does feel a little bit nervy, both of them are playing with such incredible macro right now. I think the way that they play through second a lot of the time with their ultimate economy usage, the patience as well, because at the end of the day, a lot of these fight wins have come down to those ultimates and who has a little bit of an advantage, who has that coordination like we just saw Lethal there in that replay. And it is back and forth like a heavyweight boxing bout.
And you have to commend the staff, the coaching, everything about this, because they're instilling those types of communications and desires and strategies to play this, knowing how they're going to be able to persevere through the thick of the chaos. And between these two, you mentioned that they're sweating. I'm sweating right now. Literally on the edge of my seat, waiting to see how this is going to unfold, as you do have ISU on the attack first due to that lower time bank, with Northwood defensively looking to utilize this time advantage to be able to take their first map.
ISU only the 60 seconds available to them, so potentially one ultimate rotation. Maybe Renko can find a way to soak up a lot of that healing and then get to that Kitsune rush, but it's going to be about the picks. And to be fair, when you're ISU, you have a perfect person for that. You have Vision, one of the best that we have in this tournament. Hell, in contenders in NA, who can just find those picks out of nowhere and win you fights. And with only 45 seconds, that's exactly what you need.
It has to come through, but on the opposing side, Boat has been able to find very successful shots. Can they land the same on them? With Vision and Lethal low, a lot of assistance coming out from Renko. You've got the Suzu out. Gig managing to sustain around the shield. Gets a right click with the shot onto Dynasty. Beautiful plays by ISU, now finally collapsing onto Boat with a melee. A Raging Fist comes through by Gig to secure it, and Northwood has to now look for a recontest at the next choke point of the archway.
That was all Gig and his coordination with Lethal there. Lethal went into the backline, created so much pressure, forced out cooldowns, and then Gig just completely took over all of that space, had faith in the team to keep him Suzu'd up, even if he was so low, right in front of Dynasty, who was shooting him in the face. And Northwood now, or ISU, get that first point, and anything you get on top of it right now is just gravy. We've seen earlier teams go to second, go to third some of these times, but now for ISU, it's just about getting as much as you can.
Disruptor shot denying the entry. Renko has to fall back. They've got some time to work with here because they can play in this narrow corridor, so the overtime won't completely vanish. Now, Kitsune rush active. Renko not yet having theirs, so Liar commits the sound barrier, buying enough time for the return to come through. But Gig is down. Lethal low. Boat continuing to press forward. The overclock is unleashing shots, finding domes. But Renko with their Kitsune rush is looking to clap back. Sound barrier from Yamitra, holding on to it because they led with their own rush. CJ supports the back line and also continues to maintain up front. Seasons contributing that primal rage. A beautiful move to distance Lethal, but it still gets damage. There is now the overclock from Visions. It's going to be ISU still taking this fight despite the Northwood opportunity to lead in with a team kill.
Oh, Seasons booped the Death Blossom into CJ. That's so unfortunate, but Northwood win that fight at the choke and now are moving forward. Vision posturing so aggressively right here, and with the ultimates that ISU have, they just have this singular one from the Winston, but that's a lot of sustain in this fight, and again, you're giving that space to Vision and Lethal to create a ton of potential picks and a ton of potential damage.
Oh, repositioning up top. Gig gonna respond. Has that ultimate available, as you mentioned. Holding it for the moment. They want to continue to gain distance. Oh my goodness, Lethal gets the pick up onto Dynasty. Northwood now being broken in the overtime. They have been unable to stabilize at this moment, and they are continuing to bleed out.
Yeah, this feels like a backbreaker right here, Rich. I mean, with just a minute, getting all the way here to that second point. And that was, I mean, Vision still going aggressive. Look how confident they are. Just goes into the back line, doesn't fear at all, gets a pick onto Dynasty, so that's just more meterage left on this cart. Now, Northwood University coming back into this. They have a Kitsune Rush. They're going to need to use it effectively, but Lyre on the other side has that sound barrier, and we've seen how good ISU are at disengaging those Kitsune Rushes when that sound barrier is available.
Lethal low, getting topped up though as the Kitsune Rush from CJ comes out. Seasons holding strong for the moment, but that health value continues to juggle from highs to lows. Sound barrier from Lyre buying even more time for ISU to find the picks, but they're having a real difficult time doing so. Gig getting dangerously low, but everyone funneling in to assist. Seasons backing up. Nice boop this time around, and Dynasty gets the shutdown. Didn't work the first time, but the second one sure does land. But they're managing to hold on to this Kenobi.
Oh, they need to find picks here. Vision's going to be able to take down Dynasty. He's 1 health. He gets punched in the face and taken down. And Northwood University, they don't have any legs to stand on anymore here, Rich.
They're in shambles the last few meters. This has been a complete payload push in the overtime. Upon taking the first initial point, Northwood rushing to get onto it. Boom!
That's
back!
Unreal.
And they get a full overtime completed round. ISU saying, we will not be stopped.
I mean, if there was any doubt about the power level of ISU, they're all put to bed right now. All completely put to bed. That was a minute time bank that they capped the entirety of Kings Row again. Again, Rich. They did it again. And while I think the DPS are so important, while I think that Gig has been playing phenomenal, Lyre has been the, silent star for me. Every single sound barrier has been perfect. Every single boop onto Dynasty when he's Death Blossom, perfect. The boops on engages too. Lyre is an unsung hero for this team, and I think that's one of the best parts about Illinois State University is that every player has their time and has their moment on this team, and you're seeing it right here on Kings Row.
And with this map being such a strong and confident map for Northwood to play on, the mental fortitude right now to acknowledge what just happened.
From this?
2 minutes and 1 second. You look at that time bank, knowing that you have a superior bank versus ISU and complete its entirety. Northwood has to find and dig deep. We were talking earlier, and even here Eriksendor mentioned it, that they have to have this, guys, we got to stop messing around. This is the most defining moment of that.
2 minutes is all they have, and even if we cap, we still have to do more Kings Row, so it is do or die for Northwood right now. You don't want to go down 3-0 against this ISU team. So now we see Northwood aggress on this offensive, but look at Lethal again, the amount of pressure. Seasons taken down very low, and Bubble has to be committed.
And with that bubble being committed early, there's a chance. Beautiful Suzu for now from Ranko to keep them alive. Dynasty goes down. Those minor seconds have yielded massive dividends. Chasing Yamitra on the upside. CJ's eliminated, and ISU comes out strong and removes already 30 seconds off the clock.
Northwood have to get out of dodge here. Luckily, they keep Seasons alive. Dynasty looking for a pick at the very end, but we see Vision. I mean, someone's got to look at Vision a couple of these times, because if they're left alone, we've heard the acknowledgement from the entirety of the bracket so far. Visions cannot be left alone like this.
Uncontested means disaster. As the 60 seconds, we find ourselves at the time bank that ISU
Oh my god!
Oh, wow! Shot onto boat from Vision. Dynasty gets the counterplay, though, onto Lethal. 4 versus 4. Gig is low, jumps away as fast as possible, and as they chase Gig, Visions finds another. Thank you, sir. I will have another. Northwood now with 45 seconds look for a final fight.
They have to leave here, but Vision is live right now, and they're bloodthirsty, like Doris says. They're collecting souls right now. This Sojourn play has been immaculate so far from Vision. They're going to have the overclock available to them. Both teams have their Kitsune rushes, though, so that's a big deal.
And now in these final moments, are Northwood able to persevere through this defensive hold? The Kitsune rush, Lethal finds a flank and takes down CJ. It's all on Yamitra now to keep them going, and Dynasty on the front. Visions with the disruptor shot guarantees that Northwood will not be able to recover, despite them having the close spawn. They are being pummeled, they are being repositioned and knocked about, juggled, you could say. And that's Northwood, unfortunately, unable to take the point. And Illinois State University put themselves on a match point.
match point for Illinois State University to finally get that title that's eluded them for so long. And I mean, the way that this map went, if you're Northwood, you have to take a long, like, halftime break because you had it. You had the time bank advantage in your hand, and ISU said, doesn't matter how much time we have, we're just going to full cap Kings Row again and take a 3-0 lead. This has been an unbelievable performance from ISU. All of the stars are firing on all cylinders. Lethal, I think, he would probably ask us if we were in contenders if we have his stats for Reaper damage.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of pressure that he's putting out by himself is just phenomenal. And the way that the team of ISU follows up on it, too. Like, they know, we heard it in the interviews, Rich, they know Lethal's just going to do his thing, Vision's going to do his thing, and we just got to follow.
We just have to get a damage tabulator for Lethal, because that's the one person that we always have asked to for that. Like, I need my stats. Like, just want my stats. And it's crazy. It's absolutely baffling to see what ISU is able to do. We talk so much about them, their university, their staffing, everything about it. And it continues every time we watch them on a live broadcast, the main stage like this in a grand finals. And it only continues to balloon and grow. And every time we find these moments of where we are just mesmerized by what they are capable of doing. And on this match point, Northwood University, you mentioned it, this halftime moment is everything to them, and they truly have to find something within them, backed into the corner, which we've seen them do before. It has happened, but the question is, can it come out here again?
I mean, it's going to be difficult. We are going to escort, so the thing is that you could potentially put Calman in, play Sigma. That's like the one way back in, I think. But like under a 3-0 lead against this ISU team, it has to be perfection from here on out. Yes. You're climbing the highest mountain. You have to make a reverse sweep. They've done it before in the past, Northwood, but ISU seems like a completely different beast right now, and it's very, very difficult to take this team down, not only in just one match, but in 4 off the trot.
Northwood, grab your cleats, grab your picks, all your ropes and clips, and you got to climb this mountain. We're going to be able to see that after this break, so don't go anywhere, because we're curious to see if they can do it.
3 kills! Holy Lord, in the blink of an eye!
Oh, the sleeper Mondraku. What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts Vision in the dark, returns to sender! They can't get away, the damage is inevitable!
But the rampage from Bedbest, this man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar.
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's still able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. They'll be able to tap. Don't have
What a sleep dart.
There it is, just signaling the button. No. Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. Oh, when they find it.
Come on!
We will spray you. No, we won't. You're going to be able to spray when it comes to all of the maps in Overwatch. As you are watching, you get this Collegiate Overwatch spray. Super excited to be able to have that accessible for all of you that are tuning in to join it. We're looking forward to getting into this next map, and Kenobi, it is a match point situation between these two. ISU 3 up, and Northwood at this point going on to this next map. It is now or never to turn it all around.
And if there was one map where you would have to start your comeback for this Northwood, I would think it would be this one, which is going to be Circuit Royal, because of the fact that you can put in Cowman. We heard it from Dynasty. This is where Cowman lives. He's on the streets in this map. It's the Sigma map. Like, this is where, if you were ever going to start your reverse sweep, it has to be here. You're putting Cowman in. And the interesting thing, though, is on the other side, it looks like Moving Fish is going to be in too.
Okay.
So someone who we haven't seen a lot of, but Moving Fish, an off-tank player in trade, so they definitely have the potential to me to bring in this Sigma play and match up against Cowman.
Well, and we can talk a little bit about this ourselves, too. We had the chance of seeing Moving Fish pair up alongside Gig back when it was Hugh before the transition into Overwatch 2, so really understanding and knowing what their potential is. But, you know, talking about Cowman being rotated back into this is a moment where, again, I think if all the cards align and you're able to start stacking it to where you can finally take the advantage, this is that moment. The Sigma play significant. Circuit Royal, a place of confidence, living on the streets indeed, with a big box ready to just kind of chill in for the moment.
No, Cowman's got like one of those. Cowman's got like a really nice apartment where you can see the F1 races. You know, that's what I think. Cowman
Rooftop.
Yeah. Got a nice balcony there. You can just look over and see. Oh, there's the F1 cars driving by. But yeah, I think that
their
it's
feet up on the.
Definitely. I think it's interesting that we are seeing Moving, because it's not someone we've seen a ton of. Even when we do see like the Sigma play from ISU, it is usually the play coming in from Gig, but I think this is definitely a map where you can almost for certain guarantee that you're going to play Sigma, and that is good for Moving Fish, so you don't have to potentially move over to something else. Like Sigma's the one that reigns supreme on this map. So having Moving Fish in, I talked to Flutie about Moving Fish, really, really impressive from what they've had. So I think that going forward, it is something to look out for, that tank matchup, because it's the owner, let's say, of Circuit Royal versus the up-and-comer in Moving Fish.
Yeah, and we'll see if the owner is able to lay down dominance, but it's going to be one heck of a challenge for what has been transpiring here against Northwood, since ISU has really been able to cement themselves as a massive, just relentless force. And on this match point, again, the mental, there's so much going into this. That break is a moment for Northwood to be able to take a calm, reflective moment and gain their composure, entering in onto a map that they feel strongly about, with Cowman on a role that is massively, I mean, you even said it yourself, like one of the best Sigmas that we have to really see.
He's the best in this tournament. I think it's fair to say, with how he's playing, he's the best one in this tournament we've had so far. And what a way, I mean, for ISU to win this map, what a story it would be, where it's like you conquer Northwood, the team that stopped you when you had the American Tornado Corps, stopped you from winning this tournament last year to the day 365, and you come in, you beat Northwood on the composition that they are known for. What an incredible story that would be, with a tank that you are putting in for one of the first times that we've seen them.
And it's an awesome opportunity to be able to see that performance coming through. And for those of you, again, we continue to reiterate and push this to you as subscribing and continuing to support Tier 2. All of these individuals, everyone on the back end, putting so much time and effort to bring you brilliant, competitive Overwatch, as we have these seconds dwindling before the doors open to see if Northwood is able to finally gain a point on the scoreboard, or Illinois State University completely ends it here.
And this is one of the things we saw actually earlier with Northwood University, where they opt into running the Mercy instead of something like a Zenyatta comboed alongside with this Kiriko. So one of the things that Illinois State's composition is going to have here in spades is a lot of shield pressure onto Cowman. Cowman is going to have a really rough time here, but he is good enough to be able to handle it. As you can see already, though, Northwood University pushing up very aggressively, because Boat has that Mercy pocket in their back pocket, so to speak. They can just push up without really any, unless Visions is able to find a pick like that. then they can just push up aggressively.
That was so aggressive. This corner is going to be the real defining moment. If a shot comes through, Lethal just misses. The bullet whizzing by, giving a haircut to the back line of those from Northwood. Moving Fish, though, keeping a watchful eye to the outskirts towards that bank, needing to be very careful of how they continue playing this. Couple of autos going towards that Discord orb placed by Liar, consistently keeping pressure. Nice accretion to come on to Calman. The Suzu giving them some fortification, a 1-for-1 trade, both down. The res there, though, for Boat to bring them back up to full strength until Vision says
on
otherwise.
He's just on the flank. He's in their team. He's in their team, Rich. Visions is just said, screw this frontline fight. I'm going to the back line and I'm going to kill 3. 4 even. The dude's insane. Why just have Vision POV the entire time? Like, how unreal is that confidence?
Mind-blowing. And we now have the chance to see another just mental test onto Northwood.
I mean, it's unreal how good Vision is on this hero. Like, just being able to have the cojones to do something like that. Northwood's not expecting it. They're usually the confident ones.
Now pushing into this Kitsune rush, there is a big dive on Taranko. Massive value gain. Vision falls as well. Liar at this point can't do anything to assist by themselves. They allow this fight to be ended, and Northwood will be able to gain this checkpoint. But again, they find themselves in even more of a detrimental state on this rampway.
And I think one of the things you'll see with this composition in particular, between Northwood and Illinois State, is that Kitsune Rush is essentially a win fight button, so it's going to be one of the most important cooldowns to look out for on Northwood University's side, because while there's an Ant Matrix on the other side for Renko, it's not the same. You can theoretically just push past it, especially if you have a Gravitic Flux, so keep an eye out for CJ and his ability to farm up that Kitsune Rush, because it will be just one of those times where Illinois State can brute force their way, or Northwood University can brute force their way through a fight.
It's not nearly as much of an equalizing power. It still brings value, but it is definitely not the same with this very forward angle. Calman is playing, securing that ISU cannot get stable to hold this position. Flux goes on to 3. Transcendence is there to withstand the damage. Vision gets a shot with the rail, and Lethal now plays towards the back, attempting to find shots through the midst of it. But Vision's already doing the Lord's work and getting so many taken down. Beautiful plays again by Vision, controlling this map.
I mean, Vision's doing it against stellar competition, too. It's against Boat, someone that we know has that clutch gene, has so much in them themselves, but Boat gets taken out again. And if you want a screenshot of what has happened so far this series, just screenshot that kill feed of Vision's taking down Boat, taking down the entire team. I mean, look where they are.
Look at it.
They don't care.
Yeah.
They have so much confidence in of themselves.
What? And gets away with it, mind you. Tilting to Northwood that they cannot stifle this play from Vision. A Flux on the front. Yamitra floating in the air for another easy headshot for Vision, and once again holds the line.
I mean, what did we hear earlier from Yamitra? It was like, Illinois State really just focus on having Vision get picks. Yeah,
absolutely.
And they're doing it so well. They're doing it so well. The amount of just confidence that Vision has, but the rest of the team has in him to let him go on these very aggressive maneuvers and play on that front line, because they know it will pay them dividends.
Lethal getting the big shots onto Cowman. Taking too many steps forward with those bare feet. Couple of melees come through as well with the Immortality field to secure. Shot doesn't land there, but again, the damage is done.
And this post hold is also doing so much work for the time bank, right? Or Northwood University, they came into this with about 4 minutes. Now it's only dwindled down to 2 minutes, and these ultimates that they have, they're gonna have to eventually just bum rush their way forward with the Kitsune Rush.
Kitsune Rush active. Once again, as you commented, this is a win factor for Northwood, but they are getting, once again, completely shut down. Liar finds Boat. Can't get any value moving up this rampway. Only gets the initial turnabout. Dynasty shutting down Lethal is valuable, but Vision's still in the back, pumping out damage. That barrier isn't going to last for much longer from Gavitra, and now it leaves Vision once again open to just lay waste to Northwood.
I mean, putting so much pressure down, but Boat comes back in with an overclock of their own, and they find Liar.
That needs to be a consistent play. Once again, Amplification Matrix is active, repositioning. Beautiful Flux to leave sightlines for Boat. They're still floating in the air, levitating to their demise, and you've got some decent shots from Boat. Cover firing, but Vision sliding through the midway. Lethal and Moving Fish still here, as the payload will be able to continue commencing for the time being.
The respawns actually are kind of similar between both of these teams. It might just be Illinois State getting back a little bit sooner, but there's only a minute left here for Northwood University, Rich. They have a Dragon Blade to work with, but Liar on the other side has a Transcendence, and even if that doesn't work, you've got a Gravitic Flux.
The will of the beast within from Northwood. The pack is coming out strong. Cowman getting eviscerated in the high ground. Beautiful Tsuzu to withstand that Discord Orb. Transcendence active by Liar, but now fades and is instantly picked up the second it drops. Lethal in the back being mitigated for the moment. Cowman going for the accretion. Kinetic Grasp mitigating so much of the incoming damage as the follow-up onto Vision is there. That is a huge pick, and a contention onto the point allows another checkpoint to be reached with a minute 50 into Hotel.
And I think you can see Northwood making that adaptation, knowing that they have to start focusing down Vision a little bit more. They're bringing, they're having Yamitra go put pressure onto Vision. They're bringing in the Genji, trying to just stifle as much as they can this Sojourn player, which has been carrying ISU throughout this defensive end. A minute and 30 seconds left for Northwood University. Kitsune Rush is available, and Illinois State don't have anything to deal with it. So this next fight in this enclosed area should absolutely be a win for Northwood University, or at least a lot of space taken.
I am holding my breath. Every shot for Lethal now. Following up onto Boat. Liar gets the execution, making sure that they deny any value. CJ, though, that Kitsune Rush giving some opportunities to peek this corner, but now that it's dissipated, Yamitra and Dynasty, the swap onto the Genji, bringing value and actually holding on to this in these final meters.
Oh, Dynasty's trying to play aggressive here. Focus down Moving Fish. Here comes the overclock from Vision.
Immortality Field, though, buys some time for Moving Fish, but can't withstand any longer. That is now a cleanup for Northwood. They will not be brought down. They will bolster. They will hold and look for a completion with a team kill, and this is a necessary boost for them to keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking so scary with how well Vision played the entirety of the map, but specifically that first point. Like, Vision couldn't miss, it felt like. Found some thing within themselves that was able to just continuously hit rail after rail after rail. But through these changes and adaptations that Northwood University made, they did a really good job putting that focus down onto Vision because they knew, and into the backline because they knew that the tank matchup was going to be so difficult, especially with Renko and Liar playing Baptiste and Zen, that they said, screw it, I'm going Genji, I'm getting into that backline, no one's going to survive these assassinations.
We really have to give major props to Northwood because their resilience in moments like this really are what make them such a ferocious team. They can come out in those clutch moments. Again, that clutch gene showing up there, allowing them to be able to complete this round with at least some time on the bank with a swap of sides. And curious if Northwood is able to deny ISU from completion.
Northwood did have a full hold earlier on this map, so
yeah,
it is definitely their map, and they completed, which on a map like this, usually you're thinking like, oh, if we get to second, like halfway through it, we're fine. Like, completing it is good in and of itself, so Northwood definitely showing why they chose this map and why they're so good at the Sigma composition, because they have those adjustments in their back pocket. As Illinois State, the one thing they're changing is they are bringing the double immortality defense line, so that means that they can have that Kitsune Rush to match the one from CJ, because it just not having Kitsune Rush is basically just a fight loss as Vision takes down Dynasty.
Wow. That's a big opening pick. It's going to allow them to maneuver around this corner much more easily. Not nearly as challenging as it would have been with a 5 versus 5 as we saw on the swap of sides. Moving Fish goes in for the accretion, gets the stun. Kinetic Grass has to be proactively used there to deny the damage, as you do have Visions peeking the corner with Lethal, and these two taps onto Boat are becoming devastating as the arrow comes in, the log onto Boat.
Waiting patiently. Moving Fish has gotten a lot of value so far on this Sigma moving forward, but the accretion on the other side from Cowman, it's accretion down. Actually, Dynasty takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, has to fall back to that wall to make sure they get topped up by Yamitra. But again, stalemate for the time being with 3 on the clock.
Waiting patiently. No ultimates close just yet, so we're doing this in the neutral. Immortality Field is forced out, though.
Both sides actually committing it over towards the shop as Lethal peeks the corner, goes for the rail, can't quite land it. Both separated from the team, needs to be cautious in how they play this. They don't want to get overwhelmed again onto the checkpoint as it is still being contested. 2 minutes and 40. Disruptor shot tossed into the mix, but won't really gain much value, and Lethal being a little bit more hesitant on this corner.
Oh, and Matrix is out here from Yamitra. Illinois State University have one of their own, though.
Big stun. Moving Fish, though, gonna get a little bit of over-aggression, I think, with the Suzu. Didn't really need to
No Immortality Field.
As there is now a pickup, potentially Disruptor shot, getting chip damage onto Yamitra. Boat goes down, Vision finds the shot, gets the headshot, and continues to press forward. Dragon Strike, insult to injury here. Northwood at a disadvantage. The Suzu, a recovery tactic, but Moving Fish shuts down Dynasty, and this damage now from ISU continues to flourish despite the Suzu, and also the Kitsune Rush being committed.
What a shot from Lethal there in the Griddick Flux, doesn't panic whatsoever and takes down Yamitra on the other side. So that's all the healing essentially of that comp lost, and now Illinois State are just going to take as much space as they can here and force Northwood back in to these fights. They're getting so many stragglers as well. Dynasty not going to be long for this world. This is Rich, 4 minutes for ISU, and look at how aggressive they're posturing. They want Northwood to fight for every single inch, and if Northwood doesn't really have anything to break themselves out of this, they probably have to use Overclock or something like that.
The bearings have to be regained right now from Northwood. They're starting to become very ajar. And now with a Kitsune Rush up front from Renko playing so far forward, since they've managed to push this payload quite a distance. At this point, they can just off with the 4 on the front, with the 5th one in the back, continuing to push that payload, and the cart ever closer to this checkpoint with 3 minutes and 30, and Northwood can't do anything about it. The overclock, though, active. Can't gain much, but finally gets visions. That will be able to shut down ISU for the moment, as long as the shots continue to come through. They're hiding behind that center pillar, but it won't be long until Lethal is found and sought out.
Ooh, Moving Fish is actually going to commit the Griddick Flux to this, as they're still alive and still kicking. They were able to take down Cowman, but it's not going to be a fight that they're going to have a chance to win, and that might be one they want back in the future, especially when Vision wasn't there. I think that using that was a little bit too over-aggressive, so now Northwood University come back into this. They have a Griddick Flux of their own, and they have the Dragon Blade, so what they can do is they can use one or the other to force out Immortality Field, and then the other ultimate's going to get a ton of value because there's no defensive.
Flux active onto 2. Big shot onto Vision. Denies any immunities to survive through the fall. Boat finds another. Coming in clutch. We've needed to see Boat do this to counteract Lethal, and it is starting to shine.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the peaks of Lethal right here that we're seeing, because we talked about how there are those peaks and valleys with this DPS lineup, but right now on Boat specifically, they're playing at the highest level that we know that they can play at. They're not being shut down continuously by Vision, as Northwood University get to keep their Kitsune Rush. They also get to keep their Dragon Blade.
Vision down below, continuing to just throw arrows. Playing aggressively up towards that window. It's available. Nice intel as well, playing towards that backside. Moving Fish would get a little overwhelmed, but Lethal activating the overclock. Everyone aware of it. The Kinetic Grasp blocks a shot for the time. Lethal goes in again. Nice shield to recover. That's a risky play by Boat and has to draw back. Can't stay in the open any longer until it has finally been removed from the equation. Dynasty with the blade, the Kitsune Rush as well. The sweeping strikes come through, the resets are there. The Suzu buys time, but still, Dynasty overwhelming this front line and continuing to dominate.
That's classic Dynasty right there, being able to take out those members even through all the defensive cooldowns, and they will find Lethal at the very end. And you can see actually Vision switching over to the Cassidy, wanting to deal with this aggression and dive potential that Northwoods bring to the table with that Genji, because you just throw Magnetic Grenade onto that Genji. If it's not deflected, they probably instantly die.
60 seconds now, things start to become extremely dangerous for ISU. They do have the Flux available, and with a swap from Vision onto the Cassidy, it has to yield value. Big sound barrier from Yamitra to guarantee that nobody gets picked up in the Flux. Shots come through, can they get out of it? No, they can't. Visions is left vulnerable with a dash coming by Dynasty, and they take another fight with a final fight in sight.
Last fight territory here for ISU. And realistically, Rich, they don't have much. They have a sound barrier. That's going to be the only thing. Yes, Vision's going to most likely get that high noon, but it's not the ultimate you need to really break open a fight like this, especially when Sigmas are on the table. And you're walking into Kitsune Rush as well, so as much as the extra shielding you're going to get, it'll get melted away so quickly against the Kitsune Rush.
CJ is the win factor here. If they eliminate CJ, that will change the outcome of this, but it's been unleashed down below. They circle the corner. Boat gets the pickup. pickup. Liar cannot aid with that mobility. Moving Fish is solely getting taken down in the shop. Everyone from Northwood, they've been backed into the corner. The Wolven pack has rallied, and they are coming back barking, glaring their teeth, and telling ISU we will not go down without a fight.
Calman and Northwood still own these streets. They still live in Circuit Royal and show you exactly why with the performance that they had. Great adaptations in the middle as well. Bring in that Genji, I think, because Vision looked like they were about to just, they wanted to go home. They wanted to just get into that back line, get those kills on Sojourn, and just wrap it up right now in a 4-0 series win. But Northwood says not so soon, my friend.
Nope. Not closing it out for now. They want to give all of us more competitive Overwatch in this grand finals. They did not want to see a 4-0. They have started their streak. They have gained momentum. This is a necessary pickup for them to start having a new lease on life right now to take down ISU, who still in this moment is a massive, massive Goliath.
Some of these shots we're seeing from Vision are completely unreal, especially on that Hanzo. But again, really good understanding from Northwood University, because they were having a lot of trouble at the start because of the fact that ISU was running that Baptiste and running the Zenyatta at the same time. So there was so much immense pressure put onto Calman in those scenarios, and they just said, okay, you want to play some immobile DPS or immobile supports, immobile DPS, that's totally fine. We'll play that Genji and play more aggressive. Yamitra also did a fantastic job of matching with Dynasty, going into that backline and putting that pressure on so Vision couldn't carry. So the adaptation is definitely there from the side of Northwood University, but the mountain is still very tall to climb. This is just one in the next 4 you have to match. And throughout all of it, if you keep winning, ISU has map pick the entire time. So they can always just take you to maps where the Sigma doesn't work. You put in seasons. Those questions have to be answered by this Northwood team. And New Queen Street doesn't scream to me Sigma map, Rich.
It doesn't, but the biggest thing though here is that we've seen consistently that Northwood has had success on the push map. And again, the mountain they are climbing, they've hit their first checkpoint. They've set up tent. They're going to fill their bellies and prepare for the next adventure up this mountainside. And New Queen Street is that checkpoint that they now have to reach as ISU looks for another swap. They're going to bring back in Gig to be able to close this out now. Moving just still doing a stellar job all around to match up against what we know Calman as an entity. But with Gig in the mix for this map, feeling confident with ISU's pick, I'm looking for a bloodbath here.
I mean, Gig coming back in gives you a little bit more of that flexibility, right? You can play the Winston, play the Orisa, play the Hog, anything you want there. Calman coming, like if Calman stays in or if Calman goes out for seasons, it's a tricky situation because if you bring in Calman has shown that they can play like the other things. Seasons has been there mostly to play the Winston, the Reinhardt, things like that. And Seasons has looked good on that, but it just doesn't seem like the same feeling as when Calman is there playing the Sigma. Even the Roadhog, I think Calman's Roadhog has looked incredible throughout this tournament so far. So it looks like they are just going to fall on their sword. If it is going to be Calman there, they're sticking with him. And I think on New Queen Street, you can have some ability to play Hog, play some of these flankers. The thing you do have to worry about is that Reinhardt being a potential problem.
Like the great samurai of old, and at this point, Northwood University makes their final decisions as they find themselves once again on a match point. Being able to take one is a massive feat from what we've seen so far against ISU, and again, can't discount what Seasons was able to bring into Kings Row, but now, when we look at this push map, that could be their final competitive map. It is going to be Calman coming in and being able to make a statement with the rest of the team. Subscribe now. We will push this because this is the type of excitement I know you all want to continue watching. And Kenobi, this has been a thrill so far.
It's match point from here on out, so make sure that you're telling everyone to come here and watch ISU, looking for that first official title for them from Blizzard because they haven't gotten it yet, and with all the success the team has had in contenders, even in Collegiate, it still eludes them, and they're just one map win away from finally securing that piece of the puzzle that they need to complete the ascension of ISU as a program. As Northwood University coming out on the Roadhog here, and Illinois State University not standing on ceremony, right back to that Reinhardt.
Yep. looking to ascend, but they do still have quite a beast in front of them to deny that ascension. 10 minutes on the clock as they push towards this neutral fight. Northwood hesitant on going for that neutral area around that wall and that statue. Looking to see what they can gain with a potential surprise attack entering back into this. Cowman also going to potentially find a hook. Has to continue drawing back that movement from Liar onto Gig. Makes it a dangerous play, dividing them back. Cowman separated, looking to regroup, and this is a miraculous weaving of position from Illinois State University. And a shot by Lethal.
The health bars are just so low, though, and Lethal gets into the back line, finds two at the very end. Cowman was able to trade one back, but it's not enough. And again, these engagements, the use of the speed, the ferocity of which they engage on ISU is so cool to watch, as Dynasty actually is going to be going to the Widowmaker to try and offer that one pick potential. But I like the Hog a lot more for Northwood University because you do have that survivability with the take a breather that you don't have on something like the Sigma.
Ferocity is a perfect way to describe it as they look to reach this corner, attempting to get this checkpoint rapidly so that they can continue to put insult to injury.
God.
What a pin onto Boat! Gig absolutely bodying the significant factor of Northwood, and they know it.
That was an unreal pin from Gig. Going in for another one, gets hooked though.
Whole Hog active, knocking them back, but look at the health, so low. Suzu from CJ, but left in the wings is getting extremely low. Visions punished with their aggression this time around, and Boat back into the mix will be able to stem the bleeding for now. Lethal with the overclock, though, still causing some harassment, and they deny the checkpoint from being reached.
Lethal was, I mean, he lived for way longer than I thought he had any right to in that scenario, as Gig's going to get taken down. And you're right, the checkpoint not being taken, really big deal there, as we're going to see Gig with this pin. I'd be mad if I was Boat. I'd be so mad if I was Boat. That's Marth hands right there that Gig got that pin with. But as we see ISU come back into this one, they have a Kitsune Rush now, and they also have a Reinhardt Shatter, and you look at Northwood, who's going to block it? There's no way. They have to play so separated and so far out and give away all this position, because they have to know that Kitsune Rush and Shatter is a thing they have to deal with.
They have more than enough time to work with. Boat getting low. Nice pickup with the assist from CJ onto Visions. But once again, the health values are so critical. It is vital for them to find some stability here. The supports are unable to keep them topped up, but actually, Boat miraculously gets healed up, and they're looking to rotate around ISU. They've denied this push completely away from the card itself.
Boat does go down, caught themselves in a really weird position there, but luckily Northwood University stalled that fight long enough to where they can have this sound barrier now available to them. So if Illinois State decide to use this Kitsune Rush, they can use that sound barrier to disengage.
And with that sound barrier being hovered to use, there is a Kitsune Rush up front. Charge comes in, lands the pin onto Calman. Yamitra gives the sound barrier, and there's no angle for Dynasty to gain anything and absolutely dominate with the Shatter on the front. They know that all they need is to shut down Calman to deny the valuable synergy with the rest of the team. Vision and Lethal are not able to come up with the shots, and they will be once again punished.
I mean, you can see the idea here from what Northwood University is trying to do, and they're actually just going to opt in for the mirror themselves, mono, and I'm really actually loving the positioning that Northwood are taking in these fights. They're saying, yeah, if the Reinhardt and the Kiriko just want to go aggressive, we'll go find your backline, and we'll just completely go away from that Reinhardt because we don't want to opt into that 1v1 matchup. And now get Calman, traditionally a flex tank player, a tracer player even. Reinhardt, though, has looked good during this tournament, but against Gig, it's another beast.
Yep. Seeing if they can step up, manages to sidestep the pin, wasn't grabbed this time around from Gig amongst the mid-air. Calman has to backpedal one step at a time to keep distance, to not be overwhelmed. CJ topping them up, playing and allowing space to be gained. Dynasty looks for a shot onto Gig. The pin comes in and grabs Boat a second time.
Oh, and Lethal's going to finish off Dynasty. That's going to be the DPS gone from Northwood University as it's reclaimed by ISU here, moving it forward. They're seeing if they can just get anything in the back end, and they will. Illinois State University should be able to checkpoint this unless Northwood University decide they want to try and recontest, but I don't think they have the members here to do that. They do have a Shatter, but they're not going to get back in time, and they're walking into Kitsune Rush as well.
Yeah, they can't risk touching this to deny that checkpoint. It will be gained. Butt scratch commences, and that buys time now for a recontest before entry. Ranko gets one onto Boat, though. Northwood again at the disadvantage. Charge. Gig knows it and plays up.
Gig's playing this like a dive tank almost, like using the charge to create the space. It's immaculate what they're doing, and just Northwood are getting blitzed. It feels like we talked about that on the first map. As there's the charge, but Cowman almost gets obliterated. He uses the shatter. Whoa, no! It's all falling apart here for Northwood.
The Suzu doesn't land long enough, denies the shatter. Gig on the front line, demonstrating the power with their flanks in behind them. The ranks continue to dominate as they move forward.
And look at, I mean, the ultimate economy that Illinois State here have in this fight. Shatter available. Kitsune Rush available. Cowman switching over to the Hammond. This just feels like absolute desperation, Rich.
And in this final map, ISU not only wants to make the statement of taking this finals, but also wants to complete the map to add even more salt to the wound. Going in for the charge, cancels for the swing. Vision gets the shutdown regardless, and now they're in the final moments. They might just be able to close it out here, Kenobi.
Oh, I mean, there's the oh my god, another charge! The Suzu's there, but the Shatter's there from Gig. It doesn't matter. You can't save yourself twice, and Northwood University are looking like they're in dire straits.
The dire straits indeed. They're attempting to scramble onto the point. The Wrecking Ball giving them some sustainability for the moment, and disruption to 2. Lethal with the overclock, still finding consecutive picks. Cowman drawing back. ISU, despite losing valuable members in this, they're still holding on to this bot.
I mean, Northwood have the respawn advantage here, but what else do they realistically have? Illinois State looks like they're going to try and just give this one up, but Northwood wants to chase.
Yep, Northwood's going to look to chase and try and take the advantage that they can. Cowman showing up here with this Wrecking Ball as that desperate play and getting value to eventually shut down ISU's dominance.
And Northwood University and the rest of us can take a deep breath here because they survive a little bit longer. There's still 2.5 minutes. The Hammond pick, not something we see too much of, but it does have a lot of disruption, and Ryan compositions usually hate that more than anything.
Gig just going in, swinging away at the minefield, denying it 1-for-1 trade. Boat and Vision eliminated, so it's still 4-for-4. But the intensity continues to surmount with only 37 meters gained by Northwood. They can't yet quite find their bearings with Lethal on the bridgeway. Gig is just...
How does he keep doing it?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Lethal now taking down another. This is Gig on a rampage right now.
I mean, this is the Gig of old. This is the Chad Reinhardt. We know Gig to be reckless of, and it doesn't matter, just using that charge as a way to get into that team's face and for kills as well. Illinois State also have a Kitsune Rush to work with here in this next fight. Northwood University is going to have to commit a lot to deal with it.
Minute 40 seconds. Cowman in the back is going to be very heavily pressured. Kitsune Rush active, chasing down Cowman. Pulse Bomb comes in, but it doesn't hit the mark. Dynasty evading the damage. The recall has to be forced. Cowman running for their life. Those feet are pedaling inside of that ball.
Oh, Lethal is so low, but the healing is there. Not there enough. Yamitra is able to get the dinks onto Lethal, and this is a fight win for Northwood University, who... this comp is definitely not standard, but it seems to be working out okay and just creating a ton of chaos.
It's creating a ton of chaos, but the biggest... Oh,
it's
gonna
Suzu.
be denied. Yep,
Suzu.
Suzu blocks it. But yeah, you're right. The Wrecking Ball is working, but it's not actually gaining value. It's always coming up neutral for them.
Yeah, and that's not what you need, especially with the bot here in this part of the map. That's what you need, though, a pick on the Lethal.
Yep, again with the Kitsune Rush, allowing Northwood to take the advantage here. They've got ultimates coming up. We need to see a miraculous rotation of ultimate economy from Northwood to be able to pull this off with 38 seconds to go.
It has to be perfect. It literally has to be perfect from here on out. 30 seconds is all that's left. Illinois State University come back into this one. They have a Soundbearer. They have a Pulse Bomb as well. Lethal's got the Overclock. We know how good Lethal is without Overclock. And with Overclock, it might as well just be a done deal. But there's the minefield to start things off. Lethal is so low, they can't secure the kill. Yes, they can.
That's massive. Ranko goes down as well. This is now starting to look somewhat favorable with Northwood because they only committed one ultimate into this, and now you've got Vision with also the Tracer play in the back. Can they get anything with it?
He's looking for it. This Pulse Bomb could be the defining factor of this. They might just give up this bot at the start, but no, Gig is back here, but they're pushed back. Here comes the High Noon.
Vision's now going to dive through that side room, getting the pulse bomb on the reverse side. Lethal finds the pickup onto CJ. That might just be it. Lethal bombs off here.
Lethal got a second one. That might be enough. They got in the kills. We're in overtime and we're ticking forward. Renko comes in as well. Visions with the pulse. Rich, I think it's all over.
ISU is going to clean it up. That's a team kill as well. ISU, Redbird Esports, will feel the surging winds beneath their wings to rise above all others. Many would say it was long awaited, even more believing it was long overdue. ISU finally claims the Overwatch Collegiate homecoming title, and by doing this, adds another to their amazing list of accolades.
Finally, revenge is there for this ISU team. They weren't able to do it last year, but this year, the year where they've looked potentially the best that they've ever looked, they're able to get it done with this core. The immaculate play from Gig, specifically on this Reinhardt, the entire series so far. ISU, deserving champions of Overwatch Homecoming.
A resilient attempt from Northwood, but still falling and able to change the 365-day-old history that we know they fell short against Northwood, and at this point Northwood was not able to come back and show a repeat in history, and this is so well deserved by ISU, and just everything about today from them shows why they are rightfully deserving of this title.
Yeah, I think that they played the best Overwatch throughout the tournament. The winners bracket, I mean, I don't think they lost more than 2 games during the winner's side. Like, it was an incredible performance from them. They looked like they were unstoppable throughout, and even threw in some changes at the end. You know, they're just like bringing out the Reinhardt, Gig going back to the old specials, something we hadn't seen too much from them. And they just said, Northwood can't have us again. Dynasty talked about a script in the last interview. The script has been broken, needs to be rewritten, because this time it's ISU who are your homecoming champions.
And for all of you at home, I'm wondering if you're shaking just as much as I am, quivering at this point from the excitement of ISU being able to claim this title. And we will have a brief moment of break before we get to speak with Liar from ISU and what they're all feeling accumulatively after this grand finals match. Hello, friends. We have the glorious pleasure of being able to speak with Liar from ISU, where this team has been able to finally gain this homecoming title. My friend Liar, how are you feeling, and what is your team just doing right now after that victory?
Well, I'm feeling hungry, and I don't know. I think we all knew that we were definitely the best team this season, and we were going to win no matter what, so I don't know. We didn't really get up or celebrate. It was just like, all right, that was cool.
Another day at the office, the classic ISU response. That's the classic ISU response to these questions. So take me through a little bit about the start, because you're probably watching Northwood a little bit in these first couple of matches that were on broadcast today, and then you guys come out on the Reinhardt. Now, was this something you were planning on doing? Because it does, you know, kind of counter a little bit the Sigma. Was that something you had planned previously, or were you just like thinking today, you know what, we want to play Reinhardt, let's just have Gig go?
Well, first off, I want to give a congratulations to the vice champions of Collegiate Northwood University. And then also, I mean, yeah, you know, we did know that the Ryan was a good counter to the Sigma, so we were just like, you know, they play Sigma, we're going to play some Reinhardt. And, you know, we might have choked the first round with a little bit of trolling, but, you know, we're the best, so we brought it back and we won.
Hey, for the content, you know? Got it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Absolutely, for the content. And again, having that, early map victory also helpful to this, but you would have, for how you were performing, continue to take it regardless. And, going into just today, and like Kenobi said, you able to watch ahead of time. What was kind of the communication before going into it? Because you felt after this, hey, we got it, it was, rightly due, but were there ever any moments that you felt some shakiness at all through over the course of this day?
Honestly, after we lost that first Koth round and then we lost the next fight, I was like, bro, we better not make this close. And then we, brought it back. But then, we were good after that. Started rolling.
Okay.
Yeah, it felt like you guys really took control of the game, especially on King's Row. Walk me through a little bit your King's Row, because you complete with less time and then you just have that 1 minute full cap of the entirety of the map, which we were completely shocked in. Can you walk me through a little bit about your guys' thought process through the first couple of fights, and when do you guys were thought, oh yeah, we can just full cap this, we're totally fine?
Well, we knew Seasons was gonna play, or when they put him in, we're like, okay, so they want to take the monkey mirror, and I think we thought it was just gonna be really easy and a walkover, because we're just one of the best teams on this comp, and I think we just kind of weren't really trying and weren't really doing stuff, so we kind of got capped on. But then we were like, okay, let's start trying, and then you obviously saw we just won every fight because we're just better than them.
The snowball was absolutely unreal, and we saw some massive plays from the DPS lineup, but Kenobi and I really highlighted your support play alongside Renko and what you were able to contribute to this. Did just the two of you feel like you were on your game today? Because there were so many boops as well Kenobi called out that were just stellar.
I mean, I know our DPS are really, really good, but I'm glad me and Renko are getting the recognition we deserve. It might not look like it, but I am the main caller of the team. So, and I know Lethal said it in another interview, me and Gig call a lot. So I'm glad that you guys noticed it. And yeah, I felt like I was playing pretty well today. I don't know about Renko, but I think he also played pretty well.
Dude, why is Renko catching strays? That's not fair.
The lightning rod. Why are you doing that?
Anyway, okay, so we can kind of skip over Circuit Royale a little bit, because that one, Sigma map, and you kind of thought that was probably going to be the one that you would have
cheesers, man. They're just cheesers.
So then you go over to New Queen Street, and where you're just okay, well, we can just play Reinhardt here, and no matter what happens, they're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah,
and you're just let's wrap this one up. Let's go get. I'm hungry. I want to go get food.
No, again, we're the best team. You saw that literally no other team would mirror the monkey comp, because they're just gonna lose. And we knew that on Circuit, for example, we knew that there was a chance of them counter swapping, which happened. But on that map, on New Queens, we knew that we had it in the bag. So glad we brought it home. I'm a collegiate champion now. Give me my ring.
Right. Give you your ring again. It's one step to it. That preseason closing out here, and extremely excited to see that you able to take this. So I gotta ask a little bit more of a personal question. So you're saying you're hungry. You've got the title now. If you could have your perfect victory dish, to eat, with you, what would it be?
So are you saying perfect, or what we're about to do? Because right now we're about to go get hibachi.
That's a good decision.
Yeah,
that's a good choice.
That's a good decision. But okay, so now we know that part of it. Let's say the perfect dish. If there was somebody that you had a five-star chef make it for you.
Listen, one time I had this Wagyu ribeye. I'd have that with a baked potato. And then
the whole spread on top.
I'm just a bacon cheese butter guy, not a big
sour cream. My guy.
I'm agreeing with that. We all in the same boat.
And then also give me some mac and cheese.
That sounds like a great winning dish, honestly. Is there anything you want to say to the people supporting you, Liar, by the way, while we still have you? Anything you want to say to the program? Any shout outs you want to give?
I want to give a shout out to Wheats. He's the GOAT. He's my coach. He's my roommate. Love that guy. I guess I'll give a shout out to the college. Give a shout out to Sod and Deco as well. They've been here supporting us. And then also I just want to say something. Fisher College is trash.
Oh, gonna close it out with that kind of line. Well, again, we appreciate all the recognition from top to bottom, a part of ISU and what you've been able to do. Everything today and over the course of these last 3 days has been brilliant. Again, top to bottom, everyone that's involved on your end of it. So thank you so very much for talking with us, Liar. We don't want to take up any more time away from your well-deserved...
Yeah, go get hibachi.
Get that hibachi.
Thank you,
Have a good
guys.
rest of your day, my friend. Take care.
Thank you, Liar.
Well, my friends, Kenobi, we have reached the conclusion to this Overwatch Collegiate Homecoming, and it was a thrill, absolute electric to be a part of this whole thing. And we can even take a look at the schedule of how it all led up here today and what the scoreline was, and it's so exciting to be able to see ISU come out on top and get that title that they, again, have so long desired.
Yeah, Liar said it. The Collegiate Champions, now give them a ring because they deserve it. They haven't gotten one yet. But it's been an incredible bracket so far. You can see... I mean, we do have to give a shout out to Northwood University, who did make that run through the Yellow Brick Road, as Herix talked about, through that loser side. I think kind of cementing themselves is probably one of the better collegiate teams that we have still. Like, yes. I'm always going to bet money that whenever Northwood's in a bracket, they can get towards the top two, and they definitely showed that throughout this bracket, beating a lot of good teams. But Illinois State University, I mean, you look at them, not dropping more than a singular map throughout the entirety of the bracket, so deserving. Like Liar said, they are the best, and they showed it here today and throughout this weekend.
And it's just a moment, it's almost like that silence after the storm. Like, you get that just crisp moment of recognizing what has happened at the end of this all, and it's an adventure that we look to conclude for this year, but look forward to all of the continued collegiate play in the year to come. And Kenobi, being alongside you and even having Dor and Herix grace us with their presence as well to be a part of it was an absolute blessing. And with now all of us towards the end of this broadcast, we do have to say there is still so much Overwatch ahead of us. If you're not subscribed and you haven't hit that bell, like you are right now with that 6-shooter, just shooting the bell, making sure you do it, you have to stick around, because Kenobi, there's so much ahead of us, and one particular title that we're looking to really promote and talk about as well.
The Pacific Showdown coming. You don't want to miss it. Inter-regional Tier 2 Overwatch. It's going to be an absolute blast. You and I, Rich, have so much history in that Pacific region, casting China as much as we've did, and can't wait to see them and a couple of the other regions duke it out there December 12th to the 22nd, 4 p.m. KST. Don't want to miss a single second of that action. But from here, I mean, Rich, it's been an absolute pleasure to be here. ISU finally claiming that championship that they've been looking for so long. One of the best programs that we have in collegiate Overwatch, and they're not done yet because we do still have them playing in contenders. So if you want to follow along the ride, if you want to grab Superman's cake, you better hold on, because they're going to be going far, this ISU team.
And from us here at the broadcast, it has been a privilege, and we hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, the best rest of your weekend. We look to see you once we go live again on this Contenders channel, so take care, happy gaming, and we'll see you next time, friends.
3 kills! Holy Lord, in the blink of an eye!
Oh, the sleeper Mondraku. What is this man on right now?
Oh, Zero puts vision in the dark, returns to sender! They can't get away, the damage is inevitable!
But the rampage from Bedbest. This man looked revitalized. FD God from the top of the pillar.
And Seiko with that blade does get hit by the coach. He's still able to eclipse the distance. He's getting free. They'll be able to tap. Don't have the time.
What a sleep dart.
There it is, just signaling the button. No. Oh my god. You're just not getting a solid selection there. Oh, when they find it.